welcome to day 2 of Wimbledon. Thank you for joining us on the Wimbledon Channel. We have had a fantastic day 1. Looking forward to a terrific Tuesday, a bumper day of tennis here. There are plenty of people around already. There they are on the hill. The thank you message from Wimbledon is to everybody that has helped us get to this point to make sure that we can have a Wimbledon this year, whether that's in the NHS, whether that's doctors, whether that's community workers. So there are plenty of people to say thank you to, because we have got to the point where we can have a Wimbledon this year. And yesterday was fantastic. It was just great to be back. That was how the crowd felt, it's how we felt, it's how the players felt. It was just such a great first day, wasn't it?
It was a brilliant atmosphere around the grounds, and actually, surprisingly, just how normal it felt to see the fans enjoying the tennis. Relatively clear weather later on in the day. After about 3 o'clock, we were able to see matches being played on the outside courts, and it was just so great to be back here at Wimbledon at the All England Club. Let's have a look at what we've got in store for you today on the show courts. We'll start with centre. And we get our chance to see the #1 seed, Ashley Barty, taking on Suarez Navarro, the Spanish veteran who's playing in her final Wimbledon this year. After that, it's Roger Federer against Adrian Mannarino, the French left-hander. And then finally, it's Serena Williams who takes to centre court. Should be an interesting one, that one, against Alexandra Stojanovic.
Over on court #1, opening up, it is the 4th seed, Alexander Zverev. He's playing a qualifier in Talon Grigspor. Then we've got the 2018 champion, Angelique Kerber. She's playing Nina Stojanovic. And finally, a really interesting match between the 2nd seed, Daniil Medvedev, and Jan-Lennard Struff. So that is the order of play on the show courts for today.
Yes, some really, really interesting matchups there. Like I say, we've been joined by Anne Tiafoe here in our position above court 18. Slightly cooler today than it was yesterday, hence why the jackets and sweatshirts are on. And, yesterday was brilliant, as we were saying, wasn't it? Just to be back here at Wimbledon, enjoying the tennis again after missing it so much last year.
Yeah, it really was to see so many people around the grounds enjoying the tennis. Some really exciting tennis as well. Plenty of drama, and that was just day 1. So I don't know. I mean, by the end of today, I'm going to have to, really find a quiet room and lie down somewhere.
And there's always such a really nice buzz around the grounds, isn't there, when Andy Murray's playing? Those lucky enough to be on centre court with that golden ticket to watch him. But everywhere around the All England Club, when he's playing well and clearly enjoying his tennis, it has that wonderful atmosphere.
Yes, if you weren't fortunate enough to have a centre court ticket, that you could make, those with ground passes were able to make their way to the hill and watch from the big screen. And I was actually on court 1 watching Heather Watson, but we could tell by hear the cheers when Andy obviously won a point or was doing well, and we could hear the groans of disappointment when things weren't going his way. So, without actually watching him and being out there on centre court, you could kind of follow the scoreline.
Let's remind ourselves of exactly what happened if you didn't watch it. Here is Andy Murray against Nicolas Basilashvili. It was quite an interesting encounter, really. It sort of toed and froed. It looked like it was going Murray's way for quite some time in the opening stages of the match, but then Basilashvili finally, I suppose, got used to the centre court crowd and the occasion of playing on there. Amazing, really, given how long both of them cumulatively have been on tour, that they'd never played each other at any tournament. What did you make of what you saw?
Well, I mean, having watched it back, I was pretty impressed by Andy's level, particularly in that 3rd set, to get himself to 5-love up. And then, at 5-1, he had match points, didn't quite close it out then. You could see he was just getting tighter and tighter. And he admitted it himself after the match. He perhaps wasn't playing as aggressively as he was to have got to that stage. But, it was probably a blessing. I don't think we've ever kind of witnessed anyone 2 sets to love up, 5-love up, then go on to lose the match. And you're kind of watching it thinking, oh my goodness, following the scoreline, surely Andy's not going to throw this one away. But at the end of that 3rd set, when he had the opportunity to go off court, when the roof closed, I certainly feel like that was a great opportunity for him to regroup. Had the roof not had to close, I don't know. We may still have been sat there watching a 5th set. But it worked to his benefit. He was able to regroup, came back stronger in the 4th.
He did say in his interview afterwards that he didn't think many players could have come back in the 4th set, having been 5-love up and then lost the 3rd set, that mentally he was really pleased with himself with doing that. Do you agree with that? That it was quite a performance to come back and play in that 4th set in that way?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that takes incredible mental strength to regroup and get yourself back into the zone, having had all the match points, the disappointment, blowing the lead. And for him also, you know, over the last few years, he hasn't played best of 5-set matches. So physically, there were so many uncertainties, but he was able to go out there, deal with it, use the crowd support to his advantage and come through strong.
And let's hear what Andy Murray made of his victory in the first round yesterday in his speaking in his press conference.
I think I played well. Up till probably like 5-3 in the third set. And then, that's never happened to me before in my career. Being 3 breaks to serve up and 2 sets to love up. Never had that happen before, but you know, they're the sort of things that can happen, like when you haven't played any matches and things can get away from you a little bit quick, and then like at the end of the third set, you know, starting to feel a little bit of fatigue, and then I'm like questioning, you know, well, if I end up losing this set, like, you know, will I be okay to win in 4 sets or 5 sets? And it's like, you know, although I definitely should have finished it off sooner than what I did, I don't think there's that many players that would have won that 4 set. Some of the stuff on the court I didn't deal with well, but most of the stuff I dealt with really well. It's not easy going out there having played as little as I have and practiced as little as I have and all of those things, so I did well considering. Yeah, just now I just feel a bit like my legs feel tired and sort of heavy, but like pain-wise, I feel all right just now. But yeah, I'll be really hoping I wake up tomorrow morning feeling all right.
2 long years of waiting for this day to come, the first day of the 2021 Championships at Wimbledon.
So here we go then, the start of Wimbledon 2021.
Well, they rise on centre court. One of the biggest cheers you will ever hear in this sporting stadium for those who have contributed so much during the pandemic.
What an emotional moment.
First match up on centre court, defending champion Novak Djokovic, #1 seed against the 19-year-old Jack Draper. Beautiful pickup by Djokovic. Down the middle once again, another ace, and Djokovic will take his place in the second round.
Very difficult times for everyone, but I'm really glad that the sport is back, and hopefully you guys have enjoyed it and you will enjoy it in the next couple of weeks.
There it is. The #2 seed is through to round #2.
Really tricky opponent, and nice person. Was tough to play against her, but I'm really happy to win this match. And guys, thank you so much for your support. It helped me with my nerves today. Thank you.
Still unbeaten in the first round of the main draw here, Madison Keys, who hails in the sunshine.
One of the most glorious moments in the young life of Francis Tiafoe. Stefanos Tsitsipas had nothing left to give.
If you don't want to play against the best players in the world and the best atmospheres in the world, you know, this is what you train for. This is what it's all about.
We have our first big upset in the women's draw.
What a win! Katie Boulter, her second win here at Wimbledon, a moment she has been dreaming of.
Andy Murray takes to the court, twice the champion.
And that's it. Murray wins a classic.
guy can still play at the highest level. I mean, he's ranked 28 in the world, and you know, I haven't hardly played any match and I beat him, so I keep going.
When the theatres went dark and live entertainment was destroyed, it is so back on day one.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
Here we are at Wimbledon and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age, her very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where are the strawberries?
We're out.
Cannot be serious.
With championship points.
Let us know what makes Wimbledon special for you. Hashtag Wimbledon thing on social media. Well, Andy Murray safely through to the second round, as we said, and a British man could be joining him on court 2. Dan Evans, number 22 seed, taking on experienced Spanish lefty Feliciano Lopez. Evans got the first couple of sets, as you can see, and he leads 6-5, but it's still on serve in the third. We can join the commentators on court 2.
Really give him a lift. Good feel though on that return to serve, just dinked it low enough to cause the error.
Love 30.
Yeah, as Evans said, great volley it was.
15-30.
Can he get there? No, he can't.
Fantastic.
That was a great reach by Lopez.
Good fist pump there from Lopez as well. After that point, Evans doing everything to stay in this rally. That was a fantastic lob there, but what a drop volley from Lopez there. Oh, it's gorgeous. A little bit conservative there from Evans on the return of serve, inviting his opponent into the net.
14-30.
This one here didn't do enough with that half court. Still an excellent volley though.
Juice.
What a return. What a return of serve. Took it early, right at the Lopez feet there.
Advantage.
And even the master of the silky touch at the net couldn't cope with that. So here we are after just over 2 hours. Match point for the British number 1.
So a big cheer from the crowd there on court 2, and you can see just how much it means to Dan Evans. He was the seeded player, but it was potentially a very tricky opening match against Feliciano Lopez, who's got some great results on grass courts. He's won at Queen's a couple of times, won Eastbourne too. And this was one where you looked at the draw and the order of play on the first couple of days, and that was one where there was potential for an upset. You know, Evans has got the home crowd. He's good on a grass court, but no one wants to play Lopez, do they?
No, Lopez is, I mean, he's got the perfect game for a grass court. He's had lots of good results here in the past, and at Queen's he's been a former champion there, so he knows how to navigate his way on a grass court. So it wasn't straightforward. Dan Evans made it look more straightforward than perhaps it was, and the fact that he got through that match in straight sets, I think, yeah, is a really good result. I don't think you can ask for anything better if you're in the Evo camp.
You're close to the British game, obviously. Give us a sense of what Dan Evans has achieved. You know, the pandemic's come right in the middle of when he, you know, his resurgence. But to go from where he was earlier in his career, you know, he was the bad boy really of British tennis, wasn't he? Well, that's what the headlines said. It looked like he was not going to play the game again, or he might move away. But then the way he's focused himself and able to get up to that career high ranking, what he's achieved since then, turning his life around really, you have to tip your hat to him.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a remarkable effort, and talk about someone who is the ultimate pro, Dan Evans. I mean, 5 to 10 years ago, that's not something you would associate with Dan Evans, but you absolutely would do now. And he's been a fantastic role model. He's always been very outspoken, but happy to chat to anyone. You know, and you know, he's focused. He wants this. He's hungry, and he enjoys proving people wrong. And you know, he's on the right track.
I think Dan is one of the players who, at the start of all of this, said that he appreciated the bubble because it stopped him from going out and from maybe getting into a bit more trouble than he would. It focused his attention very much on just doing the job. I think everyone's got a little bit bored of that now, a year in, but he did say that at the start it really was helping him, and that was part of why he was rising up the rankings and doing so well in these tournaments.
Yeah, I think that's one reason. But I think even before the pandemic, he was on the right track. You know, he's in a long-term relationship. I think his partner really deserves a lot of credit for really being his biggest supporter, helping him manage and navigate his career and ways to go about it. And he'll probably joke about leading a really boring lifestyle these days in comparison to what he used to. But I think it suits him just fine because he's so focused on his tennis. He really wants to climb up further up the rankings. He believes he can, and he believes he can be a real threat in men's tennis.
We mentioned Lopez as well, his opponent there, who is a tournament director in Madrid, so he has other things going on. He's up towards the end of his career, late 30s, but he, like Andy Murray, says he just wants to keep playing all the time. He loves the game, doesn't he? And he doesn't want to think about stopping yet.
Yeah, and good for him. I mean, he's got a great following, particularly here in the UK. I think he's popular, I think, with Andy Murray's mother more than anyone else. Yes. Yeah, Judy's his #1 fan. But, you know, I do think players now, the way, I guess, the information they have access to, the help they can, I guess, tap into really helps with longevity on tour on the men's side as well as the women's side. And if you can still maintain your ranking, keep it up there and be involved at Grand Slams and at the highest level, then I can't think of any other kind of lifestyle that would be better than this, because they are. You know, once it's all over, it's over. But if you can still live it and enjoy it, for me, you're living the dream.
So a good performance there from Dan Evans on court 2 through to the second round. Joins Andy Murray in the second round after a straight sets win over Feliciano Lopez. And let's look forward to what we've got in store on centre court on court 1 and talk about Ashley Barty, the #1 seed. But, I mean, anyone could really be the #1 seed in the ladies' draw. It is so open this year. We can see some of her at Orangi practising. We were saying yesterday about how she's such a multi-sport athlete. I mean, she could have been a pro at tennis, rugby, Aussie rules, golf. She's pretty good. I think she plays off scratch at golf as well. Cricket. She's one of these players who is just a natural-born athlete, isn't she?
She is, and I'm not jealous at all. I promise. Yeah, it's really annoying how good she is at everything. And she's a really nice person and popular amongst her peers to top it up as well. Yeah, she's got a fabulous all-court game. She loves the grass. She loves this tournament. Outside of Australia, I mean, I know she feels very at home here. But you're right, the women's game is very open. It'll be interesting to see how she goes today, how well she's recovered after her hip injury she sustained prior to the French Open, where she had to retire in her second round match. You know, there's still a lot of unknowns, and for her to really go deep, she needs to be 100% fit. And, you know, again, in the women's game, you can't underestimate anyone.
How much does her game suit the grass here as well, and the crowd and the atmosphere, and just being back amongst this environment again?
Yeah, she's a laid-back Aussie, so I think she's a person who, you know, is easy to warm to when you watch her play. She's creative out there on the court. For someone who's only, I think, 5'6", she's got a very explosive serve, a big serve, which she uses as a strength. Her court craft, her slice backhand is so effective on a grass court. That will stay low, go through the court very quickly, and be awkward for any opponent really to take on. And she's comfortable at the net. You know, for a lot of players, you know, we don't see many players really come forwards on a grass court these days, but she has the ability to do so and keep those points short. You know, I think like a lot of other Aussies, they always get good support here at Wimbledon.
Could you make the case, Anne, for her to be the favourite? Do you think she's worthy of that top seeding?
You know, I'm not... Yeah, I can't really pick one name out as a favourite. I really can't. It's so unpredictable. I'd put her definitely in the top category, up there now with Serena Williams. Having seen Kvitova go out yesterday, Halep not in the draw, a few other players kind of struggling and perhaps not having the same kind of experience as those players here at Wimbledon. You know, anything is possible, and even for the players who are unseeded, you know, having seen Krejcikova do so well at the French Open, that kind of result will help inspire them and feel like they have a chance.
We must talk about her opponents, because as you mentioned, Barty is very popular on the tour, and the way she talks about other players I think is also really nice. So her opponent, Suarez Navarro, who's had Hodgkin's lymphoma and is now back effectively doing a bit of a farewell tour. We heard Barty talking about how nice it was to play against her, how much everyone's enjoying having her opponent back on tour. And that's a nice dynamic to have before you step out there onto centre court, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Suarez Navarro, I said Ash Barty was really popular amongst her peers, but so is Suarez Navarro. She really is down to earth, very friendly, very likeable, and everything she's been through over the past year, I think, you know, she got a really warm reception and welcome once she did come back to the tour. Everyone missed her, and I think it helps put everything in perspective. Yes, we have kind of been through a pandemic, but, you know, she's had her fair share of struggles, battling cancer and fighting that and coming through that. And last year was meant to be her farewell year on tour. That obviously didn't happen for those reasons. But here she is, fit and healthy. She competed at the French Open and really stretched Sloane Stephens. That was a 3-set battle in the opening round. And again, you know, someone who can cause difficulty out there for Barty. I'm not sure we're going to see an upset, but I think it'll be a match played in good spirit.
Yeah, she had tremendous longevity. She's been out on tour for a long, long time. We mentioned Ash Barty there. Let's hear a little bit more about her. We can learn some more about the Aussie speaking at the media day.
Well, Ash, this is exciting. Ahead of Wimbledon, your return to the Grand Slam stage as a top seed, opening the centre court schedule on Tuesday. How do you feel about that, first of all?
Yeah, an incredible privilege, and I'm extremely humbled to have that opportunity. Of course, I wish Sim was here to be able to experience it for herself. It's something that she's earned as a defending champion, but I'm excited for my opportunity to do that, and I'm sure that we'll have a great experience and a great time come Tuesday afternoon.
How are you feeling physically ahead of this?
I feel ready. I feel like we've done everything that we possibly can to be ready for this tournament, and I think I have trust in my body, I have trust in my team, and knowing that we're ready to play and we get to go out there now and compete and enjoy. Another opportunity, another experience to play here at Wimbledon is nothing you can take for granted. I think genuinely there's a feeling of gratitude and knowing that this is something that not many people in the world get to experience, is playing the courts.
Can you tell us a bit about the kit you're going to be wearing this year?
A very special outfit for me, and a very special tribute to an incredible person in Evonne. It's the 50th anniversary of her first title here, and I think for us as Australians, but particularly as an Indigenous Australian, and sharing that heritage is something I'm really excited to wear. you think of icons and role models of the past, and I think for me, an iconic person is Evonne. She's done that in her own way. She's paved a path and created a legacy for Indigenous youth to look up to, and I think I'm trying to play my role in doing that and be a positive role model, just being the person that my parents taught me to be, and that's all I can be.
Seen that before. Seen it in the men's game, but not the women's.
If anyone was going to try it, it's this woman. There we go.
She's actually going to run forward and try and get to the net after it.
Astonishing point for Djokovic to take it.
Completely mishit that smash. Almost got it back though. Look at that. Complete miss it.
Steady on. Oh, he's in good shape.
Too often. Oh, I think it was dropped.
My goodness, that's the loud and clear. Loud and clear, and beyond that.
Well, all the way down from the East Midlands, the Chief Exec of the Youth Sport Trust, Ali Oliver, welcome to Wimbledon.
Thank you so much. It's amazing to be here.
Can we talk about the phenomenal work that you do?
I'd be delighted to talk about it, Radzi. The Youth Sport Trust is a children and young people's charity. Been around for 25 years and committed to unlocking the power of sport to help young people build brighter futures for themselves.
I have to say I'm a very proud ambassador of what you do. In terms of the people that you target, what young people is it that you look to help?
So we're always trying to help those young people who need support the most. So that could be anyone, really. Sometimes we're working with young people who have special educational needs and disabilities. Sometimes we're working with young people who are on the verge of being in or out of school. And sometimes we're working with those young people in some of the most socioeconomically disadvantaged areas, because we always find that sport somehow both resonates with those young people and captures their imagination, but it also provides a brilliant environment to develop self-confidence, communication skills, team-working skills, and builds aspirations for the future.
What I feel like resonated with me was the fact that it wasn't just about sport, it was about movement and getting young people active regardless of their ability.
Absolutely. So fundamentally, we're living through times when young people have never been less active. You know, just the nature of modern life means there's a lot more sedentary behaviour. So we want to inspire movement in young people, encourage them to be physically active first and foremost, because it's good for their physical health and good for their mental health. But then when we can engage them in sport, or as we do in the programme that we're talking about today in terms of Set for Success, is engage athletes who've been involved in sport. Then we can unlock some other life skills, particularly things like perseverance and determination, some of those social aspects of sport. So physical, mental and social well-being are all things we can do, and every young person can benefit in that way.
You touched on them there, so you're talking about sporting ambassadors from a whole array of sports that ultimately inspire the young people.
Yes, and it's not necessarily athletes who just appear because they've done amazing things they inspire. We work with athletes to develop their mentoring skills and then help them understand how their own journey in sport involves lots and lots of important life lessons that they can share with young people. So we spend time unpicking their journey, the high moments, the really tough times, their ambitions and their goals, and then help them use that story as the basis for mentoring young people. Because too often young people assume that you've either born with something or not born with something, and actually a lot of our athlete ambassadors have phenomenal life journeys where they started off in a very different place to where they finished.
What's amazing, you're kind of talking about mentorship, almost teachers, but you've also brought down, courtesy of your expertise, a number of teachers over the next 2 weeks to kind of shine a light and say thank you for all the phenomenal work you've done throughout the last 18 months.
Absolutely. Well, we're incredibly privileged to work both in partnership with the Wimbledon Foundation, but also the LTA and the All England Tennis Club, and they've very generously donated pairs of tickets for 50 PE teachers who've been particularly significant in keeping young people active and healthy and well during obviously what have been a very tough 15 months that we've all been through.
Just finally, how much do you love tennis?
I love tennis. I absolutely love tennis. Go back to when I was a child, I always used to watch tennis, and people like Martina Navratilova and John McEnroe were my real heroes. So to be here today is a dream come true.
The bad news? Roger Federer, Serena Williams, you're going to have to watch them both.
I know, well, it's tough, isn't it? But no, what I'm hoping we'll be able to do is capture lots of conversations with some amazing people here today that we can take back and inspire more young people through our work with it.
And just finally, Wimbledon Foundation, obviously inextricably connected to the Youth Sport Trust. Where can we find out more about what you do?
So the best place to find out more would either be on the Youth Sport Trust website, which is www.youthsporttrust.org, or through the Wimbledon Foundation's website. And the project at the moment is starting small. It's nationwide in 4 areas of the country, 4 schools in each area. But the hope is if we can demonstrate the impact we believe is possible, there may be the opportunity to spread it further.
Have an amazing day.
Thanks, Retty.
Fantastic project there, and there are lots of people that will be at Wimbledon over the next fortnight that Wimbledon is saying thank you to for helping out in all sorts of different areas, particularly though across the last year and the pandemic, and getting everybody to the point where we can hold Wimbledon in the way that we are. So this is centre court, and the world #1 Ash Barty heading out onto centre court alongside her opponent Suarez Navarro. A lovely reception from centre court. Everyone just very pleased to be here, particularly in these first couple of days that it is all happening. It's not a dream. We are at Wimbledon and it is happening this year.
I love those moments just before they walk out. It's like the calm before the storm. And you've been lucky enough to play on centre court many times. What is that like?
It's nerve-wracking, but it's kind of cool as well. I think, well, for all the British players who have that opportunity, you know, you do this walk from the changing rooms, and you pass all these security people and volunteers who help out during the championships, and they give you a sneaky wink, thumbs up, kind of mouth, good luck to you, which was always, I thought, really, really nice. I'm sure every British player gets that. I don't know, and I'm sure they do it to their favourites as well. But, you know, to stand there at the doors waiting for them to announce your name or to just kind of tell you to walk out there, it is a special moment, because every tennis player wants to have the opportunity to play out on centre court at Wimbledon. It's the most iconic tennis arena. And it is where dreams are made, and something everyone dreams about playing on when they're a little kid.
And for Suarez Navarro, particularly in this, what we think is going to be her final season, just her last few matches, this is a really special occasion, isn't it? Playing the world #1, opening things up on centre court on day 2, because we don't have the defending champion here. Simona Halep can't play because of her injury, so Ash Barty is playing this match, and it also means that her opponent gets to be there too.
Yeah, it's honestly, you couldn't write the script there for Suarez Navarro. If this is to be her last match at Wimbledon, you know, what better way than out on centre court against the top seed? But I'm sure her mindset's not quite like that. Yes. Her mindset will be, I have a chance here. I want to win. I want to be here for longer, and she'll give a good account of herself, I hope.
And focusing where we are, you know, with the women's draw and with it being so open, what are you looking for in the first few matches, the first week, for someone to perhaps announce themselves as the favourite? What does Barty have to do in this match? We saw Sabalenka yesterday, the #2 seed, some of those top names. What are you looking for in their first few matches for them to rise, you know, in the reckoning?
And I think more than anything, an efficient performance. You know, if you can be on and off the court in straight sets with limited amount of fuss, you know, no one really wants to be in a 3-set battle in the early rounds, especially given the conditions. We don't know how much more rain we're going to get this week, so there may be more hanging around to look forward to. But, you know, just you're not looking to play outstanding tennis. You don't expect to play outstanding tennis or all your very best tennis in your first few matches if you want to go deep. You do look to try and work your way in a tournament like this, but saying that, you know, you want to produce a good performance and get the basics right. That's, yeah, that's the most important thing.
And even though she is the world #1, how nervous will Ash Barty be walking out there onto centre court, her first match at Wimbledon? And you always know, particularly what we saw happen to Novak Djokovic yesterday, dropping the first set against Jack Draper, a young British player. How nervous will she be just getting back out there on the grass again on this surface at Wimbledon this year?
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of nerves because she didn't play any of the warm-up events prior to Wimbledon. So, you know, ideally you want to have a few matches under your belt before you hit this Grand Slam running. So, you know, for her also, it's a special moment opening up centre court on day 2. To have that privilege is something special and unique. You don't really have that guarantee at any other tournament, but she found out a few days ago that that would be her role. And again, the buzz of playing in front of so many people, I think for Barty and Suarez Navarro, you know, we had a crowd at the French Open, we had spectators at the Australian Open, but here at Wimbledon it feels slightly different, almost, not quite normal, but almost there.
Yeah, it really does. You mentioned the traditions there of having the defending champion opening up on the Monday and the Tuesday, which you don't necessarily have at the other events. How much do the players appreciate the traditions of Wimbledon? I know that yesterday Francis Tiafoe had been talking over the weekend on his social media about the whites and having to put those on, and he was saying he wasn't quite sure about it to start off with, but then he embraced it and clearly had a fantastic match yesterday and really enjoyed it. How much does it actually just make this completely different to all the other Grand Slams, for the younger players particularly?
Yeah, I think all the traditions makes Wimbledon, you know, stand out and even more special than any of the other Grand Slams. And the players are all respectful of the traditions. You know, occasionally they may kind of make a bit of a fuss about something, but generally they love it because this is unique. Wimbledon is different. Wimbledon does things differently in a way that makes everyone feel special. You know, they do. I think they all really do embrace it and look forward to it.
No one quite does it like Wimbledon, do they? Carla Suarez Navarro in the picture here. You know, throughout her career, most of her best results have come on clay, which is no surprise with her being a Spanish player. But what would she have to do perhaps to adapt her game from enjoying playing on clay to being able to enjoy some success on grass? What's she going to have to change?
Well, she needs to be ready because Ash Barty on a grass court will look to rush her and take time away, particularly on that forehand wing of Suarez Navarro. She's got quite a big swing on that forehand, and under pressure it can break down. The backhand, she never has used her slice backhand as much as you would expect for someone who possesses a really good slice backhand. Suarez Navarro is one of the few female players out there with a single-handed backhand, but likes to hit over it, and she's got wonderful timing. But out here on a grass court against Ash Barty, she needs to be sharp, she needs to be ready, and she needs to be prepared to take chances, because you don't take out the world #1 without going outside of your comfort zone and taking those chances, taking those opportunities when they arise.
Can I just ask, when you're playing somebody for the first time, these two haven't met before, how long does it really take to suss out each other's games, even though you know how the other person plays? You haven't faced them across the net before.
Yeah, it will certainly take a few games for them to settle and just, you know, get used to the ball speed of each other's. But although they may not have played a professional match against each other, I have no doubt these two would have spent a fair bit of time out on the practice courts at different tournaments practicing together. And I know Ash Barty works with, you know, through Tennis Australia, they've got someone doing the video analysis, and so she would have done all her homework, and tactically she's very astute.
So, ready to go, Ashley Barty against Carla Suarez Navarro. You can join the commentators for this one on centre court.
Ready? 15 love.
Not a bad way to start for the woman who has served more aces than any other player on the tour this year.
30 love.
And she's going to stay there at this rate. And that might surprise many of you. Barty standing at just 5'5", which is not tall for a tennis player.
But she's so technically sound on that serve. Gets every inch of her body into the shot. Good extension. Can produce a lot of pace.
Again, but
The world #1 with a very confident start to her opening match at Wimbledon. A love hold for her first service game against Carla Suarez Navarro. Ash Barty, you can continue watching the world #1 if you go to Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. You can keep an eye on that match. The weather here is getting a little windy. There's a drop of rain in the air. I don't really want to say it. I feel like I'm going to jinx it if I say that, but it is a little changeable. But obviously matches are continuing all around Wimbledon on the outside courts, all around the grounds.
Some rather ominous-looking dark clouds above centre court there. And, you know, from a player's perspective, when you know the weather's going to be changeable, I suppose you're lucky if you're playing on centre court and court 1 because you know your match is going to take place because of the roof. There might be a slight delay while they put the roof on. But for players on those other courts, it can be quite difficult to prepare, can't it? Because you're looking at the sky, you've got to eat, you've got to do your warm-up. That can be quite a challenge. It
is a challenge, and I reckon they've probably got 10 different weather apps downloaded on their phone. Everyone thinks they're an expert by the end of the championships on, trying to predict the weather. But it's difficult. You know, there's all the things you've mentioned, but it is what it is, and you've just got to remind yourself it's the same for your opponent. What players like to do is just take themselves off to a quiet spot in the players' area and really not get involved in too much, well, a bit of banter here and there, but not too much, because they just want to remain focused, not waste too much energy and stay in their own little bubble in the bubble. Yeah.
They're also staying in a slightly different place this time because they're in a hotel which is a little bit further away, so they're not within walking distance of maybe the houses that they would have had initially. So they do need to factor in, as I think we all have realised this morning and yesterday morning, things are very different around the grounds and when you're coming in. You do need to factor all of that in this year, don't you? So you do need to make sure that you think about those things.
Yeah, you'd definitely be getting to the grounds, or having to leave anyway to get to Wimbledon way sooner than you would have done otherwise. That commute from central London can be unpredictable, but I'm told on average they can do it in about half an hour or so. Yeah, and you've also, I guess, depending on if you are on one of the outside courts for the players, you are set up in different areas around the ground. So those players playing on courts 14 to 17, or this side, sorry, 14 to 18, are all kind of hanging out in Orangian. That's where they have to prepare. That's where they have their lunch, and they use the facilities there. Those who are competing on the other side of the grounds use the main player area, and due to social distancing, there's way more space than there ever has been in previous years. So, you know, there's plenty of room to spread out and, just kind of stay in the zone.
It's futile trying to predict the weather and the London traffic. We're not even going to try. Let's go over to court 1. We've been focused on the ladies' singles so far. Men's match, Alexander Zverev. When will he win his first Grand Slam title? The big serving German, the number 4 seed, taking on Talon Griekspoor of the Netherlands. And Zverev is serving at 5-3 in the opening set.
another big serve gives him 30 love.
30 love. I guess we can call that his par today on the big firsts. 137 miles an hour, 2 of them in a row. Can't get the ball back in play. The serving is big. It's well directed. And just short of half an hour played. And that's going to make me hungry. How come Mum's got a burger?
Yeah, man. First set.
And a hold to love. Very sound, mature play. Griekspoor ruining his opportunities.
6 games to 3.
We saw somebody just looking up, one of the spectators up at the crowd, a chance of precipitation. Just put it a few percentage points.
We have a roof, and it's raining.
Alexander Zverev having a rather humorous discussion with the umpire there. It's raining. No, it's not. It's raining. No, it's not. it is here, isn't it? A few spots dropping on our heads here at Wimbledon. Don't forget you can continue watching that match on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. Both of those roofs on court 1 and centre court are off at the moment. And we were saying there just before we went to that match, actually, Alexander Zverev, people wondering, you know, is he the next cab on the rank really to win a Grand Slam title, because he's seen some of those other players around him in his age group winning a title at this level. Do you think he'll start to feel like it's got to be me next, the pressure will build?
You know, I think the pressure is always there, but Sasha Zverev is someone, to me, who doesn't really lack the confidence or belief. You know, should he find himself in that situation, he has got the game that is dangerous, and he can be a threat on any surface. And you know, he's just got to trust and believe that his time will come. But he is one of a few guys of that generation who have the ability to I guess replace the big three.
Do you see any of them doing it at this tournament? Any of those younger players?
No, I must say I find it really hard to see past Novak Djokovic in the men's game at this year's Wimbledon Championships. He's the clear favourite. He looked good after the first set against Jack Draper yesterday. He was kind of back in work mode and was pretty efficient, getting the job done there. But yeah, right now, I don't know, maybe towards the end of this week, and once we've seen a few more results and seen more tennis, we can kind of make a decision there who's looking really hot, who's not.
Absolutely. Thanks, Anne. We'll be back with you in just a second. Let's get back out to see some action. Court 3, a real treat for the spectators down there. Venus Williams, what a great champion, against Mihaela Buzanescu in that match that started at 11 o'clock UK time. Set all, 5-3 to Venus. Here she is serving for a place in the second round.
Oh. No holding back on that backhand.
She believes.
Yeah, body language tells you everything you need to know. She does believe.
Love 30.
She'd like that one back. Unforced error on a second serve at love 30. That's a big point to make an error on. That's a great serve from Venus Williams, and it just sort of followed Buzanescu. She tried to get out of the way of it. Vintage Venus. 40-30. From love 30 to match point number 2 in the blink of an eye from Williams.
Yes. The family have been through the ringer today, and for many, many years, watching their sister, their daughter, she's not going to give it to her.
Yes. Certainly once Venus Williams has good net position, it's hard to get over her or around her. Played a good slice backhand there. Easy pickings with the overhead.
Yeah, just ask the likes of Lindsay Davenport and Justine Henin and Marianne Barty, the players she beat in her 5 Wimbledon finals. Did so well to fend off the joint fastest serve of the match so far, 113 miles an hour.
Almost an identical point there, wasn't it? Williams hitting a good serve, getting the short return on the backhand side, coming in up the line. That was a hard attempt at a pass. The ball didn't get up very high at all for Buzanescu. Terrific point from Buzanescu, right from the return of serve, which was just centimetres from the baseline. Is really giving herself every opportunity here to break again and to extend this match.
Yes.
First serve, big ground stroke. It's like money in the bank throughout her career.
Well, that's 3 break points she saved in this game, Venus Williams. Can she force her way over the line? anybody who's been lucky enough to have a seat inside this arena will count themselves very, very fortunate indeed. Third match point. Williams, 41 years of age, still a champion, and showing exactly why. She has won 5 Wimbledon titles, and she's not finished in this sport yet. Those are quite lovely scenes, Liz.
They certainly are, David. You know, we talk about what a great career she's had, and even just to be back here at Wimbledon is just a joy. You can just see that she loves the place. You know, 5-time champion, 4-time runner-up, multiple doubles titles and mixed titles, and you know, that's what keeps her playing. I'm sure Wimbledon has kept Venus Williams playing into her.
Done. Well, that's not in the textbook, but it was very effective. And look at this. This is everything you would tell somebody if you were teaching them not to do. Very unusual shot, but how effective was that?
Ah, beautifully done. A little bit of magic happening for both players now.
Oh! It's on the line! He thinks that deserves a bit more applause, and he gets it. And how have we missed this?
We've been asked for a few shots of the day, and that
30-15
is going to be tough to beat, not only for shot of the day, shot of the tournament.
She loves that backhand down the line, Keys. She's hit a number of them already in the match. She just swivels so beautifully off the front leg.
Oh, and he's done it. What a terrific retrieval from Sinner.
Oh, that's brilliant.
It's on the line.
That is brilliant from both players. Best point of the match. That backhand there from Batusa Agu was unbelievable.
Oh, yes. Just when she thought she'd won the point, she had to dig a little deeper.
He's got it, you know. That is unbelievable. You doff your cap to the man. He was 5-love down, and he was completely and utterly out of this. That was beautifully handled, and that was perfection.
Oh, Monfils is feeling it now, and a little bit of high-stepping before he makes his way back to his mark beyond the baseline. A tweener deflecting the net cord, and he still finds the range.
In SW19, you see many things over the next 2 weeks, but none bling quite like the Mayor of Merton. Mr. Mayor, Michael, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much, and looking forward to the day.
Can we talk about your incredible bling, because it really is impressive, sir?
This is the chain for what was Wimbledon Borough, is now Merton, and it's 1907, I think it dates back to. So it's not often out, it's quite delicate, but as a special occasion, we wore it for today, for Wimbledon.
And this is a special occasion for many reasons. Obviously, Wimbledon, we always love Wimbledon, but specifically the context of what it comes in. Can you talk about kind of the challenges of the last 18 months for this area?
It's been tough. We've had a lot of people who have had to work from home, but also a lot of people who, in parts of the borough, that couldn't work from home. So they've struggled with food and education. That's the real impact, where children have not had disrupted education. We've many donations of laptops and phones, so children can work from home and young people can work from home and can try and study as much as they can. But it's been tough. So something like this is a big event to celebrate.
And I think before we kind of get on to the celebration is the fact that we talk about lockdown being difficult for us. It's almost an inconvenience. We don't like it. But financially, it's been almost unimaginable for many people.
It has. For many people who are working in service industry, hotel industry and the like, and catering, so they've really suffered. And local shops and businesses have had to close and furlough, and some have laid some staff off, sadly. So we hope that recovery is going to be quick and sustained.
Indeed, and one of the positives is a project that you're a part of, involving a park very near here.
Yes, it's we've got a lot going on, and we're trying to. You mean the actual Wimbledon here?
Absolutely.
Yes, I mean I know the Wimbledon Foundation is involved in supporting local education, local causes, as well as some international ones as well, and the partnership with WaterAid is good. So I think that it's all part of that building back and trying to build the economy up, but also build people and build hope.
What's kind of your role as a mayor? Because we think of a mayor, we think, hear ye, but it's a lot more than that.
I mean, the role of the mayor is to be the first citizen of any borough, and so therefore you're the voice of the whole population locally, really. It's apolitical once you become the mayor for the year, but your role is to really thank people, to get round and see people who actually oil the wheels of community and keep things going. And you'd be surprised how many people there are involved in all sorts of projects locally that really make people's lives better.
So with that in mind, I won't ask you to list them perhaps exhaustively, but who are the sort of the unsung heroes of this area that we don't know about perhaps?
Many. Well, my focus for this year is to support carers, or to highlight the work of carers. There have been many who care for relatives or for neighbours and the like, and particularly the school children who are carers at home within the family. So I think I'd like to celebrate carers, and my two charities this year are Marie Curie and Christian Care Association Merton, both of which, one deals with asylum seekers and those have no recourse to public funds, and Marie Curie deals with people approaching the end of their lives and supporting the families so that they have a life with dignity at home.
Which is it goes without saying the importance of that. Can I just ask, as a mayor, what does it mean to you to have this title for the year?
It's, well, I was first elected to the council in 1990, although I had a break because I worked in South Africa for a while about 10 years ago. So I've been on the council for a lot of that time, since 1990. But I grew up in Merton. I was born in the borough, and I used to come here in the 60s when you used to queue outside in your school uniform and get a ticket given to you by someone coming out of centre court. So it's happy memories here.
And while you were a school child, did you ever think you'd be in the Royal Box watching Roger Federer?
No, I didn't. My first player I ever saw here was Rod Laver.
Oh, wow, so we are going way back to the absolute legends.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Mayor, it's been an absolute pleasure. Have an amazing day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Francis, huge congratulations. What an unbelievable win, your first top 5 win of your career. Can you reflect on the match for me?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great match. I mean, from the start, pretty much, I was super excited about it. I was, no real nerves going in, just pure excitement. I was ready to go since the Gauff came out, see how it can, torment him out there. And, from the first return winner, I was ready. I got the crowd with me early, which was big. And yeah, these wins are definitely special.
What's it like when you're playing someone of that caliber, so in form, and you're playing unbelievably well? In your mind, you beat him in straight sets. Is there a point where you go, yeah, I've got him?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, after, I saw how the first was playing out a little bit, like, 2-1 me up a break, 2-2 me up a break, I was like, I kind of like how this match is folding right now. Obviously, they're going to make, adaptations and, change the games. He's there for a reason. And what he did, he started finding his game a little more. But, I thought he played a flawless match. It's one of those days where I was able to connect the dots and kept making him uncomfortable. And I think that was pretty much the difference.
And we know you love a crowd. We know you love the big stage. Can you tell me what it was like? Because obviously we didn't have Wimbledon last year. It's so special to have 50% capacity here and on such a big court as well.
Man, it didn't feel like 50 in there. It felt like
look at your face. It's just gone.
It felt like it felt like a whole 100. I mean, they were going crazy in there. It was so fun. It almost got me emotional at the end. Them constantly keep clapping and getting for me. Especially I've been struggling. Trying to get my ranking back up and. Having a moment like that was definitely big, and that's why you work. I mean, that's why you put in all the work. So to have moments like that.
And now, how do you build on the momentum of such a big victory as well? It's a first round match, such a big win for you. How do you take that? Because you have been playing some great grass court tennis as well in the lead up. How do you do that? Use that and move forwards?
Yeah, I mean, enjoy it for the rest of the day. Thank God you have the day off. You don't got to play tomorrow, so you can settle in a little bit. But again, I mean, look, I mean. It's only a great opportunity if you use it, right? So, take it in, relax a little bit, have a little practice tomorrow, and get back to it. I mean, hopefully I can, really use this thing and go for a run.
Very cool character. Francis Tiafoe, who beat the 3rd seed Stefanos Tsitsipas yesterday at Wimbledon. Probably the shock so far of Wimbledon, I would say. It was fascinating to see how he competed in that match in the first round. And his fashion is also something I'm intrigued with. When he went into the press conference yesterday, he was wearing a T-shirt that had Arthur Ashe, the former Wimbledon champion from 1975, who was wearing a big fur coat on his T-shirt. And he looked pretty cool there as well when he was talking to Jenny, didn't he? He's just such a great character, and he is into the next round. But I think one of the points that Jenny made there, which is really important, is how you then cope with all the attention and play in the next round, because he really has to calm down and think about what's happening next. We saw before that Venus Williams, the 5-time champion, going through in her first round match. She beat Mihaela Buzarnescu. That was a 3-set match. She won her first Wimbledon in 2000, 21 years ago, still competing here at Wimbledon. The covers are on the outside courts at the moment. There was a little bit of drizzle in the air, but that is disappearing again, so hopefully we'll have some play very soon. Let's go across to Australia now and to speak to Steph Brantz, who is over there listening and watching Wimbledon. Very late night for you, I would imagine. But as we said yesterday, a bit of coffee, you're all ready and all perky and ready. And Ash Barty, the world #1, is playing on centre court. What have you made of her match so far?
Well, before it was suspended by rain, I think she's going to possibly have a tough one against Suarez Navarro. But what a huge occasion for her. And can I just say, I always seem to join you when it's raining. So I'm not sure that I'm bringing the bad weather to you, but that may well be the case. But for Ash, she has the honour, of course, of opening day 2 and opening the women's on centre court. And that's huge. I know it was because Halep went out injured, but giving Ash that top billing, I think, is a wonderful occasion for her. She's had a great year. Of course, she missed that last year after she won at Roland Garros. And since then, well, she's made 4 finals. She's won 3 of them, been in fantastic form. But what I do worry about her is how her body's going to hold up. At the Australian Open, we saw a lot of heavy strapping on her thigh. She said it wasn't bothering her too much, but she never does say that any injury is bothering her. And when she was asked prior to Wimbledon how she was going with the hip injury that saw her withdraw at Roland Garros, she said she was good to go, but she stopped short of saying that she's 100% fit. However, she has got such a deadly serve and slice game, which on this surface, I think it should be enough against Suarez Navarro, who we can't forget, it's such an emotional return to Wimbledon for her. And after she was really robbed of playing in front of a crowd in Paris, it's great to see them back in front of fans.
Yeah, it certainly is. Steph, stay there. We'll be back with you in just a second to talk more about that match. But let's catch up with Jenny, who's around the grounds.
Yes, I am exactly, Adam, around the grounds. I'm actually, to be honest with you, over at the Orangi practice area. And let me tell you, it's an absolute hub of activity. I've been watching here for the last, 10, 15 minutes or so, and there is so much to tell you of what has been going on. Let's start with over on court 15. You can't quite see it from here, but you can see one of the sides of people, and it was Novak Djokovic, world number one, practicing there. Obviously beat Jack Draper yesterday in that 4-set match. But the interesting thing was who he was practicing with, and it was Francis Tiafoe. Of course, we mentioned just moments ago that massive win against Stefanos Tsitsipas, the biggest win of his career. And then we turned around and Andy Murray was just behind us. Francis Tiafoe and Novak Djokovic had just finished their practice. They'd walked off, and Francis Tiafoe goes after Andy and says, "Hey, Sir Andy." And they had a nice wee chin wag. They're good friends. I've seen them on the player lawn a couple of years ago, throwing balls at each other, practicing. So really a lot going on here at Orangi. Behind me also, Jelena Ostapenko, 2018 semi-finalist here at Wimbledon, practicing. She'll take on Leila Fernandez in her first round. Behind me, a few moments ago as well, you can't quite see, you might see in the distance, was Italian world number 9, Matteo Berrettini. He obviously had that wonderful run at Queen's, winning that title, his first title on grass. He'll play Guido Pella in his first round match tomorrow. And of course, well, finally, we had over in the far corner, you can't see either unless you have 20/20 vision, of course. We had a bit of a Russian practice between Karen Khachanov and Andrei Rublev. It'll be interesting to see how deep they can go. They were tested in their first round matches, came through those in 4 sets. So guys, so much going on over here. Let me tell you, it's wonderful to be here at Orangi.
Yeah, it's such a hive of activity, Jenny, isn't it? And to see behind the scenes the players up close and personal. Well, there, our cameras did manage to capture Francis Tiafoe and Andy Murray having a bit of a laugh with each other. And that, Carthy, really plays into how much of a character that Tiafoe is, isn't he? We saw it in that interview when he was on court too. He's clearly enjoying his tennis and enjoying his experience here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, that's what was making me laugh, actually, just seeing that. He just looks like he's having so much fun. And that's when you become even more dangerous as a tennis player like Francis Tiafoe, who has the massive game, but also he's relaxed because he's enjoying the tennis here. He's enjoying being around characters like Andy Murray and Novak Djokovic and being put in that category with them. And his coach there, Wayne Ferreira, who's just behind his shoulder, I heard talking this morning, saying that what they are trying to do is just get him to concentrate a little bit on his next round match. And I'm sure that somebody like Andy Murray can probably give him a bit of help and advice on that side as well. So it is fantastic to see him enjoying himself at Wimbledon so much.
Absolutely, and Stephanie Brantz is still with us. We saw Andy Murray there, Steph. I don't even know what time it would have been for you guys down in Australia to watch that match. We were entertained, certainly here in London. Did you manage to see any of it? And how widely is Andy Murray supported down there?
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I have 2 children that are in half English, so they had a huge interest because, of course, we'll call him from Great Britain rather than saying he's a Scot. So they followed him quite closely. They're also keen to see Dan Evans after he's going to progress as well. But it was the wee small hours. It was great to see Andy back out there. And I love that when he was, the commentary team was asked, how is he moving? And they were saying, oh, we haven't actually noticed that, which means that his first match back with that new hip, if you like, is not proving to be too difficult. And he just looks like he's delighted to be actually just back out on the court. I'm not sure how far we would project he's going to go, but it's fantastic to see him out there, moving freely and just enjoying life again. And it's always a treat when you see Andy Murray smile, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And the crowd really enjoyed all of that as well, Stefan. We do have a crowd here at Wimbledon, which is partly because they're involved in this government testing programme, which is why they're allowed to be here in the numbers that they are. We've got 50% crowds at the moment inside the stadium and outside around the grounds. But in Australia, it made such a difference, didn't it, to have all those players seeing the crowd around them. How much did you get the impression that players really now need that, and some of the players in particular need that audience and crowd around them to show off a little bit?
Well, I think you're both aware of the situation when it is quiet. And I'm sure you were there in the days leading up to Wimbledon at the All England Club, where there's no one around and it's all very quiet. You can see the players having a hit out, and it's all just very silent and almost a little bit eerie. And I was doing the role that you two have at the Australian Open, and I had a seat above centre court. And when the fans, when in that snap lockdown and they were sent home for 5 days, it just looked like a training run. There's no energy, and you feel like the players can't lift for that sort of occasion. And there are some players that really require that. We saw on one of the other courts when Nick Kyrgios played, how much he plays up to a crowd, and he seemed to drop a few levels when there were no fans. So to some players, it really matters a lot. And every single one in their post-match interview talked about how important having the crowd support was. It makes the event, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and I think deep down they're all entertainers, aren't they? They enjoy playing, tennis at the highest level, but also playing in front of great crowds. We were talking quite a bit about Ash Barty before. She comes across, we've seen some bits from her press conferences and the media day interviews. She's a real fan's favourite. She talks so well, kind and funny. How is she viewed in Australia? Is she a darling of the tennis public down there as well?
She is absolutely the sweetheart of the tennis public. Everyone loves her, and we love that. They think she's an overnight success, some people who came late to the Barty party, if you like. But of course, she had that long period, particularly playing doubles with Casey Dellacqua. Then she took a break. She went off to play cricket for a while and proved completely adept at that. I also know she's a talented golfer because she spoke after the lockdown when she spent some time in Queensland in her year off and just worked on her golf game and went to the footy. And she was all over social media and the news having a beer, watching her Australian rules footy team. And it just endears her to the public. She's so real. And I'm sure you've both spoken to her. She's an absolute delight. Win, lose or draw, she is always polite. She always answers all the questions. She's never churlish. And while she can be quite direct if she's not keen on one of your questions, she's always nothing more than pleasant and delightful. And she's such a good exponent of, the Australian ethos and what Australians love about sending their athletes overseas. And she's completely tiny. You can see there also how strong she is on your screen. She is one set up, taking the first set 6-1 over Suarez Navarro. But what I love about Ash today, she's wearing that scallop skirt, which I'm sure you've mentioned is that tribute to Evonne Goolagong's 50th anniversary of when she won here when she was just 19 years old. So wonderful footsteps to follow in for Ash Barty.
Yeah, I actually was quite keen to talk about the fashion whenever we could, so I'm glad you've brought in the scallop skirt there. As you mentioned, Ash Barty taking that first set 6-1. This is the start of the second set. Now we'll see. Do you expect her to go particularly far in this tournament and potentially win it?
Oh, it seems like we've had a bit of a connection issue with Stephanie. We'll try and get her back as quickly as we can, but we can join the commentators for the start of this second set on centre court.
In the second set, Suarez Navarro's got to find ways to get a little more aggressive, to try to push Barty around a little bit more and then capitalize at the end of games. She had a couple of opportunities. That has to give her a little positive energy.
It's a fairy tale that she's out here, and I think we have a match between two women who realise that there are bigger things in life than winning a tennis match.
Yeah.
Barty has also been through some very tough times in recent years.
playing a very measured match, very disciplined tennis. Using the slice beautifully until she got a ball a little bit higher that she could hit out on.
It's a perfect combination, isn't it? The two-handed hit backhand and the one-handed slice.
Just died on the court. It's not many players with a two-handed backhand that can hit the slice so comfortably, that can go seamlessly between the slice and the topspin. But that time, Suarez Navarro getting just the right placement on her slice.
In a way, Chanda, when we stopped after 12 minutes because it started drizzling and Carla was just about to hold her second service game to level up at 2-all, it was the worst possible time for Carla, wasn't it? I mean, we're so lucky to have a roof, but she needed to start. I'm sitting here thinking now she needed to keep going.
Yeah. That would be a big help if Carla, if she could hold here and kind of reset here in this second set, but didn't start well those first 2 points out of the break. An important hold at the start of the second set for Carla Suarez Navarro after Ash Barty, the world #1, took the first set 6-1. You can continue watching that match on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. As you can see, the roofs are on centre court and court #1, and the covers are on the outside courts. I think we might be expecting a bit more rain quite soon. Oh, some of them are on and some of them are off. There's a bit of a mixture going on, which is kind of how it feels in the air at the moment, isn't it? There's some rain, but we also think that it will last for a little while and then we'll be fine again and we'll get through the rest of the matches, is the plan anyway.
How very British that it's raining in one part of the grounds and not the others.
Happens quite a lot, doesn't it? There seems to be a bit of a microcosm in some areas of Wimbledon around the ground, and you can get rain patched over here but not over here.
Yeah, it's happened a few times. I remember speaking to one of the groundsmen. He said, yeah, it happens often. North end of the grounds it'll be raining, south end they'll have the covers off, or vice versa. But hopefully those clouds move away and we can enjoy the tennis late in the day here on day 2 at the championships. Now I'm told that Stephanie Brantz is back with us. The connection has resumed, Stephanie. We will persist, there you are. We were saying about Venus Williams earlier. We saw her through to the second round. Just amazing to see her still doing it really at Wimbledon and playing to such a high level and enjoying her tennis as well. And that's, I think, you know, players, particularly in the ladies' game, they get the latter stages of their career and perhaps things pull them in a different direction and they feel the time is right for them to step away from the sport. But someone like Venus, who she said in interviews many times that she just loves competing and wants to be out there as long as she can.
And we love watching her, don't we? It's always a treat to see Venus Williams on court. I love just watching her as an athlete. She's so physically strong and she's almost Panther-esque when she plays. It's that grace that she's got all over the court. Something I'm particularly looking forward to is her matchup with Nick Kyrgios in the mixed doubles, two athletically prime athletes. That is going to be a showstopper. I can't wait for that. But it's so good to see her through to the second round and the unbridled joy on her face. For both her and Frances Tiafoe, you just saw them look absolutely delighted. And that's what brings you real joy when you're watching these Grand Slams.
Yeah, it's such fun to see them enjoying themselves, isn't it? You mentioned Nick Kyrgios. He's also been talking about how relaxed he feels and feels as if he hasn't really got a care in the world anymore now that he has taken such an enforced break from the tour with the pandemic, but then decided after that not to come back and play very much at all. So this is the start of him returning to tennis. What do you think we'll see when he plays his first round match?
Well, I think Relaxed Nick Kyrgios, Carthy, is a very dangerous thing indeed, and woe betide anyone that is in his path. Although he may just have met his match in this first round, I don't think it's a matchup either of these two wanted. He's playing Ugo Humbert, and that's a rematch of the second round at the Australian Open. Kyrgios took that in 5, and it was 5 tough sets, so I can see this one absolutely going the distance again. And in true Nick style, of course, when the draw was done, he put on his Instagram, "Sheesh, Ugo, not again, man," as a comment on how much he was dreading having that first round matchup. But Nick Kyrgios really impressed me over the period that he spent back at home in Canberra. He almost became the voice of reason when we saw all these other tournaments going on around the world and COVID spreading, and he seemed to be very reasonable, which is not always what you expect of Nick Kyrgios, but he's another one that you just love watching play. When he's on, he's really on. And I know it frustrates people immensely that he doesn't live up to his billing, but I think it's their expectations, perhaps not his own. He always says he only wants to play when he enjoys it. And when he does, you can just see how good he could be. So hopefully he could go quite deep. But wow, what a tough first round clash, because Ugo Humbert is in some phenomenal form. Of course, he's just won at Halle and he looks great. He did well in 2019 here on this surface, and that's going to be a really difficult one for Nick Kyrgios. But we've got Australians dropping like flies, so we really need Kyrgios to stay in for the long haul. Can see that de Minaur is clinging on by the skin of his teeth, and he's 6-3 down in a 4th set tiebreak against Sebastian Korda. So it's looking like an ominous day for the Aussies after Sam Stosur also went out.
Yeah, not the greatest, but we got fingers crossed for Nick Kyrgios. It should be, as you said, a really, really entertaining match against Ugo Humbert. We can only hope for the same kind of entertainment we had in that Australian Open match earlier on in the year. Stephanie, we'll let you go. We'll speak to you very soon. Thanks for joining us here on the Wimbledon Channel. It's time for us to go around the grounds again and catch up with Radzi.
John Sparks, the Chief Executive of Crisis. Welcome to Wimbledon.
Thank you. Just an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
It's great to have here, and it's great to talk about the phenomenal work that Crisis do. What exactly is that for the uninitiated?
So Crisis is the national charity for people facing homelessness. We work with thousands of people each year, helping them to recover from the trauma of homelessness, finding them a home, tackling health and well-being issues, building their self-esteem and helping them to move away from homelessness for good.
Homelessness during lockdown is something that kind of got addressed partly by moving some people into hotels, not everybody. What do you think will be the lasting legacy of this time?
So the pandemic really hits people experiencing homelessness very hard, because clearly when we're being asked to wash our hands, to self-isolate, to stay at home, these are things that people who are experiencing homelessness find really, really difficult. So it hit them very hard. But the response from charities, from governments, from local authorities was just phenomenal in helping people to get to the safety of self-contained rooms. So what I hope the legacy is that we see what's possible when we all work together to tackle homelessness. Now, clearly booking people into hotel rooms hasn't ended homelessness, but it's absolutely shown what can be done when we work together.
Which is great to hear. Can we talk about the Wimbledon Foundation and how they've possibly helped what you've done as well?
So the Wimbledon Foundation support has been absolutely invaluable. There are more than 200 people now who were experiencing homelessness who are now settled into their own home, thanks directly to the support of the Wimbledon Foundation.
That, just as a stat alone, that's absolutely phenomenal. 200 people whose lives they can influence so many people around the country. And also there's a really nice connection with Wimbledon to do with the towels. Can you tell us about that?
That's right. Of course, there were a number of towels that weren't used last year, and thankfully the Wimbledon Foundation spotted that opportunity, because who doesn't need a decent towel? And certainly people experiencing homelessness, whether they're on the streets or whether they're in temporary accommodation, they certainly did appreciate a really nice towel. So thank you for that as well.
John, thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for your time, and have an amazing day today.
Thank you very much.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
Here we are at Wimbledon and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age, her very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where are the strawberries?
We're out.
You cannot be serious.
With championship points.
Well, I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Professor Peter Scott from the UK Met Office to talk all about climate change, something that is extremely important in the modern day world at the moment. So I guess I just want to start with, where are we at with climate change, because it's a very hot topic right now.
Yes, well, where we're at with climate change is we're seeing the impacts of climate change. So we're seeing heat waves, droughts, floods, heavy rainfall events. I mean, just this week, actually, Canada has broken its all-time temperature record of over 47 degrees in British Columbia. So it's very clear that climate change is with us, but I think we also know that there's a lot we can do by reducing greenhouse gas emissions to avoid the worst effects of climate change in the future.
Well, what exactly can we do to reduce them?
Well, the first point to make is that we need to eliminate, actually, our emissions of carbon into the atmosphere. This is the greenhouse gas that's causing the issue, and there is many things that can be done. I mean, for example, in the UK, our electricity generation has changed enormously in the last few years, much more towards renewables, solar and wind power, and away from coal and oil and gas and so on. But there's many more things that all of us can do in terms of changing our diets, for example, change the way we heat our homes, change the way to travel to work. And if we can do these things in a way that reduces our own emissions, then collectively that will make a huge difference.
And Wimbledon specifically, what changes? I'm not sure exactly how long you've been studying it with Wimbledon as well. What changes have we seen over, the past 25 years, and then flying into the future, what can we expect to see at the rate that we're going at the moment?
Well, what we've already seen is that global temperatures are over 1 degree Celsius warmer than they were in pre-industrial times. And that's because the carbon dioxide is 50% higher than it was in pre-industrial times now. And that has meant that in the UK, temperatures have warmed up by over 1 degree. And that also means that the risk of very extreme temperatures has increased quite significantly, actually. So, for example, in 2019, we saw the record temperatures ever in the UK of 38.7 degrees Celsius. Really, really hot temperatures. And what we've done at the Met Office is we've projected into the future to imagine what Wimbledon could look like in the 2050s. And what that shows is that these sorts of very extreme temperatures, the really high 30s, even perhaps 40 degrees Celsius, we could see those at Wimbledon. And these are the sorts of temperatures that even elite athletes, will challenge them. So this is the sort of thing we need to be aware of, we need to try to adapt to. And I mean, we've seen, of course, at the Melbourne, the Australian Open, the impacts there of these extreme temperatures on the players. And so potentially even Wimbledon could need to make these sorts of adaptations.
Well, with Wimbledon kind of really driving sustainability and trying to lower their emissions as well, do you think that maybe some other big events in the world should use Wimbledon as a role model, and specifically in tennis? I mean, plastics is something that needs to be reduced in tennis too.
Well, that's right. I think it's great to see that, for example, we can all keep using our bottles for the water and the reusable cups and everything. And I mean, many other events are doing this as well, which is really, really good, isn't it? And I think the other point is about the awareness. I mean, obviously the Wimbledon Tennis Championships are a fabulous event that comes down in the calendar, and we of course missed it last year because of COVID. But I think it's very important for the awareness and for people just to think about the fact that climate change is part of our everyday lives now, and just, it's something that will affect all of us, and indeed also affects even the elite athletes as well, and our enjoyment of sport.
And finally, touching on the awareness side of it, what can we do as individuals to improve the situation of climate change? Because a lot of people just aren't quite sure what to do.
Well, there is so much that we can do, and I think what we've also got to remember is that the governments around the world have agreed collectively to bring down emissions, but then that of course requires all of us to do our bit, if you like. So, there's lots and lots of things we can do, even small steps like not taking the car one time, for example, or, walking or cycling if we can, thinking about how we can heat and insulate our homes. Maybe we could eat a bit less meat if we eat meat. All of these things will help drive down our own individual emissions, and then collectively that means that emissions will be driven towards net zero. And I think as individuals, what I find good is the knowledge that the governments collectively have agreed to this mission of going towards what's called net zero emissions. And I think, as peoples, we could also remind our governments about the pledges that they've made as well.
Absolutely. Well, Peter, it's a fascinating topic and one that I'm sure we could chat for a very long time. But thank you so much for joining us on the Wimbledon Channel.
Sure, it's a pleasure. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Jenny. And there we can see the covered courts. Welcome back to Barbados, or as we like to call it, SW19. The rain clouds are above us and it's currently drizzling. It is not looking great here. However, we are still here in fine fettle. Our spirits are still very high. The flag is looking a little bit demure, let's call it, but I have to say, it's volatile weather here. It could be 15 minutes torrential rain. The next 15 minutes could be equatorial. So we're keeping our fingers very much crossed. And Rachel, actually, it has to be said, you've been busy this morning. You've been out and about.
I love though how you said it was drizzling and then it was Barbados and then torrential rain. Radzi, it's very much raining here. It's very horrible.
Positive.
SW19. But yeah, you said I've been out and about because actually earlier on it was actually quite nice. I had a wander on Henman Hill. It's great that the fans are back, obviously, and I wanted to kind of just go and get a vibe of how excited everyone is to be back after, obviously, the kind of like forced hiatus, I'm calling it, of last year. So firstly, I spoke to a couple, Margaret and Marcus. They said they were the M&Ms of Wimbledon.
Nice.
Lovely, I know.
Rapper.
And Margaret, she told me she'd been coming for 50 years.
Wow.
It was the first year, last year, when she obviously wasn't able to come. And she said, oh, I've dragged my husband, Marcus, now for the last 30 years. And her first introduction was as a school kid. They brought the bus down here and she said that was it. She was hooked from then on. And Marcus was like, oh dear, she actually wants to talk to you. So I had a nice little chat with those guys on the hill. And then I went and spoke to another lady called Amy, and she said she'd come all the way down from Inverness. She tried to get a ticket on the app. She was 64,000 in the queue. But what did she do? Kept refreshing. Committed to the cause of getting a ticket. She got the train down from Inverness this morning. She was on her own. I spotted her, Rads, because she was taking some selfies on her own on the hill. And I was like, she's never been here before. She's obviously a newbie to Henman Hill because she was so excited to document everything. And I went up to her and I said, oh, can we have a chat? And she said, only if I can get a selfie with your microphone. I said, yeah, you know, COVID, I'll make sure it's clean first. But yes, you can have a picture. And then finally, even better, I met some Australians as well who obviously hadn't been able to get home for 18 months, they were saying. Indigenous Australians as well, two lovely ladies. They got out their homemade Aboriginal flags as well. Amazing. Because they were super lucky. They'd got centre court tickets to go and watch Ash Barty, so they weren't going to leave all day. Obviously, I think Ash had a bit of a postponement there. Yes. She's back on court now. I think she's taken the first set, but so many fans loving it, and especially if they've got centre court tickets, I mean, they're still going to get loads of action. So I love finding out those stories of people
what it's all about.
Loving Wimbledon, and even after last year, they're back with great spirits, even though it's a little bit drizzly in Barbados SW19.
Rachel, I'm going to put you on the spot with that in mind.
Yeah.
Who do you think love tennis more, Brits or Aussies? Because we both love it. I mean, the fact that they've come all this way, not specifically to see Wimbledon, but they've got the flags out, they're feeling patriotic.
Aussies.
Wow, OK.
Yeah. Anyway, let's hold a thought about Aussies versus Brits, because Jenny's been out and about for us. Where are you, Jenny, now?
I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Fabio Fognini, successful after his first round match. We'll touch on the tennis in a second, but you're wearing a hat. It's summer.
Yeah, because I just finished my match. I went here, so I just need it. I'm 34, so
I don't blame you. The rain is coming in here. But well done today. 3-set victory. How pleased are you? You haven't played very many matches on grass to get that win.
Oh, I'm happy for sure because, I mean, winning 3 sets, especially on this surface, that is not my favorite one. Let's say it's always tough, but you know, I think I played a great match, even if today, again, it's not really good condition.
No, I think you got your match in at the right time because now the rain is on. But what you say grass isn't your favourite surface. What do you need to do in order to try and make it a bit more favourable for you?
For sure, I have to be a little bit more taller because I need to serve a bit better. But no, you know, I mean, I'm just trying to enjoy. As I said before, I'm 24 years old. I never play my best tennis on this surface, of course, but I know at the same time that I can play well too in this surface. But you know, let's say that I'm happy about this match today. Winning 3 sets is never easy, as I said before, and looking forward to play a second round.
Well, you're back at Wimbledon. We obviously had a break for a year. What's it like being back at such a special tournament?
Well, I still have the grass on my house, so maybe practicing with my dagger, but you know, I mean, Wimbledon is a special place for everybody. Playing here, all white, different rules.
You like the rules, huh?
Next question.
Next question, please. Okay, well, obviously the players are in the bubble. How is it going? Because it's a little bit different.
Well, I don't like.
You don't
I don't like. I mean, no. I mean, of course, everybody. I think most of us I don't like because here, especially, are really restrict this rule. But you know, at the same time, we have to be really careful. The virus is not getting on, especially now. Again, here, I heard and I read really bad thing. Hopefully, they're gonna be better. But at the same time, I think it's better for everybody, especially, I mean, for us and for the people that are coming here. The safe is the first thing.
And finally, the people who are here, what's it like playing in front of the British crowd once again?
Well, for sure, I'm happy because I'm this kind of player that I need some spicy matches, and at the same time, well, try to enjoy as much as I can. Of course, I miss them.
Of course. Well, Fabio, I'll let you go and get inside because it is raining, but thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in the second round.
Thank you.
Well, it might be the summer, but Fabio, much watch the Game of Thrones because he's very much a believer of the winter is coming, and it feels like it has kind of arrived here and now. But Stephanie, it's an absolute pleasure to talk to you. And first things first, we're very jealous of the weather that you're in. You're looking tanned. But what do you think? Do you think Aussies or Brits? Who's the most passionate tennis fans?
Oh, I've got to say Aussies, don't I? Come on, we've got the happy slam. What's not to love about tennis here? You get sunburned when you watch tennis in Australia. You can sit in Garden Square and you've got people jumping in and out of the fountains rather than running in and out of the rain. However, there's something so special about Wimbledon, which is why so many Aussies love travelling over to that particular tournament, because going to the All England Club is a really special occasion. But to be honest, if you're watching tennis and you can't actually be on centre court, do you want to be on Grand Slam Oval with an Aperol Spritz? I think you would.
I mean, I think we can feel their lack of presence this time out, because usually you can spot them a mile off, can't you? And they're yellow and green. They're usually over on some of the outside courts. I remember a couple of years ago I met a few of them. They've been coming back every year since. I'm still friends with them on social media, and they're like, "We can't be there this year, Rach." I'm like, no, I know, but obviously I'm here in full force cheering you guys on. But talking about cheering you guys on, it hasn't been the perfect start for you so far, has it? I think we've just heard that Alex de Minaur has also got knocked out in his first round. So disappointing tournament so far for the Aussies, Steph.
Yeah, rubbing that in, Rach. I really appreciate that. We've lost Sam Stosur already. We've lost John Millman. We've got Chris O'Connell hanging in there when he resumes his match against Gael Monfils. But for Alex de Minaur, well, he came off a win in Eastbourne and was looking so absolutely wonderful. But Sebastian Korda, that Korda family, has something about Australia. Sebastian's father, Peter Korda, won the Australian Open. His sister Jessica won the Australian Women's Open Golf. Sebastian himself was a 2018 Australian Open Junior champ. So perhaps it was just the matchup that de Minaur didn't want. And I wonder how tired his legs were, guys, because, of course, there was only that 4-day turnaround, given all those warm-up tournaments were pushed so late. So while de Minaur's a fighter, I wonder whether he just ran out of puff today. It's such a shame.
Also, the way he plays, he's such an athlete. It does make you wonder how much the fatigue would have played a factor. But what is it about Australia and the fact that you guys seem to punch above your weight when it comes to tennis? Leighton Hewitt, one of my all-time favourite players, just seemed to deliver time and time again.
No, absolutely. But going back to, the Rod Laver sort of days that we talk about, we can probably count our stars on one, maybe two hands. We're not prolific in producing champions, and certainly not of late, which is why everyone's getting behind Ash Barty. And Rachel spoke about those Australian fans who are, to be honest, sometimes a little bit cringeworthy when you come across them overseas, and Aussie abroad can be a little bit of a nightmare. But decked out in their hats with corks, and particularly around Ash Barty and the Barty Party, they call themselves the Barty Mites, which is that play on Vegemite, that delicious catering morsel that we offer over here. It is. I think it is such a treat for them to actually have someone to get behind, because Australians, we're a little bit parochial. We do love a winner. We're not great at supporting sports where we don't do very well. So if Ash is going to go all the way, we're behind her 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were actually having a little chat earlier about that you love the Olympics as well, of course. And the Australian tennis team was announced, I think it was late last week. And you're taking a full 11-strong team out there as well. You know, I guess, what is it about tennis, the Olympics, and you guys that love that so much, and the fact that you are sending a strong team out, because so many athletes are deciding not to go, especially tennis stars?
Well, to go back to my last answer, maybe we can win it. So we're a chance of a gold medal. So that might be it. And we do have players. We had Serena Williams has pulled out because she can't take Olympia. So there's all these restrictions around tennis. And tennis is a funny one. It falls into the same basket for me as football at an Olympics, where the pinnacle of your sport is probably not Olympic gold. And I don't know, maybe once you've got Olympic gold, as Serena does, you've ticked that box. Do you really need to go back and get another one? Winning the slams is such a big deal to the tennis players. So I think for the Australians sending such a strong team, it's really exciting because perhaps this time we can finish top of the podium.
Stephanie, is there a sense of when it comes to tennis, usually you represent yourself, whereas at the Olympic Games you represent your country, and Aussies are very proud people. You'll hear the flags get flown. There is a real sense of unity whenever they enter a sporting arena.
Are you calling us bandwagoners? I think that might be where you're heading. No, you're absolutely right. We do love getting behind the green and gold and, as you say, flag waving. And we seem to have players that really enjoy those opportunities to play together because, as you say, tennis is such an individual sport. And we saw it in the Davis Cup as was. And also in the ATP Cup, the joy that these players get in playing together. And to take a male and female team away to the Olympics, that's a very rare opportunity for these players to come together. And I think perhaps there's that feeling of unity, and it takes some of the responsibility perhaps off the individuals and just makes it more enjoyable, though these Olympics are going to look very different. So I hope they get to have as much fun.
Steph, do you also think it maybe is a little point, the fact that they haven't played possibly as much tennis as they would like to have done over the last 18 months or so? So it's just a chance to get more matches, play under their belt as they kind of progress further on this year.
Well, indeed. And you sort of think that when you think of the break that everyone had, it was so long between matches before we came back to the Australian Open at the beginning of this year. And it just felt like, wow, we haven't seen these players forever. And it took quite a few of them a while to get out of the blocks. And they do get quite rusty. They're used to playing this circuit all the way through the year. And I think it's quite challenging. The switching surfaces is something they have to adapt to, but the lack of play was something completely different. So I think the joy of just having tournaments to play, and who knows, in this current COVID normal, as we call it, who knows when the next stop will be. So take advantage of it while you can. And I mean, hey, it gives everyone lockdown at home. And I know that you're now lucky enough to be out, but we're back in lockdown in Sydney. So it's giving us something to watch. So we really appreciate it.
Well, Steph, thank you so much for your time. Genuinely fascinating to speak to somebody on the other side of the planet, and obviously somebody who loves tennis as much as we do. And who knows, Barty could go all the way. We look forward to speaking to you throughout the rest of the 2 weeks. Thank you, Steph. And I have to say, Rach, you mentioned flying flags. My immediate image of seeing an Aboriginal flag is Sydney 2000, Cathy Freeman lighting the cauldron and then winning gold. What a sporting moment that was.
Well, actually, yes, but mine is actually about 2 hours ago when they had the homemade flags on the hill and they were all a bit stuck together, like, we made these this morning. Anyway, let's hold that thought as well. Let's go over to Dan Evans, who got his win over Feliciano Lopez earlier on this morning.
Hi, Dan. Congratulations. That was a very quick and efficient result. Only took 2 hours. How did it go from your performance? How would you rate that result?
Yeah, it was good. It was a good way to come through. You know, as you said, it was pretty efficient, and I thought I played solid tennis and was more controlled than previous matches over the grass. You know, I had to be, as I said in my first press conference, had to be ready from the get-go and really focused and be sharp, and I felt I was. It was difficult. It's always going to be a difficult match against Federer, and I thought, you know, there'd probably be a tie break or two in there, so I was ready to be good in those moments, and you know, I got a bit of luck in the first set tie break after, you know, being up so far, but yeah, I did a good job and I'm happy to come through.
Now, how much is the pressure different now that you're a seed compared to, say, an earlier part of your career?
No, I mean, I don't look at it like that. I go out and try and do the best I can on that day. And listen, I look at the draw. Don't get me wrong, but it's nothing to do with really being a seed. I've always looked at the draws, and that's just been the way I sort of go about it. But there's no real thing about being a seed. It's just I've seen who I play next, and it's another good opportunity to progress. Whoever wins out that match. Yeah.
Okay, Nick Callow.
Hi Dan, congratulations on a great performance. I'm just wondering, you've had been British #1 for nearly 3 years now. You've had some fantastic results, but in this country we often judge people on the Grand Slams and Wimbledon in particular. Do you think you need to have a good deep run here to really sort of get the recognition you deserve? And would you love the fame that, say, Andy Murray's had as being the #1 player?
No, I don't think. Listen, being British #1's great and everything, but my goal is to progress in these tournaments, albeit Wimbledon, US Open, wherever I get the opportunity to. I try and take that chance, but it's again sort of the same with the seeding. I don't think I need to get recognition from outside. I think I put enough work in, and I've got my own self-satisfaction. So it's not, if people, hopefully the people who do watch recognise I'm okay at the sport, but if the people don't think I'm much good, then that's all good as well. So I'm enjoying being out there, and it's just happy to get a win here at Wimbledon. Yeah.
Okay, Simon Cambers. Sorry, go ahead, Nick. You can ask your follow-up.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. So I was going to say, I think people recognise you're a bit more than an average tennis player, Dan. But is there a sort of difference in terms of achievement getting through the rounds in these slams compared to the ATP Tour events?
Yeah, no, I think that's your point is sort of answers in your question. That it's tougher to come through these events, and they're, whichever way you look at it, they're bigger events, they're better events, and they're this is where you want to win matches. I mean, and so that's they're 3 out of 5. It's difficult to win, and that's why I was so adamant on Saturday that the first round was so important. So it's it's been good to come through, and I've obviously got another chance again tomorrow if the weather holds off. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Simon.
Thanks, Dan. Simon Cambs from The Guardian. Dan, I know you've been putting a lot of stress on doing well in the Grand Slams, as you've been saying. Have you been putting a lot of pressure on yourself in those moments? Has it been difficult to sort of play the same free tennis that you've managed on tour as well?
No, I mean, I'm never on a tennis court at the Slams thinking this is big chance, or the Grand Slams are just a bit different. The lead up's different. The crowds are different. Everything's just different. Everybody knows that it's a different tournament. So and everybody knows they're more important. So I don't ever put pressure on myself or stress myself to do well. I would just like to do well, and I think the ultimate goal is to do well in these tournaments, and that's all I'm doing really. I'm not adding pressure to myself. I don't see why I shouldn't have the goal of doing well in these tournaments, but be okay to do well in the tour events. So I think it's only natural to want to do well here, and I don't feel any added pressure. I just that's my goals are to do well in the bigger tournaments.
Okay, Simon Briggs now.
Yeah, hi Dan. I was just looking at the comment you gave to the Daily Mail last week about how British players can be too polite. Sometimes they would rather play a nice match and not upset anybody, which I think is a good point. I mean, when you came to Wimbledon, as a young lad, did you sometimes sense that kind of vibe here as well? Has that ever been something about Wimbledon that maybe matches that attitude in British tennis? And if so, has it changed, or am I barking up the wrong tree?
Can you ask the last bit, literally the last bit of your question? Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know whether Wimbledon sometimes gives off that vibe of politeness and, putting appearances and good behaviour over the kind of competitive spirit sometimes. Whether you found it a natural place, that you kind of get on with.
No, I mean, I come here when I was young, and I didn't, apart from the all white sort of thing, I didn't feel it was, people wasn't being competitive out there or polite. I just think, we have a great, it's a tough way to put it, but we enjoy putting up a valiant effort and not celebrating it, but we put it right out there. You guys as well like to deliver the losses, pretty front page sort of stuff, but not so much I just think it's British mentality is that at the minute, and it can change. And yeah, I don't think we should be celebrating losses. I'm sure it was. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure yesterday was a great experience for Jack Draper, but it's probably he doesn't want to lose that match yet. It's a great experience for him, but Jack Draper, I'm sure, comes here thinking he can win a lot of matches. So, it's been not celebrated, but, it's, just think that's sort of where we're at the minute, and it could be a bit better in my opinion,
Okay, Stu Fraser.
Dan, Feliciano was playing his 77th consecutive Grand Slam, which is obviously a good achievement, and he still looks pretty decent for the age of 39. I just wondered, could you see yourself playing in another 8 years' time?
Yeah, I mean, if I was still at the ranking, but he's a hell of a player to be able to do that. He obviously has a lot of help from his serve. But yeah, I mean, if I was still going, I would definitely, unless I fell out of love with it, I would give it a go. I mean, but I'll be hanging on as long as possible out here. It's a pretty good job to have.
Well, I'm delighted to be joined by the founder of City Harvest, Laura Winningham. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
It's not often you get to speak to a founder of something. Can you tell us all about City Harvest?
Yeah, well, I'm one of the co-founders of City Harvest. We started around 7 years ago, trying to connect any surplus food from any type of food business with people in need. So we started small, but the pandemic created a big spike in the past year, and we've now delivered 21 million meals around London to date.
That's an incomprehensible amount of meals. How did the idea begin?
Well, we knew that in other major cities around the world something like this was done, and it's just a simple solution to food waste, which is a major contributor to climate change. So, sustainable solution for unused food.
And in terms of the Wimbledon Foundation, I believe they help cover some of the costs of that food.
Absolutely. The Wimbledon Foundation has been truly supportive of City Harvest over the last few years. Their support has let us deliver food. We have a fleet of 16 vans that circle around London, and that helps support it. And the food donated, created in the kitchens at Wimbledon over the past year have been a phenomenal, it's been the highlight of the pandemic, if you could call it.
Absolutely.
It's just been the community coming together, and Wimbledon, when the championships were canceled, used their kitchens for the greater good. And these weren't just any meals, these were really wonderful meals that the people in the community that truly either couldn't afford them or access food were able to appreciate. And when they saw the boxes with the Wimbledon label on them, they were thrilled.
In terms of a logistics operation, just how demanding is that? Because 21 million meals, I've got no idea how you go from ingredients, food, cooking, delivery, who gets it?
It's extremely complex because every single day we don't know what food is being donated because that's the nature of the beast of surplus food. We don't know what food's donated, and the charities, we go to around 350. They each have different needs, different dietary requirements, so we have to have a team, a logistics team that's really sharp. And I think some of our team has been very lucky to receive some Wimbledon tickets, and we'll be down here
next week, from what I understand.
So they're thrilled.
So they're going to be enjoying action on court 1, but you're going to get to see the action on centre court, including a fellow American, Serena Williams. It'll be a real treat.
That will be a treat. We're really looking forward to that.
We'll have an amazing day, Laura. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
It was actually after that interview that Laura mentioned to me that 30,000 meals were created in the Wimbledon kitchens here, courtesy of the head chef, Andy. He basically said, because the kitchens weren't in use, why don't we use them and put them to good use? And 30,000 people got to enjoy warm meals. Rachel, just incredible to think that lockdown had so many negatives, but that is one of the abiding positives.
Yeah, I think so many positives, of course, to be taken from the pandemic as well, giving people just a chance to kind of have a pause as well. But I was reading in the Wimbledon compendium earlier on. I love that book, guys. It's like a Bible of all the facts here at Wimbledon. Also the strawberries, because they'd already ordered them, which were going to come here to the All England Club, actually got delivered to the local hospital, which I thought was fantastic as well. So really kind of giving back to the local Merton and Wimbledon community as well. But we're going to go down to court 1 now because there is still tennis happening, even though we have wet weather. Zverev is serving for the match, I believe, right now, so we can go and join comms.
Chinulov.
As a close contact, she has to isolate for 10 days, so she is probably at home watching the tennis on the TV when she might have been a challenger for the title again.
Imagine how frustrated she must be. You know, she was again gaining form. She won a grass court tournament coming into, and you know, she did everything she could, but one member of her team could tested positive, and so are the rules.
(40-15). (40-30). Deuce.
Very quick match so far, only now on 28 minutes of match play.
Well, this has been horrible
Advantage
for Talon Greek sport. He had break points after asking Zverev to serve first, and that was an hour and a half of play ago. He had break points, didn't take them, and there's been only one winner. It's a stunning backhand down the line. Zverev's going to be a factor at this tournament.
6-3, 6-4, 6-1.
Well, they're obviously friends, and that's nice, but that's an absolute hammering. A calm acknowledgement of the crowd, much appreciated here underneath the roof. It started outside, it finished indoors. Not sure what they'll do for matches 2 and 3. There's a 20-minute gap between the matches. One hopes it becomes an outdoor schedule for later on in the day, but we'll see what the weather forecast says. For the qualifier, he earned his place in this draw, but he was well beaten today. And Zverev goes on to play the winner of Norbert Gombos of Slovakia and the delightfully named Tennis Sandgren of the United States. That one's taking place on court 7 now. He's just checking that there is an on-court interview, and there in fact is, because Lee McKenzie is getting into position here, and there's a certain distance that she must maintain, and he too, as he moves all his bags and rackets into position. 6-3, 6-4, 6-1, and Sasha Zverev is through and talking to Lee McKenzie.
Alexander, huge congratulations. Great to see you back here. You made quick work of that one. How would you sum up how you played, and how good does it feel to be back at Wimbledon in front of a crowd?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's great to see that, you know, everything is slowly going back to normal. I'm seeing a lot of people here. I'm seeing people without a mask. It's the moment. The moment I walked out on this court, it made me feel very happy to see everybody here. And I know that a lot of people all around the world have been struggling for the past 18 months. And I think the most important is that this tournament really shows, and I hope it goes smoothly the next 2 weeks, that we can go back to normal. We can, you know, hopefully live a great life. And yeah, I mean, yeah, first of all, thank you for coming out and supporting.
And British summertime can be a little bit unpredictable. So you started in an open court and now we have the roof on. Just explain how much things change when you come back on and you get back into a match with the roof closed. Does it actually change things?
Yeah, I mean, look, I felt comfortable on the court. I mean, while the roof was closing, I can give the Andy Murray interview. I went to the toilet, just the number one and all that.
He started something here for 2 weeks,
yeah,
I think.
I'll leave that to Andy. He's more loved for that kind of stuff. No, but look, it's great that we have a roof on court 1 now as well. I mean, I think Wimbledon is such a historic site, and they keep on improving, and they keep trying to make it better for the players, make it better for the public, and that's why I think everybody loves this tournament, and everybody loves this tournament for 150,000 years, whatever it is already. So, yeah.
Just finally, you have had the crowd on your side for the best part of 2 hours, so I'm going to ask this question carefully. I know you're a big football fan. Will you have time? Will you actually have time to see the start of the match and give us your predictions?
I'm going to give an answer where I'm going to get booed off the court and I'm never going to play here again. Yeah, I mean, I just hope it goes to penalties, and we'll see that.
That is how you navigate a potential banana skin of a question. You act like Wurzel Gummidge and sit very much on the fence. So, hey, Rach, let's talk football just for a nanosecond. What's going to happen, England-Germany?
Well, I think we're still working, so we're going to have like a second screening experience going on. No, I'm joking, we're not going to at all. Oh, we can actually see Wembley over there. They're obviously getting ready for the big match, but it kicks off at 5 o'clock later. But guys, obviously there is tennis going on. Wimbledon hopefully won't be rained off at that point in the afternoon. But obviously, it's coming home, isn't it, Rads?
I mean, it goes without saying it's coming home. I mean, disappointment in English football. Never heard of it before in my life. But back to the tennis for a second, Rach, because in terms of Sasha Zverev, so yeah, number 4 seed, semi-final French, semi-final Australian, final US, never been past the 4th round here at Wimbledon, how much it would mean for him to go deep in this competition.
Yeah, and I think we just saw there how relaxed, obviously, you are relaxed when you've just won a competition because of won a match. But that's what you need. And obviously, we've seen some first-round upsets already, so he'll be looking at that and looking at that in his favour, going, OK, well, some of the top seeds have already been sent home, so, you know, maybe I can go a bit further. And like we keep mentioning, it's a bit more open this year. A couple of the people haven't decided to play for different reasons or a lot of injuries going out, so maybe this is his year. Yeah, who knows? That's what it is. We've got a long way to go yet. I'm going to navigate this downpour as well.
And to that point, one of the benefits of being on centre or court number 1 is you know your schedule. That's going to remain totally undeterred. Whereas if you are in the outdoor courts, you've got the British weather to navigate and you never know what you can predict.
Well, hopefully we don't actually have to play on Sunday. We had to do that, I think it was back in 2016. I was working here that year as well, and it was the first time in forever that we had to play on Middle Sunday. But from next year, we're no longer going to have the rest day, are we, on Sunday? So we're going to play for the entire fortnight as well, which will be quite something for people who are working and for the guys who are playing, because that middle Sunday definitely is needed when you're working at a Wimbledon fortnight, because it's quite relentless, isn't it, down here?
And something that producer Chris pointed out to us is it's also the grass. The grass is something that works as hard as anybody else. Indeed, the grass needs a rest, because you see, especially traditionally, how much, say, on the baseline, you'd see the erosion of the players. I guess the nature of tennis, serve and volley isn't quite so much in the same, but the amount of ground strokes you see that get hit, the courts here take a pounding.
Well, we'll have to ask Neil Stubley that, the head groundsman, because I reckon he'd probably beg to differ. He'd probably go, no, we're experts now. Obviously, the grass and how you look after it is probably advanced, so maybe they don't need a rest, and that's possibly part of that as well. Wow, it's getting even heavier, the rain down here at SW19.
The grass is getting a watering there. That's the good news.
We're sticking on the grass theme because there's no tennis at the moment, of course. But that hasn't deterred the fans. They're here. Brollies are up. And I think, Jenny, I hope you've got a brolly wherever you are around the ground.
Well, I'm now joined by Diego Schwartzman, who was successful in his first round match, which actually took pretty much 2 days because you stopped overnight after 2 sets, defeated Benoit Paire. First of all, can you talk me through what it's like stopping a match overnight?
Well, it's not very easy, but you know, at the end, yesterday was a tough day for Wimbledon, not just for me. Many matches were cancelled and many matches start and just for 1 set or just for a few games. I was quick yesterday, winning 2 sets and coming back for the third today, and I think today it was very quick match, and for me it was great because we finished just before the rain.
Yeah, the heavens have definitely opened, but how difficult is it to kind of switch off overnight but also keep your head in the game for your match?
It was difficult because also playing against Benoit, you never know what he's going to do, so I was just thinking today in the morning to be focused, to be very solid in the baseline, trying to make many first serves and see what happened. I knew already that I was 2 sets up, and it was an important step for me. And today, the first 2-3 games, I played great, and at the end, it was a quick match at the third.
Well, I think it's fair to say that clay is your favourite surface. You haven't played much on grass, certainly in the last couple of years. What are your expectations? Are you simply trying to enjoy your time on the grass courts?
I'm always trying to enjoy, but always I want to win. So I'm here and I come in to win. The preparation maybe was not the best because I didn't play any match before Wimbledon on grass. The last match was 2 years ago, and it was a difficult match here, almost in the second week. But I really like grass. I was practicing very well the days before start here, and I hope to do well. Let's see.
Well, you're up against a Brit, Liam Brodie, in the second round. You've never played him before. What are your thoughts on that encounter? Because the crowd, I'm going to say, will be against you.
I think so, because also I'm Argentina, and we have a fight with England. But it's going to be nice play against a new opponent, a new challenge. He's lefty, so I'm going to see tonight a few videos from him, and let's see what he's doing on grass and what he's doing on tour, and then we'll see what happens tomorrow, but it's going to be a nice match.
Absolutely. Well, Diego, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in the second round. Well done today.
Thank you very much.
I was 10 years old in 1960. Oftentimes, instead of riding the school bus home, I would walk over to my grandfather's house. He'd tune in faraway places on his shortwave radio. And one day, we stumbled across a broadcast of Wimbledon.
Lever muffed the backhand return. Point to Fraser.
I was kind of taken by the score and the game and quickly got interested in all the tradition.
Wimbledon also implies strawberries and cream.
Pretty soon it was like game, set, and match. I just fell in love with tennis. It was 1962 when I was doing the chores here, and all of a sudden I had this vision of this tennis court, a grass tennis court, right here in the cattle feed lot. That dream was fulfilled 40 years later when we built our own. It was 50 years after I first conceived the idea that we arrived to Wimbledon. It's a special place for all of us in the Kewen family.
The Championships, fondly known as Wimbledon, is one of the world's oldest sporting events. Among its many unique qualities are its fans, who travel from far and wide to be part of the magic. These are the stories of their pursuits.
One of the traditions of Wimbledon is that it's our grass court. Even though you come here and you want to see great tennis, everybody's sort of one of their dreams is to actually look at our lawns. For people to get an inspiration from what we do is absolutely fantastic.
I thought he was crazy. We had a horse out there. There were cattle before. It just seemed, what, a tennis court?
You know, I grow corn and soybeans. I did not study turfgrass management. I'm a farmer, and that's what we do for a living. We grow things. There was a lot of preliminary work. There was trees that had to be removed. We brought in 16 truckloads of very sandy soil, 6 rows of drainage tile, 15 pop-up sprinklers. All of the family was very much a part of my passion, and they were part and parcel every step of the way. It was a kind of a best-kept secret till we sent out invitations to all the neighbors and all of our friends, and we opened it up for the first time in the fall of 2003. And that was just the humble beginnings of the All-Iowa Lawn Tennis Club.
May I have your attention, please? We will shortly be opening the gates. In the interest of your own and others' safety.
We love what we do and we're very passionate about the lawns here at Wimbledon, and if we can help people create that mini Wimbledon somewhere else, then we'd love to be involved.
Well, we had a tournament in 2006, and then a pretty famous sports writer, John Wertheim, called and wanted to do a story for Wimbledon issue of Tennis Magazine. Everything changed. At that time, we started accepting reservations, didn't really know what to expect, but through the years, hundreds, if not thousands of people have come here. And of course, my interest in Wimbledon remained, and so I started sending letters to the head groundsman, asking for an internship at the All England Club.
Well, our first thought was, what would this look like? So we went online and actually looked at the court and see it in the middle of the farm, and it had all of the traditional British white picket fence around it, really sort of quaint and very much in the English garden theme. We then got involved. We managed to get Mark over, and he spent the season with the grounds crew during the championships of 2012.
I'll never forget it. The first time I laid my eyes on center court, and we opened up those doors, and there it was. It couldn't have been any more magnificent. It was amazing to see. I remember I kneeled down on one knee and looked at it and put my finger on it like that. Another one of those dream come true moments. The guys who were with me just got these big beaming smiles on their face, and they knew how much it meant to me. Alex was the son that picked up the game of tennis rather late. He became a very good tennis player. in 2015. We thought it'd be great to go over there. And so Alex and I spent a week at the championships together. I've never seen him more happy. We had so much fun. He had a list of things that he wrote down of improvements that we wanted to make to the All Iowa after he'd been here. And one of them was to convert from bent grass to perennial ryegrass like we have here. It was just a thrill to experience Wimbledon with him. In 2016, I was blessed with the opportunity to serve as a court attendant. It was a dream come true for me. It was one of the highest points in my life. I've just been so blessed and so honored to actually work on center and walk on it. And I realize the history and the meaning and the significance, and it's just a true honor to be there. And all the time, Alex was here mowing the court. Alex was here taking care of it. He actually had the net up, and he'd played with some people here during that time. It was 4 days after we came back. We had a cookout, a barbecue here at the place, and all I always remember, he rolled down the window of the car and waved and said, "I'll see you tomorrow, Dad." And he flashed that beautiful smile. And that was the last time I saw him. Well, it was just guilt. Imagine coming from Wimbledon and having the highest moment of your life, and then 5 days later coming home and you're at the bottom of the lowest point in your life. It was just life-altering. We really didn't know the level of depression and the spot he was at. And I know it was one of the things that probably had a great impact in his suicide. In the grief and the mourning and the aimlessness, I said, well, Alex wanted to change this court from bent grass to ryegrass. I'm gonna do that. So I came out here, didn't tell Denise, didn't tell anyone, and I sprayed the court with Roundup. About 3 days later, it was all brown. So we did a complete renovation job, just like it was done at Wimbledon. So we finally came up with this idea that why don't we host a tournament for boys and girls from Iowa versus Minnesota. Pretty soon we had the first ever Alex J.Q. Invitational. Alex was a great community leader, and we want to continue that legacy that he left behind for his children and for all of us. Good morning and welcome to the Keelan Family Farm, the home of the All Iowa Lawn Tennis Club. We're really pleased to have you and your children here today. It's a very special day for us. This is our third Alex J. Keelan Memorial Invitational. We are playing today on the Alex J. Keelan Court of Dreams, and it's kind of a hallowed ground for us. It's a special place and it's a happy place, and that's the way we're going to remember it today and always. So that complete renovation process was part of our family's healing, and we were lost, devastated, and so it was the court and what we did in Alex's memory that brought it back. It's like the grass, it's a rebirth. Center court is the jewel in Wimbledon's crown. It's a special place. A lot of people dream about playing on center. I just wanted to recreate it. There's no place like Wimbledon. It's part of my family's story now. It's a legacy that'll be passed on to the generations through our tennis court, passing that love for Wimbledon on.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
Here we are at Wimbledon, and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age, her very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where's the strawberries? We're out. You cannot be serious.
With championship point.
Dan, congratulations, first round victory against a tough opponent, three-time quarterfinals here at Wimbledon, Feli Lopez. Give me your assessment on that first round encounter.
Good match. Was pretty clinical on my serve. I don't think I got broken, so that's positive. Very good on his second serve and did a decent job getting my racket on his first serve. When I did, I put it back in. So yeah, that and being, you know, in the tight moments, being calm and coming through and faced a little bit of adversity, but mostly, you know, on my terms today, which was good.
How tricky is it to be patient against a player like Feli Lopez, particularly on grass?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you've got to be patient. You can be 40 love in the game and he hits 3 big serves and you're back to juice. You know, in the last game of the match, I was telling myself, just, you know, be patient with it. If he holds, and you're into a breaker. So it was a funny kind of match, pretty old school, and it was a lot about mentality and focus. So yeah, I did a great job in that sense.
Well, you celebrated pretty hard at the end. I think that just showed everyone exactly how much the match meant to you. Is that a correct assessment?
Yeah, it was more relief, I think. Yeah, I wanted to come through that. I wasn't particularly happy when I saw his name come out the hat, and yeah, it was a good match to start with. But you know, it's you know, we're down again now to go again, and it's time to get back to hotel, relax, and focus on tomorrow.
I have to quickly bring up the crowd as well. Back at Wimbledon once again. What was it like in there?
No, it was amazing to be. I love playing on that court. It's a bit far away, but it's good once you get there, and it's the crowd are amazing, and it was a really good atmosphere. Worth
the trek, definitely. And finally, obviously, got to bring up the big match tonight. How are you feeling about it? We're going to switch from tennis to football.
Whatever. I mean, hopefully we win, but I won't be stressing too hard over it. We've got to play again tomorrow, so pretty relaxed evening.
Keep your head in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks very much, Dan. Well done.
Guys.
Good luck in the second round.
Thank you.
Bounce! Bounce, what are you doing here? You're not allowed on the grass.
Shh! No one will know. Anyway, Blade, you're allowed, so why aren't I?
I'm a piece of grass, Bounce. I can't keep off myself. Well, I suppose maybe if I jumped. No.
Oh, I've got an idea.
Anyway, enough of that. Boys and girls around the world are patiently waiting to learn all about our wonderful home.
Wimbledon!
Wimbledon, yes. But first, we need a swift change. Wait for me!
Wimbledon is the oldest tennis tournament in the entire universe. It's older than your granny. It may even be older than your granny's granny. It's aged 144.
And Centre Court is one of the most famous stadiums in the world. It has a sliding roof, which means we can play in all types of weather.
We'd need 7,500 umbrellas to protect Centre Court from the rain if we didn't have a roof, but that might get a little leaky.
I live here with my relatives, all 54 million of them. We all stand at 8 millimetres tall, and we have haircuts regularly. Let me introduce you. There's Fred, Virginia, Bjorn, Martina, Boris, Steffi, Pete, Venus,
Blade.
Hello, Roger, Serena,
Blade.
Andy, Simona, Novak.
You said we only had 3 minutes, not 10 years.
OK, your turn, Bounce.
I trained my whole life to be a ball at Wimbledon, and I love exploring the grounds as fast as I can.
Come back, you're making me dizzy! Yes, now where was I? Oh, yes. Wimbledon is a tennis tournament played in London, England, every summer. For 2 weeks, the world's best tennis players travel here, arriving from places like America, India, and Argentina. Overall, players from 90 different countries have competed here, fulfilling a dream they have had since they were little. To play on the grass courts of Wimbledon. Oh, although my family and I are a bit scared of players that slide around the court.
My favourite player is Serena Williams because she can make me go really, really, really fast. 130 miles an hour, in fact. Faster than a cheetah.
And my favourite player is Roger Federer because he loves playing on grass and always treads delicately. He's won the singles trophy here 8 times.
Winning Wimbledon means you're the best of the best. In the ladies and gentlemen singles draw, you have to beat 7 of the players from a draw of 128. You may even get to meet royalty.
Well, the royal family is invited to sit in the royal box and centre court during the tournament, along with heads of government, people from the world of tennis, British Armed Forces, supporters of British tennis, and...
Celebrity!
Oh, don't even think about it, Bounce! 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 Bounce!
The list is something that begins during the championships. A list of all the things we can do better. It goes right to the heart of not accepting second best. We don't really mind where we get the feedback from. If it's something that can't be dealt with immediately, then it goes on the list. Every single line has to have a comment by next year's championships. The moment you are satisfied and think that you can't improve on it, that's the moment you've got a problem. We just want it to be better every day and every year.
Yeah, that's the scene from high above the All England Club. Sadly, the rain starting to get slightly heavier. The covers have been inflated on the outside courts, and it's going to be quite some time, I think, before we see some play on those courts. Umbrellas, the order of the day there on Henman Hill. And play is continuing, though, on 2 of the courts, thanks to the roofs. Centre court, Ashley Barty still up against Carlos Suarez Navarro in the 3rd set there. And on court 1, another ladies' singles match. Angelique Kerber, who has wowed the crowds on both centre and court number 1 over the years here at Wimbledon. They always really enjoy watching her, the number 25 seed from Germany this year. And she is taking on Nina Stojanovic in that first round match. Pretty good crowd as well inside court 1. Warm applause for the 2 players as they take the places for the start of this match, and we can join the commentators there for the first game.
Nina Stojanovic to serve. Play.
Ladies singles first round match. Nina Stojanovic serving. Her opponent, Angelique Kerber, former champion.
Love.
Angelique Kerber won the toss and elected to receive. A lot of players will do that. Just feel like they give themselves that game to play with where they don't feel the pressure to have to hold serve.
Okay. 15-all.
Will be very understandable if Nina Stojanovic is a little nervous at the start of this match. We might see 1 or 2 errant shots before she just settles herself down.
30-15.
Stojanovic could get this service hold, it would help settle a few nerves just to get on the board. First round of a major, you always have extra butterflies.
Just wide, just stayed afloat long enough to drift beyond the line.
30-all.
Stojanovic has a very good serve. She can throw in bunches of aces. She mixes it around the box beautifully.
Just long.
40-30.
Ivanko made the semis on grass in Nottingham a couple of weeks ago. Decent run up there in the English Midlands.
It's her best result all year.
Game. Stojanovic. First game.
Break of serve there to, holding serve there to start the first game of that match on court number 1. Stojanovic against Angelique Kerber, the 25th seed this time around and a former champion. You can watch that on the major broadcast channels. Now we're heading over to centre court, and this is the world number 1, Ash Barty. We saw her taking the first set 6-1, but Carla Suarez Navarro has come back to take the second set on a tie-break 7-6. We can now join it in the third set with Ash Barty serving at 5-1 to try and take her place in this second round.
Perfect.
Long. Long.
The Australian with triple match point. Barty books her place in the second round.
Who's got to 1, 6-1, 6-7, 6-1.
The world number 1 surviving quite a scare, but Chanda really, in some ways, the tennis was secondary today, wasn't it, for Carla Suarez Navarro in her 11th and final Wimbledon appearance.
Yeah, there's a lot of emotion, underlying emotion, knowing how hard, how much Suarez Navarro has battled. And as she walks off court, getting so much love from the crowd as she got throughout the match, especially when she was able to take that second set. Everyone's so appreciative of the efforts that she made out there. Literally gave everything she could.
Carla, we wish you well.
And a few tears in her mom's eyes there.
Emotional day for the Suarez Navarro family. But there's business at hand for Ash Barty, who wants to honour her mentor, her friend, Evonne Goolagong. 50 years ago, Evonne won. I think we'll be seeing that dress a little more this fortnight. Let's hear from her. She's with Rishi.
Ash, congratulations. I'll talk to you about the match in just a moment, but first thing, the honour of starting centre court proceedings on day 2.
Incredible. With all of my heart, I wish that Simo was here to be able to do it herself. She's a champion. She's earned the right to open this court. So for me to be given the honour when I haven't fully deserved it, I think I wanted to come out here and really pay respect to that, because it's an honour, it's a privilege, and I was extremely humbled when Jamie texted me and asked me if I'd be able to come out here and play on this beautiful court. So it's just an incredible honour, and I couldn't be more proud to be out here.
How happy are you to get through today's match against such a tough opponent?
Yeah, it was just incredible to be able to share the court with Carla, to be able to share this experience with her after her incredible career. It really was, and you know, and I know she's got a little bit longer to go, but to be able to share this moment with her was really special. She's a fighter. She's an incredible competitor. She's a lovely person, and genuinely, you can't find one bad word to say about her. And you know, it was just incredible to be out here. I wish that both of us could have been able to win and kind of experience this, but you know, she's a genuine champion, and she's going to be very sorely missed.
How's the body feeling?
Good, great. It's a lot better on the grass than, you know, it's a little bit more forgiving on the body, but no, I feel ready. I was excited to be able to know that I was 100% to be able to play here, and you know, I'm loving every minute.
And the last thing, and I'm not one to talk about fashion, but of course your dress is a poignant reminder of a very special person.
It is. I mean, this is the very least I can do to tribute a champion in Evonne. It's the 50th anniversary of her first title here, and for me to be able to wear an outfit inspired by her iconic dress is a privilege. I called her and made sure that she was okay with it, but to be able to tribute her in a very small way is incredible, and I hope I can do her proud.
She'll be very proud of your performance today. Very well done.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
A lovely interview from Ash Barty there, the world #1 into the second round. A real mixture of emotions, I think, particularly as she was playing Carla Suarez Navarro, saying what a privilege it was to play against somebody like that who has had her own personal illnesses and struggles over the last year. But also just, we saw there the bubbly character that she is, how lively she is, how upbeat she is about everything, and how excited she was to play on centre court and open up proceedings today.
Yeah, she's one of the most positive characters on tour, both in the men's and ladies' game. Ashley Barty, she enjoys her tennis. And I think given what's happened earlier on in her career and taking some time away from the game to focus on other sports and other things has given her that newfound appreciation for the enjoyment that she has at playing on the big stages here at Wimbledon. She said there, you know, paid tribute to Simona Halep, who unfortunately had to pull out of the tournament, was unable to defend her title here this year due to that thigh injury. You know, said it would have been nice if she was able to open up proceedings on day 2 on centre court, but she got the opportunity, the top seed, and a bit of a strange match, really, wasn't it? She won that first set and the final set, no problem at all, 6-1 and 6-1, but that middle set, Carlos Suarez Navarro fought back as well in that second set and made a match of it. These are the scenes around the grounds. Sadly, that rain hasn't really cleared off too much. It has got a little bit lighter than it was earlier on, but the covers are still on. Spectators milling around, plenty heading towards the shop and enjoying the various eateries around the grounds. And just
I imagine there are a few drinks being had this afternoon now that the weather has changed a bit.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look at the singles seedings for the women's draw. Seeing as we were talking about Ash Barty, who is the world #1 at the moment. The seedings here slightly changed because, as Adam mentioned, Simona Halep's not here because of her thigh injury. Naomi Osaka has pulled out of this tournament, as well as a couple of other tournaments in the run-up to this. She won't be playing for a little while, although she plans to come back at the Olympics. That means that Aryna Sabalenka is the second seed here. Everyone's moved up a couple of places. Svitolina, who has done quite well at Eastbourne over the last week as well, as did Sabalenka. Sofia Kenin, the 4th seed there. There are quite a lot of Grand Slam champions on that list, aren't there, in the top 16 of the women's draw. We've got Andreescu, Williams, Swiatek, the likes of their names on there, and Andreescu, and then the lower half of the seedings, which go up to 32. And I think what we've been saying over the last couple of days, the opening of this tournament, is that really anybody in there could win this tournament because it is so open.
Well, we saw a name there that we all couldn't get off our lips for Wimbledon in 2019, Coco Gauff, as she's known. You know, she was on that second page. I think she's the 20th seed. But actually, people haven't really spoken about her too much in the lead up to Wimbledon. She has, in that time since she emerged on the world stage, here she is warming up at Arangi. You know, since she emerged on the world stage, that she, in the last couple of years, has really been able to slightly steady her game. She spoke about the pandemic, meaning that she spent some more time perhaps working on her weaknesses and becoming a slightly more rounded player, even though she is still so young. And she plays a British player, Francesca Jones, in the first round, as you can see there, just going through her warm-up routine. And, you know, given how open the ladies' game is at the moment, you can't look past a player like Coco Gauff with an opportunity to go deep in the second week.
No, absolutely. And she's also been talking about how much she's more relaxed here at the moment because her mother is coming for Wimbledon, so her mother is here now. She's been travelling a lot with her dad. I saw her with her dad in Dubai. And with her coaching team around her, you can only have a few people with you, but her mum has come here and she said it makes such a difference because her mum does her packing for her and her unpacking. So it just means that she doesn't have to think too much about anything other than the tennis, whereas over some of the other tournaments that she's travelled to, she has felt a bit more like she's had to think about everything, whereas she will be much more relaxed here because somebody's taking care of that. Her mum is here to sort that out for her. And that will be interesting to see how she gets on because she has got that background of just being able to concentrate on the tennis now, which she'll be doing. And I think, as you say, she is somebody that everybody will be looking to, and we really remember that match against Venus in 2019.
And the thing as well with that match against Venus, she did it in the first round, but then she was able to back it up. She won the next round, and, you know, in the end she lost to the eventual champion Simona Halep in the third round. But you know, she was able to deal with the pressure of winning the first match, but then also the expectation that came with being the new player on the scene.
And there were so many interviews, and there were people who just wanted to speak to her. They wanted to speak to her parents. She was so new and exciting. So her time was wanted as well, wasn't it? And I think that's something she's found out since then, because people just constantly want to speak to her and ask her questions and find out more about her. And she's been very involved in the Black Lives Matter issues in America, speaking out very, very eloquently, taking on that mantle herself and wanting to speak out on social media and going to rallies and talking at them and at protests. And so she really has been somebody who has taken that forward, which Billie Jean King, I know, has been very interested in. We've had the likes of Althea Gibson in the past who talk about issues, and it's interesting that she is taking that upon herself.
Absolutely. And you mentioned Venus Williams, who, you know, Coco Gauff announced herself on the world stage a couple of years ago against Venus. We saw Venus in action earlier. She won her first round match. It was quite a close one, actually, in the end against Hela Buzănescu of Romania. She won 7-5, 4-6, 6-3. And we can hear from Venus now speaking in her post-match press conference.
Hi Venus, congrats. This is Rima Boulel from Wimbledon.com. I'd actually like to ask you about your next opponent, Ons Jabeur. I know you've practiced with her a few times, and she told me she's very excited to play you. What can you tell us about your relationship with Ons and what you know about her from your practice?
Hey, Ons, I would say is, one of my favorite people on tour. And honestly, she's just breaking down barriers. The first woman from her country to do anything that she's doing. And she just won her first tournament, so she's got to be feeling great. And I just think you're just going to see a whole another generation of women, from North Africa or wherever, coming into tennis, and it's going to be all owed to her. So I think she's inspiring so many people, including me.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Shahida.
Congrats, Venus, on your 90th Grand Slam appearance too. Obviously, Shahida Jacobs, Tennis 365. It's been a while since you've won. What kept you motivated? Is it just the love of the game, or do you simply play because you know the next win is just around the corner?
I don't know. I answer this question a lot, and, good at what I do. You can't win them all. And then life is about how you handle challenges. And each point is a challenge on the court. No one gives you anything. So I like to think that I handle my challenges well.
Reem, did you have a follow-up question?
Yes, if that's okay. Just to follow up on what you said about Ons, Venus. You're someone who also broke down barriers and have done a lot of things that others weren't able to do. And I'm wondering, with what Ons is trying to do for the Arab region, what do you think is key for her to succeed in what she's trying to achieve for the region? What are some of the qualities you need to have, or what are some of the things that you feel you've gone through that you can advise her on to stay the course?
Yeah, I think that she's already doing that. She's gives 100% every time. She holds herself in a way that she respects and that people can respect, and I don't think we can limit her. You can't limit her to just inspiring women in the Arab region. She's inspiring all kinds of women, including me. And when I see her winning, I'm very happy for her, and I'm, proud also. I mean, obviously we play now, so of course I'd like to win, but there's only great things ahead for her.
Thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead, George Sessions.
Hi, Venus. George from PA Media here. I think a lot of people were sort of disappointed to see you put on court 3, and obviously it was court 2 yesterday, being a 5-time winner of this competition. You hope for it'll be court 1 or maybe centre court next time?
I wasn't disappointed. I'm here to play, and I'm here to play on whatever court I'm put on. And as long as I win on that court, that's all I care about. And court 3 is quite a nice court. To be honest, I have a lot of great memories on that court in singles and doubles. So to me, it was like going home, and, whatever happens, happens. All good to me. But thank you for your sentiment.
Go ahead, Christopher Clary.
Hi, Venus. Chris Clary, New York Times. You've won so many matches at Wimbledon, so many matches on the grass. What does it mean to you to win one today? What did this match mean to you in particular?
Yeah, it's never easy. I played my opponent today. She played really well, some really inspired tennis, and also playing, against a lefty is never easy. I think they're probably used to playing against righties, but we're not really used to playing against them. So, yeah, that was a challenge as well, especially first match. And so I don't remember the question, but everybody likes winning.
Okay, go ahead, Artie.
Hi, Venus. Artie from the Times newspaper.
Artie, we're having trouble hearing you, Artie. Can you just check your microphone? Okay, Artie, we're going to go to Liz Clark. We'll come back to you.
Yeah, you're on mute, Artie. Unmute yourself.
Yes,
Shall I go ahead? This is Liz Clark.
Go ahead, Liz.
Okay. Venus, thank you for being available. It's Liz Clark of the Washington Post. Congratulations on your achievement today. I wanted to ask you about the upcoming pairing in mixed with Nick Kyrgios. I feel sure he can learn a whole lot from you in this pairing, and I'm wondering if you could elaborate or comment on things you hope to share with him, and if there's anything you're looking to gain from this pairing from him.
I think that we're playing together because we both respect each other's games. So I think that's first and foremost. And I'm looking forward to the experience. And hopefully that will team up better. That's pretty much what I'm looking out of it. I don't... Obviously, if I have experience to share, I'm always willing to do that with anyone who might ask me. So that's always a given, and I'm always open for that. But this is not my goal of this pairing. I'm hoping we just play well together.
Okay. Are there ways in which your games complement one another as players, do you think?
I mean, I think we're both big servers, and we're both really good returners, and we both can come up with shots. You know, so the intangibles are there. So hopefully it'll mesh. I mean, obviously we have to earn it.
Okay, Artie, we'll try again.
Yeah, we'll have another go. Thank you. Hi, Venus. Congratulations. It's great to see players like you still competing when in decades ago it might have been, players under pressure to retire at a younger age. I'm wondering what you feel like is the future for you in tennis, and what do you think has helped you been able to remain a competitor for so long?
Okay. What's my future? I don't think anyone's asked me that in a while, but my future will be on tomorrow when I play another match. That is exactly what it is. And I'm also in the mixed doubles, so I'm looking forward to that, and so on and so forth and what have you.
Okay, Nick Zaccardi.
Yes, Nick Zaccardi from NBC Sports. Following up on the mixed doubles, Venus, are we going to see you in doubles or mixed at the Tokyo Olympics?
I don't think so, but I'll be playing here.
Okay, any further questions? We will conclude the press conference there. Thank you very much.
Bye now.
If you want a picture of what to wear and what not to wear at Wimbledon, I'm the not. Harriet and Harriet are very much the what to wear. Harriet, can you talk us through what you are wearing?
We are wearing our British summer sport ponchos. We wore them to the cricket last year, so we're always set for sitting on court 2 or on the hill whenever we can.
And when it comes to weather forecast, traditionally we're not very good at it, but you know this area especially well, Harriet.
I was very lucky. I just grew up over there. You can see the tree of my garden. So get the text from my parents when it's saying it's not raining up there, but it's raining down here. So always local with the weather.
And so Harriet too, did you just trust Harriet A to say, if it's looking like it's going to rain, we're going to come prepared?
Yeah, we just follow what Harriet A says.
And for anyone watching this thinking, we need some tips on what we should bring, what should you bring when you come to a Wimbledon?
Champagne. Make sure you bring the champagne and lots of layers and ponchos.
Anything food, or is it all just liquid?
Snacks.
All the snacks?
Yeah.
Such as?
Crisps. I think they're good. And you have to do the strawberries and creams.
Great advice, spoken like true philosophers. Harry and Harriet, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And this is the scene inside centre court. What a great champion. He's getting used to that walk now. He's done it a fair few times. Roger Federer striding out to a huge cheer you can hear there on the most famous of arenas in tennis against the Frenchman. Tricky Frenchman, not the easiest first-round draw for him, Adrian Mannarino. And they walk out and soak up the applause there. Delighted to say Mark Woodford has joined us here on the Wimbledon Channel. And Mark, all of the fans out there, us, are looking forward to seeing what Federer brings at Wimbledon this year, because I think compared to previous years, one of the great unknowns is where his form and his body really is.
Well, I think in other years he's always arrived in top form. I mean, and unquestionably the favourite, if not the second favourite, to win the title. And I think this year he arrives in such a cloud of doubt. Not only the injuries, trying to bounce back from that, but also an early loss in Halle, and maybe a bit of a confidence crisis. So a little more vulnerable than we're accustomed to see him here at Wimbledon. But he has such a strong record over the French guys as well. And this is going to be a tough one against the lefty, but I think it might play him into some form.
We just saw the weather report coming up there. It is raining at the moment. The roof is on centre court, and that really does help Federer, doesn't it? He loves the atmosphere, he loves the conditions, the humidity, everything about that roof being on that court.
Well, I think arguably we consider him maybe the greatest grass court player. We'd have to say even indoors, when there's no elements. He just excels as well. And I would tend to agree that without the elements, it might be just another area for Mannarino that he has to deal with. It will be interesting. I'm sure there's a lot of butterflies for Roger to come back out, because this has really been his mission, hasn't it? Since the return, he's really focused on trying to get back to winning matches, and winning a lot of matches here at Wimbledon.
A lot of people have been speaking about what they expect to see from Roger Federer, but what do you think he expects from himself? Do you think he feels he perhaps is a little bit unknown in where his game's at right now, and he's going to take these first few games, maybe the first set, to just see what level he can bring here at Wimbledon this year?
Well, I think it's going to be a little tentative in the early stages, but I would expect that his overall picture is to do well. I don't think those champions, in my opinion, expect anything less than a high quality performance. And understandably, it's undergoing those 2 surgeries on his knee. He's not going to just find that magic so quickly, but I think there is a still high level of expectation that he can put together a number of results here.
He had that really long match, one of the longest matches we've ever had at Wimbledon in terms of a final against Novak Djokovic at the end of 2019, which was his last match on Wimbledon centre court. How much has it taken out of him to know that he didn't win that match, and he could have done? He got so very close to it, and mentally that took a little while for him to get over, didn't it?
Yeah, watching the replay of that match just recently, and when he arrived at 2 match points, I remember just watching it myself and thinking, he's got this. This is a remarkable performance. But seeing him step up and try to go for end the match with an ace, that was how I viewed it. And in such a short amount of time, it had changed. The momentum, the tide had gone against him in that match. Ending with a tiebreaker, it must have eaten away at him for some period of time. But the beauty of it, him entering the court today, is, he's there's not a lot of other players that have competed on grass since that particular time, that match. Obviously, we missed a lot of the grass court season last year, and at least he's put himself out in the match conditions, and even though he might have not have had some success, I think there's a very much a thirst and a desire to, and the draw, I think, is a bonus for Roger as well.
That illustrates there what he's up against Mannarino today. He's played him 6 times, twice on grass, and he's never won. If he is going to cause what would be, still, given where Federer's game is, what we would say would be a huge upset, what's he got to do well?
For Mannarino, well, I know that Richard Gasquet, who is a possible opponent that is awaiting the outcome of this match in the second round, but he has a disastrous record against Roger Federer as well, and the same with against Nadal. And I always believe these guys, they've got to get off to a great start. If they allow the top-ranked player to get off to a good start, they're so hard to beat when they build a lead. So, very much the first few games to really show Federer that he's not going to disappear, that he's not here just as a passenger, that he shows some emotion that he believes he can win. And of course, that first set, I think if Mannarino falls behind in that first set, pretty easy to just fall into that very lackadaisical approach that, well, I'm playing a great player.
From Federer's point of view, he will want to, from the other side, just come out straight away, show what he can do on this centre court, show that it's his home. He's got 8 titles here, and he will definitely want to come out. Will come out very fast. Will what happened to Djokovic at all be something that he'll be slightly wary of, just dropping that first set against Jack Draper?
Yeah, well, I think for some of the lower ranked players, if you're going to cause one of the upsets, the opportunity is there in the early rounds, because the marquee players are trying to find their footing just as much as the lower ranked player. Roger is, well, it'll be very interesting to see if he comes out and tries to serve and volley. I think the courts, I've been walking around today and just having a look at some of the different matches early before the rain came around. The courts are playing very slow. It is not that easy to serve and volley your way through. The volleys have to be precise. There has to be something on them. If you're just pushing the ball back into play, it gives so much time for the opponent to load up. And of course, Mannarino, if he gets that swinging serve, pushes Federer off the side of the court and tests his movement, you know, they're avenues that Mannarino has to explore.
Mark, one of the great privileges in world sport, watching Roger Federer in action on centre court. We can join the commentators for this one against the Frenchman, Adrien Mannarino.
Three break points. Have a knack of making the game look so easy, left-handers. He's a very loose player, isn't he?
Definitely something to look out for in the first day of play on centre court. There were quite a few players slipping.
can continue watching that match with Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. We were just saying that Mannarino had to have a fast start and love 40. He was up on the Roger Federer serve, but Roger Federer coming through and safely taking that first set of the opening game of his first round match. There is play on centre court, there's play on court number 1, but as you can see from this, there is also rain around the grounds. The outside courts are covered. The Hardy are still on the hill, sitting there with maybe a couple of drinks, something a little bit hot, maybe something a little bit bubbly, but whatever keeps you going for the next half an hour or so until the covers come off. We are expecting it to clear and get a little better, so we will hopefully have play on the outside courts in a little while.
Yeah, this is a day where everyone hoped they packed their waterproofs and umbrellas and hats.
Of course I turned up in flip-flops. That was really sensible. I was being optimistic.
You were being optimistic. Let's hope the weather clears in the next few minutes. We were speculating perhaps about how Roger Federer felt coming into the championships this year. Let's hear from him in his media day interview.
Well, Roger, after 2 years away from this place, it's genuinely quite exciting, isn't it, to be back?
Oh, it definitely is. Look, that's what I also worked very hard for in my rehab. Thinking about Wimbledon, now that it's back on, it's nice, obviously, under some stricter rules and protocols and all that stuff. I'm happy the championships is back on, and I feel like once the fans are back and the tournament's up and running, I think it's going to be quite nice again.
It's been such an unusual couple of years, of course. What have you learned the most, would you say, over these couple of years?
Well, look, for us it was nice to be as a family all together in one place after 20 years on tour. I don't feel like I needed kids or a pandemic to remind myself what's really important in life. You know, I've always been a big family man, and checking on one another, maybe even more so than in the past, and getting out of that tunnel sometimes that we're always all in and multitasking. It's nice to sometimes take a step back a little bit and think of the others, so I definitely did a little bit more of that. When you look at the grounds, and it could be now or while the tournament is playing, as now it's just practice, but you hear this it's very peaceful, you know, and then what you will hear is these little cheers, you know, from the different courts. The fans here at Wimbledon really know their tennis, you know, and it's very quick in applauding and then screaming, and then it goes silent again. And I think that anyway is the beauty of tennis, but it's amplified here at Wimbledon.
It's Wimbledon, my favourite 2 weeks of the year.
Maybe for you, but there's people everywhere. Careful around the grass. Excuse me. Hello, please don't run. Don't run.
It's okay, Blade. We've trained for this.
Wimbledon is the only Grand Slam tennis event played on grass courts. So my family and I get taken care of all year round by a team of ground staff to make sure we're the perfect size, shape and condition when the players arrive.
It's not all about the grass, though. Let's explore the grounds and check out some more of Wimbledon's unique traditions. Keep up! Where else to start than here? The gates to the grounds on one side and the home of the famous queue. Every day, we welcome 42,000 people into Wimbledon, and some of those have queued for hours to get in on the day. People even camp overnight with their families and friends to get the best tickets. The queue has become a part of the championship's history. It's been going since 1920. That's about as long as we've been waiting for Blade to catch up.
What did I miss?
Not much yet. Off we go! Whee! Ever noticed how everyone at Wimbledon wears white? That's not a coincidence, it's a rule. Right, Blade?
I, for one, love rules.
It gets very hot and sticky out here on centre court, so a long, long time ago, white clothing was introduced to hide players' sweat.
Not off-white, not cream, white. It's just another thing that makes Wimbledon so unique. And around here, we enforce the rules pretty strictly, you know.
Even I used to wear white. I only started wearing yellow in the 1980s, so people could see me better on TV. Here on centre court, our players are presented with the trophies. They're as old as the tournament itself, so they're an important part of Wimbledon's history.
The trophies have been around since the 1880s. The gentleman's singles trophy is made of gold, and the ladies' is silver. Both the trophies are engraved with the names of lots and lots of champions down the years, and the men's trophy even has a pineapple on the top.
Where should we go next?
I know. Let's check out the Hill. One of my favourite spots at Wimbledon. Thousands of people pack out this spot to watch the big matches if they don't have tickets for centre or number one court. It has lots of different names, but me and my family call it our living room. We get to stay here all year round.
It can get pretty crazy out here. Some of the best matches in history have been watched here. Next up. It's a long day at Wimbledon, so it's important to enjoy the local cuisine, and ours is particularly delicious. Strawberries and cream are my favourite. People have been enjoying them around these parts since before they even started playing tennis. The fruit is hand-picked each morning, and a typical tournament can see us go through nearly 200,000 portions. That's a lot of strawberry. You hungry, Blade?
Well, I only eat soil.
We don't serve that.
I'll just get a glass of water for now, please, if that's okay.
I hope you've enjoyed our tour around the grounds. As you can see, we love Wimbledon's traditions. Hopefully we can see you here in person someday soon. Say goodbye, Blade.
Goodbye, Blade. Goodbye.
Seen that before. Seen it in the men's game, but not the women's.
If anyone was going to try it, it's this woman. There we go.
She was actually going to run forward and try and get to the net after it.
Wow. Astonishing point for Djokovic to take it.
Completely mishit that smash. Almost got it back though. Look at that. Complete miss it.
Steady on. No, he's in good shape. Far too often. Oh, I think it was dropped. My goodness, that's the...
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, and beyond that.
These are the scenes above SW19 at the moment. Still dark clouds and the rain falling, although it's not quite as heavy as it was a little while ago. The hardy souls out on Henman Hill, or Murray Mound as it became known yesterday with Andy Murray.
Name? Draper Dome.
Draper Dome
we just
was what
Draper
I saw.
Dome, yes, we just
that
saw.
Doesn't quite have the same ring to it, does it? But it was Murray Mound yesterday when Andy was in action on that famous arena inside centre court. Good victory for him through to the second round, beating Nicolas Basilashvili. He had a bit of a wobble, but he got through in the end. Mark Woodford is still with us here on the Wimbledon Channel. We were talking about Roger Federer, Mark, there, and it's going to be interesting to see when he plays in this match if he can, you know, get through that first set and then get the momentum back and just get into a bit of a rhythm back on centre court, because it has been, you know, we forget this, that these players haven't had a chance to play on an arena like that, you know, centre court, which has become so familiar for them over the course of their careers for 2 years. So they're going to have to just get used to their surroundings again, as Andy Murray did last night.
And Roger has to get used to that 5-set format, but know that he managed to survive a 4-set match against Dominic Kopfer or a 5-set match with him in Roland Garros. But grass, you know, your body reacted differently to the grass surface. There are a lot more little steps that you have to take. Pulling up very quickly, you have to take that lower crouched athletic position. So a few questions I think only Roger can answer for us.
After Roger finishes his match, we've got Serena Williams to look forward to. The final match of the day on centre court. Alexandra Sasnovich is who she's playing. We've been watching Serena just getting ready down at the practice courts earlier on today, going through that stretching routine. And in terms of the physicality of Serena, as she's got towards the latter stages of her career and as she chases that record, this kind of stuff is so important. I mean, you can speak from experience, you know, getting towards those latter stages of your career, how important warm-ups, cool-downs, physio, stretching, all of that stuff is.
Yeah, you're so right. And from speaking from personal experience in the latter couple of years of my career, 34, 35 years of age, that was an area that I really paid great attention to. Maybe sacrificed having a coach travel with me consistently and with Todd. Instead, I opted to go with a physical trainer to make sure that I could front up week in, week out, playing singles and doubles, because there was no question that I wasn't going to be playing both events. But certainly for Serena, it's important, imperative at this stage. If she is going to clinch that record-breaking, Slam 24, you know, her body has got to be able to hold up over a 2-week slam. And probably just add a couple of little areas to her game instead of just taking, you know, position up in the middle of the court and trying to overpower her opponents to the corners. You know, she's got to be able to move around the baseline herself. I saw her earlier in the tournament. I thought she looked ready. She looked in great shape, and just that look in her eye was something that I haven't seen over the last 12 or 24 months when she's attempted to break this record.
You said that her body needs to hold up for the next 2 weeks. It's also her mind, isn't it? Because she hasn't been... She's been in the position of being in a final, but she hasn't been in the position of winning a final for a very long time. She can get there, but she can't get just past that last hurdle, can she? And that's more mental than physical sometimes.
I think I heard a conversation with her earlier, and she's saying that she feels like there's been an X on her back for more than a decade now. But that's what happens when you are a leader in your sport. All of the pretenders, they want to, that's their mark, is being able to beat you and time and time with those opportunities. And I think that's what she is quite surprised about, how well some of the other women, when they step onto the court with her, they're just really ready to have a crack at her. And of course the game, the ladies' game, has so much more depth now, and she survives, but she's got to get out there and reps. That's the one concern that I have, is that she's just not playing enough. It's very hard to just rock up at these tournaments if you don't have the match practice under your belt.
Yeah, she doesn't have the match practice, but as she said, and you pointed out there, that the others, I think the quote she's said over the last couple of years, everyone brings their A game. They play the match of their life when they play against Serena Williams. And she isn't playing enough to do that every single time, because she doesn't need to do it every single time. What do you think about the match of her life for her opponent, Alexandra Sasnovich? If they all bring that this week, then it's just going to be a tough run, isn't it, for her?
It certainly is. And, you know, I always feel, though, that a victory, get through that first round, whether you're someone that's ranked 75, you're playing your first, maybe come through qualifying, and it's your first Wimbledon, and even when you're in the top 10, you know, that first match, it's such a fantastic feeling, and it should electrify you, give you that jolt of confidence. And that's certainly something that I think Serena certainly would love to be able to get through this match, not get too engaged in a lengthy match so that she starts the second round with less than perhaps 100% in her tank.
I remember hearing an interview with Patrick Mouratoglou, one of her coaches, a couple of days ago before the championships, and he was talking about what are the key shots for Serena here if she is going to win that record Grand Slam, and he was saying the serve. He feels that if she serves well, that's where she plays her best tennis, particularly, you know, later on in her career, because it is such a weapon compared to a lot of the other top players. It helps on grass too. Would you concur with that?
Yeah, exactly. And her serve has been much like Roger Federer's. It's the pole that holds the tent up in their game. If they're serving well, they can move through their service game so quickly without surrendering too many points. There's not a lot of pressure on them, and it frees them up when they're returning their opponent's serve. Serena has done that time and time again, but you've got to have the match practice, that when you get into those moments, pressure moments, that you can rely upon a trusted part of your game, and that perhaps is where it's just gone missing for Serena.
That's exactly what we've noticed, I think, in some of those matches where you've thought, oh, she's going to do it. She's finally going to do it. Simona Halep, the final here last time. It's the serve that can get her through those tough encounters,
Yeah.
but also that's the thing that breaks down. And once that starts to disappear, everything, you know, flows away from that.
Well, it puts a lot of pressure on the other parts of her game, Roger's game, and I think that's why we see her maybe in rally mode. She pulls the trigger a little too soon. She tries to win the point too quickly, because that's how she's accustomed to playing when she's sending down those big thunderous first serves.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see how she comes out in that first round match later on centre court. She has been a 7-time champion here at Wimbledon. Her first one was in 2002 in the singles, 19 years ago. Let's hear from Serena Williams at the media day before the tournament.
I think every time I play a tournament, I'm extra grateful to be here and to be there. And obviously, Wimbledon is such a special place, so I'm definitely grateful. I'm really good at being in a bubble, literally the COVID bubble and then the Serena bubble. So I'm really good at it. I had some really big opportunities, but yeah, it's good. I feel like as long as I'm physically okay, I have some great chances. We started tennis because of COVID. It was the only thing that we could do socially distant and get her outside. And I would never, ever, 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 ever would have put a tennis racket in her hand. But COVID was like, this is going to happen. So she likes it enough. And she thinks it's fun, and she gets to dress up like mommy. You know, we have all our mommy and me Nike outfits, which honestly is the best. And yeah, no, I literally, like I said before, I make it up as I go. I'm not a coach kind of person, you know, I'm more of a player. Definitely not a coach, and definitely not for kids. So, but we have fun, and it's good mommy and me time. Anytime I can get with her, it's cool.
Yeah, it's been so many years, but it's always great to see Venus Williams and Serena Williams playing in a tournament such as Wimbledon. They are both still in the singles. We'll see Serena, as we said, for the first time a little bit later. That final match on centre court against Alexandra Stojanovic. And Venus Williams, one of the early winners on day 2, safely through on court 3. It took 3 sets and she had to fight hard, but she managed to overcome Mihaela Buzanescu in that one too, so she is through to the second round. And it does seem to be
very good, does it?
Yeah, no, well, I was about to say it seems to be clearing up. We've put our umbrellas away, but unfortunately the skies above, still plenty of dark clouds. It's getting slightly busier on Henman Hill at the moment, watching the action on the big screen, but the 2 roofs are on centre and court number 1 as play continues on there. And I suppose that's one of the big advantages of having 2 roofs this year. You know, the court number 1 roof was being finalised and finished last year, or well, the year before last in 2019. And it is in action for the first time this year, but it means, you know, double the amount of matches can be played even when it's raining.
It was quite good as well, I think, to have those 2 roofs so the players that are on those courts know that they are going to play, so they don't have the disruption that the others have to deal with on the outside courts, and particularly maybe for those top players who are really focused. We've got obviously the likes of Roger Federer and Serena Williams on centre court. They just know exactly, well, not exactly because tennis isn't exact in terms of timings, but they know exactly what they have to do for that day and how to plan their day, don't they?
Players love to get into a rhythm and follow that rhythm, whether it's a day on, day off scenario. And of course, the marquee players are the ones that get assigned to those centre court and court 1. You think to a few players that maybe don't have that opportunity and they're back in the locker room, you know, trying to find a routine, that comfortable routine of should they leave the courts, are their matches going to be cancelled? A little frustrating that it can build up for some of the lower ranked players.
A lot of players talk about the differences as well between playing on centre and court one, because we often see, even the top, names, they might have to play at least one match on court one over the course of the 2 weeks, even if they get through to the final. And the speed of the court, what it's like, the atmosphere, the differences. When you played, you played plenty of times on centre and court one. What did you notice with the differences?
Yeah, definitely the difference with centre. Played a little quicker. Court one, in my time, was the slowest of them all. And from feedback that you just remember and build up over years and years, it still plays a little slower compared to the rest of the show courts. And then you've got two sides to Wimbledon as well. I think I'm more on this side around court one. The courts play a little slower because they are newer compared to the older courts around at court 3, court 2 and court 12. Those show courts play a little faster as well.
OK, Mark Woodford, thank you very much. We're going inside court one for a moment now. Angelique Kerber, the 2018 champion here, who is the 25th seed, is playing Nina Stojanovic, and it is Kerber who took the first set 6-4. She is 3-2 up in the second set with a break. They've been playing for just over an hour on that court. Angelique Kerber, who has had a bit of a dip in form since 2018, but definitely coming back into form and won one of the warm-up tournaments in the last week. So Angelique Kerber serving now at 3-2 in the second set and will join the commentary on court one.
Time.
Really eating up every moment on court one.
Kerber with a break, serving for a 4-2 lead. Love. Now, if you have noticed a change in the sound, that is because the rain has suddenly become torrential and it is hammering down on the roof of court one and echoing around the stadium.
A lot of people on Henman Hill seem to be just hunkering down under their umbrella. They're not moving.
15 all. Few of them still sitting there, trying to keep as dry as possible.
You need to bring a large umbrella.
Yeah, others seeking shelter under the big screen. $30-15.
That's the second serve that actually she gets some help on grass. Stays down low on clay. That second serve is much more attackable from Kerber. Sits up.
$40-15.
Actually, Kerber, that's Roland Garros is the only major that she has not won. It was the Australian Open that she won first, 2016. US Open, followed it up, beating Pliskova that same year. And then 2 years later, won Wimbledon.
Game, Kerber. And Kerber stretches her lead in this second set. Kerber leads 4-2. Second set.
Well, I've come across Jill Graybass, who made the 4th round in Wimbledon previously, and she has been an expert on one big match of this tournament, Ash Barty against Carla Suarez Navarro. It went to 3 sets. You were commentating on it. Talk me through that, because there is so much we can unpick from it.
Yeah, I wasn't quite commenting on it, but I was up there as a guest watching center court, and it was just really emotional from the start. I mean, as soon as Ash Barty and Carlos Suarez Navarro took to the court, they walked on the court, and I think the round of applause they just got as soon as they walked on, you could see the emotion from both players. I think, one, having the crowd back in the stands is really important to these players, and two, just the stories between the two. I mean, Carlos Suarez Navarro obviously coming back from and beating cancer and being able to compete again out on the big stage, and the fact that she got to play Ash Barty here on center court, I think that's every player's dream, to be out here playing the best in the world on center court. And I just think how Ash Barty's approached the match too. I mean, she has such high respect for Carla, and I think just her story is so inspiring, and I think it's really two of the nicest people that you can imagine on the tour competing in the first round. It was just an unbelievable story.
Yeah, well, we'll get to the end of it, because I think everyone's emotions were running very high. It is an incredible tale. But in terms of Carla's performance on the court, she's not obviously played a lot of tennis in the last couple of years, especially after her diagnosis of Hodgkin's lymphoma and coming back from that chemotherapy for 6 months. But then to take a set off Ash Barty as well in that match, it was quite an incredible performance.
It was fantastic, and I think we were all wondering to see how she was going to play, because as we know, that match play is so important to have to be able to compete at your highest level, and she hasn't had a lot of matches since she's been back on the tour. And you got to understand that she was probably really nervous coming back, because she wants to play as well as she can in front of the crowd, in front of the stadium, and a lot of eyes on her just because of her story. And she did an incredible job. Ash Barty was serving for that second set, so she's serving for the match. And Carla Suarez Navarro just competed so well. She never went away, played an incredible tiebreak, won the tiebreak 7-1, and pushed Ash to a third set. But I think she just ran out of steam a little bit in the end, and Barty just played a super clean third set and just played really well.
Well, it was understandable that she ran out of steam. She, as I mentioned, she hasn't played that many matches, but what about that moment? It was her last match here at Wimbledon. She's played so many. I don't think there was a dry eye in the court, really, was there?
No, and I mean, I got emotional afterward too. I was sitting up there on center court, and even as they were leaving the court, and everyone started applauding Carla as she was leaving the court, and Ash took a moment just to stand there and applaud, and you could see in Ash's face as well, she was starting to get emotional, and I feel like I'm getting emotional now just talking about it, but it's just sad to see her go, because she's one of the most well-liked players on the tour, and just knowing this is her last Wimbledon ever. Now, she's not done yet. She said she's going to compete in the Olympics and be at the US Open, so that's really exciting to be able to follow the rest of her calendar year. But it was just sad, because you know what it feels like as a player, that this is your last Wimbledon that you're going to compete against, and it's just been such an unbelievable experience for her. So
absolutely. And also, as the rain tips down on us, final question, her mum too, she's been documenting everything. It's been so nice.
Yeah, from the moment they came back on site, she's been videoing since the moment they walked on the tour, and it's been on the site, and it's been great to see. And the camera panned to the mom, and she was videoing, and you could see the mom just tearing up, and it was just, everything was just emotional about it. And so I think you're going to see, there's going to be a lot of players in the locker room just going up and congratulating her and just giving their respect to her, because she is one of the most well-liked players.
She is indeed. Well, Jill, don't worry, we're going to start the interview there.
I actually love this weather. Not for tennis, but I actually do love the rain.
I don't get it. Well, welcome to London. It's just welcome back to Wimbledon, Jill. We've missed you.
Well, it's so great to be back. Thank you guys for having me.
It's our pleasure to have you on the Wimbledon Channel. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Well, thanks to Jenny and Jill there for braving the elements. And as you can see from those pictures, and you can probably hear from the rain bouncing off my umbrella, it is coming down very, very heavily. Not too many people out there without an umbrella up at the moment. And it looks like it's going to be settling in for the next few minutes. And let's hear some more thoughts from one of the players who is safely through to the second round on day 2, the top seed, the world #1, Ashley Barty, who opened up on centre court, beating Carla Suarez Navarro. Slightly bizarre scoreline, winning 6-1 in the third. And here she is in her post-match press conference.
Great, Gabriel from Australia. Ash, your thoughts on today's match, and how concerned did you get serving for the match, and Carla broke you, and then you ended up in the final set?
Yeah, no concern. I think more than anything, it was a great battle. I mean, in that the game where I was trying to serve out the match, I just missed a few too many first serves, and Carla was able to take the game on and hit some incredible returns. So I think we just kind of accepted that and moved on. And again, she played a great tiebreak. She's a hell of a competitor, a hell of a fighter, and it was a privilege to be able to share that moment and share that court with her today, because I hadn't had the opportunity to play Carla, and it was really special to be able to experience what she can bring from the other side of the court. So I think all credit goes to her for her resilience and her nature as a competitor, to be able to come back from the adversity that she has, and to be able to have that moment with her was nothing shy of remarkable.
And on that point, what did you exchange words at the end? And it was very nice of you also, as would be expected, the way you applauded her off the court also.
She deserves nothing but the best, and I mean, I just said to her it was a pleasure to share the court with you, and you know, she's an exceptional person, a great fighter, a great competitor, and very well loved and respected in the locker room, and she's going to be sorely missed, and I just wanted to give her the appreciation that she thoroughly deserves. And the crowd was exceptional. They gave her a remarkable reception as well as she's walking off the court, and I kind of didn't know what else to do. I wanted to give her a hug and just say congratulations on an exceptional, remarkable career. I know she's still got a little bit to go, and I wish her all the very best.
Okay, we'll take the question from Jacqueline Magnay.
Hi Ash, Jacqueline Magnay from the Australian newspaper. Congratulations. Can you just describe what the atmosphere was like on centre court, and if you can elaborate on the bubble? A couple of players have been commenting about how tough they're finding being in that bubble, and I'm wondering what your experience is.
The bubble is all worth it to be able to experience moments like today on a beautiful centre court, and my first time playing under the centre court roof as well. And when it was closing, Carla and I were both just kind of peeking outside and looking at it, and it was just unbelievable. And I think obviously to play on centre court today, to play my first round on there against Carla was awesome. And the bubble's all worth it. It's what we have to do to be able to experience this tournament, and to be able to play here, you do absolutely anything. You bend over backwards to make sure that you can prepare yourself in a way that you get to experience Wimbledon and play at Wimbledon. So the bubble for me, certainly no issue at all.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Kate Battersby.
Hi Ash, Kate Battersby from Wimbledon.com. At Roland Garros, Sloane Stephens, when she played, Carla spoke of the particular mental equation of playing Carla under these circumstances at this point in her career. Did you find that, any kind of mental hurdle today?
It was a privilege more than anything to be able to share the court with Carla, and particularly today to have fans was really special. To be able to play on centre court with fans, the roof closed. It was just kind of one of those moments that you'll never forget. And I think for Carla to be able to experience that reception as she walked off the court was awesome. It's exactly what she deserved, and to be able to share that with her was really cool.
Okay, we take a question from George Sessions.
I asked George from PA Media. It's obviously been a while, hasn't it, since you played on grass, in a weird way, sort of moving forward, in this tournament. Is it kind of nice to actually have had a free setter and get a little bit more time on grass, moving into the sort of next stage?
Yeah, it has been a while. It kind of had felt like it hasn't been so long though. Grass court tennis has always felt like it's come quite naturally to me, and it's just about trying to go out there and play the best that I can on that day. And I thought at times that I served well, as was able to control the court, and for all but one little hiccup serving for the match, it was really good. We obviously go back and debrief and go through and think of ways that we could improve and be better and what we've learned from that match. But to be able to run away with that third set in the end and kind of get off the court pretty quickly was really nice.
Okay, Courtney.
Courtney Nguyen, WTA Insider. Hey, Ash. Just in terms of the anticipation for this opening match, I was just wondering if you could kind of dive into that. What was it like to kind of get ready for it, and just kind of, did you just want to get your tournament started? Like, let's get ready to go? Kind of what was the mentality going into it?
Pure excitement. I think there was a little bit of nervousness, probably not knowing exactly how my body was going to feel, genuinely, but I know that I had full trust that we'd done absolutely everything that we could, but yeah, you just never know. And to be able to go out there today and play the way that I did was really nice, and overall it was just a really solid match to start things off, and I think it was just an opportunity to go out there and test myself against someone who has proven it over a massively successful long career, that you have to compete at the very best to be able to match it with Carla, and I felt like I was able to go to that level today and to be able to match it with her, but overall happy to get a start here at Wimbledon, play that really solid match, and now we kind of feel like we just keep working our way through the tournament as best that we can each and every day.
Okay, Jacqueline Magnay again.
Oh, hi, Ash. The Australian Olympic Committee named the tennis team for Tokyo. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I'm just wondering what you feel about that, and what your preparation will be after Wimbledon leading into Tokyo.
I'm proud. I'm bloody proud to be able to be a part of an Australian Olympic team. It was always a dream of mine, and to be able to be officially named is awesome. I've heard. I've spoken to a lot of players, tennis players, about their experiences in the Olympics. I think Alicia and Casey probably the most, and to be able to hear nothing but positivity, I just wanted to grab that opportunity. It's my first time, and I can't wait to get to Tokyo and start preparing. And like every other person on our Australian Olympic team, I think there's 480 odd of us, go out there, do Aussies proud, and kind of fight as one and be really united.
Okay, now we'll go to Craig Gabriel.
Just continuing on the Olympic aspect, it's the strongest team Australia's ever put together, with 11 of you going. So there's that part, but also the part that you are also going to be the first Indigenous player to be part of the Australian tennis team at the Olympics. So that's no doubt, I would say, extra pride.
Yeah, it is, and I know that we've got a really good group, big group of Australian Indigenous athletes in our team. So I know for me it's a first for tennis, but there have certainly been a lot of Olympic athletes that have paved the way for me in an Indigenous sense, and kind of showing me that there is a pathway, that it is possible. And I hope that all of us as one, kind of we're all united as one in our Australian Olympic team, can pave the path for next generations coming through, because that's a really important part of that Olympic spirit, is knowing that it's just you're in the fight, you're in the game. We fight like Aussies do, and you never know what can happen.
And Ash, what would be the aspect of the Olympics that you're looking forward to the most?
I'll have to tell you when I get there. I think any time you get to represent Australia and wear the green and gold, obviously, I love it. I really, really love it. And I think I've had a bit of a taste of it at Fed Cup, but the Olympics obviously has so much history. And for Aussies in particular, we have such a rich history in our Australian Olympians doing exceptionally well, and I hope that this team, not just the tennis team, but all of us, can do Aussies proud at home, and this unique Olympic Games will hopefully be as successful as ever.
Thank you very much, everybody. We'll conclude the press conference there.
Thank you.
Well, Ash, this is exciting. Ahead of Wimbledon, your return to the Grand Slam stage as a top seed, opening the centre court schedule on Tuesday. How do you feel about that, first of all?
Yeah, an incredible privilege, and I'm extremely humbled to have that opportunity. Of course, I wish Sim was here to be able to experience it for herself. It's something that she's earned as a defending champion, but I'm excited for my opportunity to do that, and I'm sure that we'll have a great experience and a great time come Tuesday afternoon.
How are you feeling physically ahead of this?
I feel ready. I feel like we've done everything that we possibly can to be ready for this tournament, and I think I have trust in my body, I have trust in my team, and knowing that we're ready to play, and we get to go out there now and compete and enjoy. Another opportunity, another experience to play here at Wimbledon is nothing you can take for granted. I think genuinely there's a feeling of gratitude and knowing that this is something that not many people in the world get to experience as playing the courts.
Can you tell us a bit about the kit you're going to be wearing this year?
A very special outfit for me and a very special tribute to an incredible person in Evonne. It's the 50th anniversary of her first title here, and I think for us as Australians, but particularly as an Indigenous Australian, and sharing that heritage is something I'm really excited to wear. You think of icons and role models of the past, and I think for me, an iconic person is Evonne. She's done that in her own way. She's paved a path and created a legacy for Indigenous youth to look up to, and I think I'm trying to play my role in doing that and be a positive role model, just being the person that my parents taught me to be, and that's all I can be.
If you're just tuning into this, that's a man in a skirt. Welcome to Wimbledon 2017, day 11 on court 3.
During the match, Kim shouted out to the audience, "Will I serve left or right?" And me being a cocky Irish guy said, "Body serve."
Body!
And that's when it started.
The Championships, fondly known as Wimbledon, is one of the world's oldest sporting events. Among its many unique qualities are its fans, who travel from far and wide to be part of the magic. These are the stories of their pursuits.
This young man suggested body serve. He has to face a body serve from Clijsters.
I clearly wasn't.
Oh yeah, you're right, Kim. This is so much against the rules here at Wimbledon.
When she came over with the skirt, I said, that's not going to fit.
This isn't going to work.
There's an Irish saying the fear of God came upon me. That's what happened. I was like, oh, this is not going to end well.
Clijsters is just in pieces now.
She did hit it right at my body.
Oh, he's got it back!
I managed to ungracefully get it back over the net. I don't think Kim really had much choice in giving me the skirt because she couldn't use it after my legs went in, and I'm in the strands were good. It was a one-time wear after they went on my legs. What happened at Wimbledon has changed pretty much everything about my life.
What a sight.
Following that Wimbledon in 2017, the reaction from people, literally from hours after the video started to go viral, they sent messages saying, you know what, I've had the worst possible day ever. I have had such a good laugh watching your video and you just cheered me up. That actually changes someone. It changes the person that the message is sent to. Literally on the plane home, we decided, you know, let's do something with this. Helping others in the way I did with the auction of the skirt was never something that I had an opportunity to do before. The obvious choice for me was the charity that is based in my hometown in Greystones called the Gavin Glynn Foundation. Gavin Glynn Foundation deal with families specifically that have childhood cancer. During that time, my mum was dying of cancer as well. Helping the Gavin Glynn Foundation kept me centred and kept me strong because I had the actual opportunity to actually make a big difference to something. Through international donations and then through the actual bids on the auction itself, we managed to get €16,000. I worked with the charity that I had dealt with the auction of the skirt to get involved in white-collar boxing. After what happened with the skirt, there were so many comments on social media about my size, so I decided to change that. When the training gets tough and you know you've committed to helping, it does keep you motivated. We were also bombarding Facebook and all the social media. There was quite a buzz all over the country about this man in the Wimbledon tennis skirt that was helping people for charity.
Being here at Wimbledon, one of the things that makes it so special is the atmosphere when the crowd's here, when the match is on, people cheering for their fan favourite.
It's very serious because there's lots of prestige of winning that tournament, but there's the other side of it as well with the Legends matches. It's a little bit more light-hearted. They do get the crowd involved a little bit, which is great. It's much more of an experience, a different type of an experience. the mental toughness you need at any level of tennis, just the same that, you know, you can pretty much apply to any challenge that comes on life. With all the bad news in the world, I think what happened to me might have refreshed people's perspective that there is something good out there. The video itself is just good, clean fun, and it's something the world is sadly lacking. What happened at Wimbledon made me reevaluate a lot of things, and for me personally, it's so good to actually be able to give that a little bit of good feeling back. There's not many people who have that chance to actually do something with an opportunity they've been given, so I had the opportunity, so I jumped at it.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
Here we are at Wimbledon and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age, her very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where's the strawberries?
We're out.
You cannot be serious.
With championship points.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
I agree, Bounce.
Blade! I didn't see you down there. Why don't you pull up a chair and join me? Now that play is over for the day, what should we watch next?
Oh, well, there's an interesting documentary on soil patterns.
How about a film of the funniest moments in Wimbledon history?
Are you sure? This documentary is supposed to be really interesting.
Yeah, Blade. I think this is more our kind of movie. Here, trust me, you'll enjoy it.
Okay. Oh, it's my cousins.
Shh, Blade! The movie's about to start. You know how lucky we are to get so close to the matches here at Wimbledon? Sometimes, if the fans are really, really lucky, they can get as close as us. Like this spectator. He got so close, he had to save Serena Williams.
Just don't step on the grass!
And David Beckham got to meet me. Can you keep a secret, Blade?
Well, as long as it doesn't get me in trouble.
Sometimes, if you're really lucky, you might even get invited onto the court. This was back in 2017 in the Ladies' Invitational Doubles, and one of the fans caught Kim Clijsters' attention and, well, just watch this.
He shouldn't be on the court. He's not wearing white clothes. This is in violation of so many rules. Bounce! There's something wrong with the TV. This is in slow motion.
They can't play without me. Ah, there I am.
Where in the rule book is that?
At Wimbledon, you have to have your wits about you 100% of the time. Not even our roofs could keep that out.
He got hit by his own teammate.
Wait for it.
Twice! And that's why I like to stay on the ground. So, documentary? Goody. So, the first thing you need to know about the soil at Wimbledon is the softness. It's like sort of mulch and it's brown, but it also goes...
My name is Grace, and I come from Singapore. I wanted to come to Wimbledon because I wanted to see centre court and Federer, because both of them are iconic. So it's like, whoa, if I could come here, it will be awesome.
The Championships, fondly known as Wimbledon, is one of the world's oldest sporting events. Among its many unique qualities are its fans, who travel from far and wide to be part of the magic. These are the stories of their pursuits. Heralded for its dedication to tradition, the grass courts, the white uniforms, and of course, the queue. A time-old ritual that since the gates on Church Road opened in 1922 has given spectators the most incredible opportunity. Arrive on the doorsteps of SW19 without a ticket, and the very next day you can be on centre court, a stadium like no other. Wimbledon every year delivers this opportunity, the dream of many tennis fans around the world.
I started planning to make my way to Wimbledon. It's a long distance between Singapore and London. I got really excited, but I was a bit scared as well. I spoke to a friend who's been here before, and they were like, just go to the queue. If you were willing to invest your time, you can definitely get good tickets.
The queue is not just a line. Camping is encouraged and even organised by the event staff, taking the simple act of waiting and turning it into something much more. Everyone who puts in the time and energy has the same access to great seats as top-paying fans, no matter who you are or where you're from.
Back in Singapore, we don't really do camping a lot. It makes it a little bit more intriguing for me. That's what drew me to be in the queue for 2 nights. I YouTube how to set the tent up and what should I bring. Everybody in the queue was so nice and so friendly, and everyone's just really excited. And it's very nice to get to see like-minded people because they're here for the same reason as yourself. I never thought I'll be here and getting tickets into centre court. When we walk in through the grounds, it's just like a dream come true. When I'm sitting in centre court, the feeling is just unreal. I just can't believe I'm inside. And this whole adrenaline just rushes through me. And sometimes I don't even know what I'm doing. Grass courts are not common in Singapore. The general excitement and passion for coming in is just, you can just feel it. The people that I meet here come from all walks of life. Conversations come and you make friends, and it opens me up to how people live in different countries, which would be fundamentally quite different from Singapore. This is what excites me because I stand for diversity. So I'm actually looking forward to the Pride Parade today. I truly believe in it, and I don't get that in Singapore. Travel is extremely important to me because when I talk to people, I understand what they are, who they are, and I feel like it enriches me as a person. I grow as I talk and understand where people come from. It just increases my horizon.
It may be a British quirk, but Wimbledon's queue is much more than just a spectator's quest. It's a place where optimism is rewarded, and the shared experience of the journey brings people together like no other major sporting event. While the biggest names in tennis chase greatness on the court, the fans in the queue embody a similar value as they meet to celebrate that pursuit.
At Wimbledon, it's amazing, and because of the queue, I was able to catch matches 5 rows from the grass court. It's very exciting for me to come around here. I realized that Wimbledon itself is just quite magical. The feeling hits you and you just keep wanting to come back.
Well, yeah, grey skies still over SW19 here. Still no play on the outside courts at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah, everyone's got their umbrellas up. It's a bit soggy down here. Radzi and I actually earlier did go and catch up with a few people on the hill who were wearing ponchos. They were dressed appropriately. Some not dressed so appropriately. I didn't actually manage to get a word with some of the girls in the beautiful white dresses, wearing Wimbledon white, but possibly should save those for tomorrow if we get the sun. Yeah, we're joined by Laura Robson again with our umbrellas, and it's a pretty special moment happening the other side of London at Wembley. We'll talk about that in a moment with you, Laura. I know you've got a keen eye on that, but for now we're going to go to court number 1 because Angelique Kerber has match point right now.
Game, set, and match, Kerber. Two sets to love, 6-4.
Yeah,
6-3.
such a great win for Kerber, who's finally coming into some really good form again after a couple of tough months, and won a tournament last week, so looking good out there, and has had amazing results, obviously, here in the past. So I think a real dark horse for the title, perhaps, and she's in the section of the draw, which can definitely open up as the tournament goes on. But I mean, German player, I know where the link is coming from here. Where we've got football on the brain, 100%.
Well, let's talk about football for a second. Let's talk about Germany. So if we were to put you on the spot right here, right now, and talk about the ultimate player in terms of a football-tennis transition, who is the most defensive player you've ever played against who could possibly be in your back four?
Who I've played against, I'd say in terms of movement and sheer athleticism, probably Clijsters has got to be up there. I think that's a really great shout, actually, if I do say so myself. But yeah, just the way that she was able to slide out there, and I know she's still planning on making a comeback at some point if she can stay healthy. But when you think of all the tennis players that can slide off both wings and they've got that flexibility as well, I think there's some pretty decent footballers out on the tour.
I'm going to go all-time Arantxa Sanchez.
Oh, I think you've got to throw Ash Barty in there as well, because she could literally pick up any sport and be very, very good at it. She's just one of those athletes. So, yeah, I'd throw her in there for sure.
I thought we were going to go complete starting 11 there. I was like, we're going to be here all day.
It's going to take a while. Going to take a while for this rain to abate. So who would you go? Defensive player?
Defensive player right now.
Go for someone tall.
I went old school, Arantxa Sanchez Vicario.
No, well, shall I go for good old my mate Isner?
Big John.
Yeah.
He's good in goal for me.
I don't think he's ever played football in his life.
A bit too lanky, I was going to say, for him, possibly. But anyway, where are we going with the England chat? Laura, you got one eye across the football. Have you been watching the entire time?
Well, I watched a bit of the lead up before I came out here, and I've definitely got one eye. Got the notifications coming through as well. So, yeah, I'm definitely focusing on the tennis, but I think fair enough to say that we're all slightly concerned with how things are going at Wembley as well.
What have you been working on, if much, today? Obviously, because play has been slightly halted with the weather. Have you had a chance to watch any of the matches out there?
Yeah, I was working on Harriet Dart's match early on way earlier on today before the rain started, and then I was meant to do Fran Jones playing Coco Gauff, which hopefully will start on court 2 as soon as the weather clears up a bit, but that should be a really good match, so fingers crossed they can get on today, but I think there's already been a couple of cancellations, unfortunately.
You know, being a Brit, is there an edge that you kind of are used to dealing with the rain delays, the weather delays, the uncertainty, could be playing today, might be playing tomorrow?
No. So I wish there was. I wish we had an advantage, but unfortunately for everyone, they're just kind of stuck in the players' area at the moment. You try warm up 6-7 times, and yeah, especially for Fran, because she had quite a quick match before her, so she probably was ready to go, and then the bubbles came out, the covers came on, and she's just got to wait around. A lot of people have naps and things like that. The locker room is really quite comfortable, so I'm sure there's a lot of that going on as well.
Speaking about another Brit, Liam Brodie, we were kind of mentioning him earlier. He's got Schwartzman next, of course. He's kind of had a bit of a resurgence, and he said it's because he had dinner with Andy Murray, and he kind of said a few things that made him really kind of get back on track and become focused. How far can Liam go this time out? Obviously, Schwartzman's a pretty tough tie up next, but do you know him well? Do you know kind of what he's going through at the moment, and how he has kind of, in his own mind, kind of had a bit of a comeback?
Yeah, I'm keen to ask him what Andy said, actually. It must have been pretty inspirational. But
I think it was in a cafe as well, down the road.
Oh, really?
Or something, he said, yeah.
Well, I've known Liam since we were under 9s. We played our first ever international tournament together where the sets were up to 4 because it was so mini and junior tennis. But I'm so glad to see him do well after what has been a really tough couple of years where he's just had to plug away, play all the challenges, play futures again, and to see him win first round of a Grand Slam means so much to him and the rest of his family.
I was going to say, how difficult is it going back to futures tournament or dropping down a little bit, especially with someone like Jack Draper yesterday, because he's had these massive occasions now at Queen's and now Wimbledon, then going back to possibly not having many people like spectating and cheering him on. You've got to get in a different headspace for that, haven't you? It is really weird, and a lot of the players here will have that problem after this tournament, where if you're not in the top 50, you're going straight back to playing in front of 10, 20 people, and definitely not as glamorous. And even though we've got the umbrellas, we're not looking too glamorous ourselves. But yeah, this is a one-of-a-kind tournament, so it's tough, I think. And for someone like Jack, I think he's done really well to get his ranking up at Queen's a couple of weeks ago by making quarters. So he'll at least be main draw of the Challenger events in the next couple of months, and can work from there, trying to get into some ATP qualifying. But yeah, you've just got to try and make the most of a good draw when you've got the chance, and keep pushing.
In terms of what you managed yesterday, taking a set of one of the greatest of all time, how much confidence would that give him going forward? Like you say, possibly when there are fewer crowds, even though we've had a year of no crowds. I think Jack's personality really suits any sort of competitive environment. You could see how up for it he was, and how he dealt with the nerves, I think, really well when he came out there yesterday. It's not easy for a teenager coming out on centre court and taking a set off the world #1. So fair play to Jack. I think he's going to do really well as long as he can stay healthy, and I've got my fingers crossed for him. Laura, what did you make of those challenge tours? Did you prefer being kind of out here when there was loads of people cheering on the high-pressure situations, or did you not mind when you had to play in front of maybe 10 people eating their sandwiches, not really paying attention to you? Well, there's definitely better food at these tournaments. There's probably better courts as well, and things like that, and yeah, locker rooms slightly nicer too. But you know what, I think most of the players out there are so competitive that you could put them in front of a dog and his hat, and then they're fine. I can imagine Andy Murray playing just as competitively as he did yesterday on any surface, even a mini tennis court. I can see him going for it. Can I just ask you, Laura, so we're seeing there Daniel Medvedev, Struff as well. How will they be feeling walking out onto court 1? What actually goes through your body when that happens? To be honest, I think they're thrilled that they're on a court with a roof right now, and that is the best feeling when you see your name on the schedule when the weather's meant to be like this, that you know you're going to get out there today. And so many of the matches have been cancelled already, and it is just a relief to think, I know my schedule, I know for a fact I'm going to be playing this afternoon. I can prepare way better than everyone else in the draw. I think it's a relief for people who are coming here as well, going, oh, I've got a covered court seat as well. We've spoken to quite a lot on the hill, haven't we, Rads, earlier on, and people have been completely breaking the weather. I've seen so many ambitious dresses, though. I can't believe that people didn't check the weather before they came out here today. There's a lot of, like, open-toed shoes, and to sit on the hill, which is
a bit more like a mudslide at the moment. It's not ideal at all.
But that's what Wimbledon's about. People have been locked down for the last 18 months. They've got a ticket to Wimbledon. They're going to make the most of it, aren't they? And dress up and put all the outfits they bought during lockdown to good use right now. But I think we can go to commentary on court 1 now. Let's hear what the guys have to say ahead of this matchup.
Gentlemen, we have best of 5 tiebreak sets. Final set tiebreak will be at 12 all. What else we have? 25 seconds between points. The time starts when I call the score. You will have the time on the 2 scoreboards. For the towel, Daniel, can you use the purple box you see in the corner and the green one for you? And please be careful, don't throw your rackets on the court. Keep the grass how it is. Do you have any questions? We finish with, yeah, we start it and we finish. Daniel, heads or tails? Heads. Heads. Receive. Have a good match.
There we are, plenty of information from Renaud Lichtenstein, the referee, the umpire for this one. So I've got football in my brain there. The umpire for this one, and the question you heard from Jan-Lennard Struff was, will we finish with the roof? Yes, it's explained to him. So I'll explain to you now. If the roof is closed when they start a match, they will finish with the roof closed. So we are indoors at Wimbledon for Jan-Lennard Struff against Daniil Medvedev. There is Medvedev, and you can see the build of him, and he's 6'6". There's not much of him in terms of weight, but he is a wonderful talent. He is the world #2 now, and seeded second here. A look at his pedigree in the slams, and finalist at the Australian Open this year. He lost in straight sets there to Djokovic. In terms of Wimbledon, just the third round, I mean, you can see it, relatively speaking, the weakest of the majors for him, but of course there was no Wimbledon last year to try and improve on that record. Twice to the third round in 2018 and 19, and both times there he lost in 5 sets to Adrian Mannarino and to David Goffin. A finalist in the US Open as well, lost there in 2019 to Nadal in 5 sets. On the right-hand side is Gilles Savara. He's been working with Medvedev since 2017. He's based in the south of France, where Medvedev has been for some time.
3 minutes.
And Jan-Lennard Struff, as I mentioned, a player of some experience. He's the world number 45, the German. He's 31 now. Just sneaked inside the top 30 before, but he's always been there or thereabouts without threatening the very later stages of the slams. There's the record for you. Actually reaching the 4th round of the French Open this year, and at Wimbledon twice to the 3rd round as well. Had a monster match, actually, 13-11 in the 5th set against Ivo Karlovic in 2018. That was in the 2nd round. Then he went on to lose to Federer. So it's worth pointing out again, though, that he has met
2 minutes.
Daniil Medvedev recently.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you leave your seat, please make sure you take all your belongings with you.
And it was on grass, and he won it. He won in Halle earlier this month. I mean, Medvedev overall 3-1 in front, but Jan-Lennard Struff with that recent meeting on grass in the victory in Halle. Although Medvedev was coming off the back of a decent run at Roland Garros, which may have taken a little bit out of him. And there is Renaud Lichtenstein.
1 minute.
John McEnroe is alongside me for this one, and always interesting to watch Daniil Medvedev play. He could, I mean, he's obviously a great talent. He can be quite lively on the court, quite fiery sometimes of temper.
Yeah, he's become my new favorite player to watch. Certainly unpredictable, highly talented. He has come a long way, particularly the last year and a half. And he's a very tough customer. This is not your basic or easy first-round match, though. He plays Struff, who he lost to just a few weeks ago. He's a big guy. He's, like you said, Andrew, a lot of experience, knows what he's doing. He's not going to beat himself. I'm very interested to see where Medvedev positions himself on this court, because he's figured out that he's befuddled many people on hard courts by standing way, way back in the court. You got to cover a lot of ground. You got to do a lot of running. He's a great mover, 6'6". Not as easy to get away with that on this surface. I think you'll see Struff move forward more, try to cut off some angles, and see if Medvedev tries to be more aggressive, proactive, instead of reacting as he normally does.
Yeah, it's interesting, as you say, that some players over the last year and a half, with all the difficulties, have had their struggles and their form might have dipped. But Medvedev, really in the middle, in the meat and the peak of his career, age 24, 25, he has moved forward. He's just checking on the towel situation. You might have heard the umpire as well just before the match allocating a coloured box to each of the players. These are the precautions we have to take, but we have tennis to enjoy. And it will be Jan-Lennard Struff.
First sets.
To get us underway.
Jan-Lennard Struff to serve. Ready? Play. Love 15.
It's tough to hit through Medvedev, that's for sure. From where he's standing, pretty similar to where he is on the other surfaces. Got to hit some angles, short balls, make him move forward.
$15-all.
You're going to see a lot of serving by, I think, from Struff.
30-15.
Because of where Medvedev is standing. That's a good low volley. It's what he should do.
As you said, though, John, it's a draw that Medvedev is the number 2 seed. He might have been hoping he could ease his way in with a slightly more favourable opponent. Struff could prove very awkward.
particular, given the fact that he lost to Struff. He took a wild card in Mallorca, which ended up being a good thing. He won it, but he played Saturday, so this is not what he was expecting, to have to go against this guy again. It'd be nice if he got the quick break.
Yes.
Not a great mover, Struff. He's a big guy. He hits a
advantage
big
Medvedev.
ball when he needs to, but that's not his forte. So he's going to have some pretty pinpoint placement on those serves. He wants to pull off the upset again.
Mr. Medvedev changing the call, left far side line, ball was called out.
He had a little think about it, then decided to ask the question. Wow.
Yes, Mr. Medvedev has 2 challenges remaining. Out. Advantage Medvedev. Game Medvedev.
Well, the number 2 seed getting off to the absolute dream start, breaking in the first game on court there, and I have to say it's all impressive stuff. You can continue watching that, by the way, with all of our broadcast partners. But as for us here, it's time to talk about the action. And Laura, it's good news because behind us here on court 18, they've begun to remove the covers from the court, and it's something you know a lot about yourself.
Well, I personally don't, but I do have a member of my family who was court coverer for 5 years, my older brother. And yeah, he ended up being the court manager of this particular court behind us by the time he finished. So I think he misses it slightly. It's always a fantastic 2 weeks for them, especially if it doesn't rain, because then they just get to sit and watch tennis all day.
And you were just looking at it behind us there and saying, oh, it's still, even though the covers are off, it still looks a little bit damp. What do they do then when it's still a little bit damp, even though the covers have come off? What would your brother do in this instance as court manager?
I think they get out some blowers, maybe. I really don't know. It depends how it actually feels out there. And the baseline in particular looks a little bit slippy to me from where we're standing. So, yeah, maybe some humidifiers, something like that. I really don't know. But they're the experts down there, and we can see them working very hard out on what looks like court 2 now. So fingers crossed we'll see some action in the next sort of 20 minutes or so.
Well, that process there, after they roll the covers off, what they'll then do is they'll trim the grass to get a little bit of extra moisture, and then they'll blow dry some of it as well as brushing it as well. I know that from last week at Queen's when I spent a little bit of time with the main court man himself and got to go under the bubble. And I have to say, what they do is genuinely incredible because...
It's science.
It really is, because the tiniest bit of moisture, unlike, say, football, and we're not saying the F word anymore, but unlike with football where you can have very wet grass, you can't have a drop of it here.
No, and the ground staff here are absolutely amazing. The way that they work throughout the whole year to put these courts together, and it's literally their babies. They work so hard on them day after day, and even overnight, which is why, of course, you've got the rule where you absolutely cannot throw your racket on these courts because someone then has to work overtime to fix any dents and things like that. So they are absolutely pristine all the time.
And Laura, sticking on the theme of your brother being a court manager here,
I'm sure he's going to be really glad.
Has there
over
been
that.
a point, though, when he's been court managing a court which you've played on?
Well, I don't think he was technically supposed to be there, but when the Olympics was here, I walked out onto centre court and he's somehow managed to be sat right behind my chair and was then holding my umbrella for, I think, a set and a half, something like that, before probably his manager realised that he shouldn't technically be out there. But yeah, it was funny, and it was one of those memories that you can kind of tell the grandkids, like, oh, your brother kind of blagged his way onto centre court somehow. But yeah, I probably shouldn't tell the story because I'm not sure that was allowed.
No one heard it. No one heard it anyway. But I have to say, you managed to get a medal at that Olympic Games. We're looking at a man who loved nothing more than to get himself an Olympic gold medal, and serving out the second set, it is the 7-time champion himself, Roger Federer.
1-0, Mannarino.
It's that type of shot in that type of moment you just never expect Federer to miss. He'd set the point up well to get the forehand, dragged it down, gives Mannarino the early mini break. He's saturating that serve out wide now on the left court, Mannarino, and why not?
2-0. 2-1, Mannarino. Mannarino.
Talked about his racket head speed when you're swinging at the ball that quickly. If your timing's not spot on, you'll get some miss hits. Stroke of luck, but
he's earned it, really.
4-1, Mannarino.
Rallying for Federer. He's unsettled. He's been rattled here, Federer. Yeah, there's a couple of, uncharacteristic, unforced errors, and coming off the forehand side, it's not something we've seen. I think, again, it emphasises just the lack of match play in the big moments, not necessarily playing the big points as well as he has.
barely winning any points at all against the Mannarino serve.
Mr. Mannarino is challenging the call on the service line. The ball scored out.
Had one challenge left in the set going into the breaker, but an extra one for it. So that one now gone. There's a sound of almost shock on centre court.
Four unforced errors on the forehand side from Federer, one of the greatest shots in the sport. Certainly misfired here. 5 set points for Mannarino. Two saves, 3 to go. Saw someone come from 5-love down in a set yesterday. Someone going to come from 6-1 down in a tiebreak.
It's the go-to. It's been so successful. And Mannarino in the 7th meeting has taken just his 2nd set against Federer. First one here at Wimbledon. In the 3rd meeting, it's 1-1.
Well, Mannarino is really making Roger Federer work for it out there on centre court. And if you want to continue watching that match, then you can do so on all the Wimbledon official broadcast partners. There you have it. So, yeah, that's a pretty exciting match to continue following, of course. And we keep linking back to the football, guys, don't we? But Switzerland and France there.
Nice.
Are they going to get a bit of a comeback? I don't know. It looks like they are at the moment, doesn't it? Mannarino very much back in this one. But Laura, I'm going to come back to you, though. Federer, can we count him out? He hasn't the ideal preparation, but you know him pretty well and his game. What do you think's going to happen in this one?
It's just about how consistent he can stay, really. And in Paris, he played some good tennis and some really quite bad tennis. But it's all part and parcel of, you know, being back out here again. He's really just not played enough matches. And I think you can see that when he's out there. But he's got a really tough opponent today in Mannarino, who's tricky lefty and loves playing out on the grass as well. So I expected that one to be quite close. And I actually can't pick a winner. I hope Federer comes through because we want to see him do well at all times, basically. I think I'm his biggest fan ever. So, yeah, I've got my fingers crossed because he's such a great champion.
But I'm just going to say, Raz, quickly, but that's been key to what we've been reading about Serena and Roger's longevity in their career, the fact that they are picking and choosing what matches to play, what tournaments to play now. So you're just saying he hasn't had that much time on court, but that's key to him carrying on at nearly the age of 40.
It is, in a way. I think the difficulty for him this time round is that his delay has been through injury rather than choice, and he's had multiple knee surgeries now, has just had difficulty finding some consistency within his body and, trying to stay healthy at all times. So I think it was a great thing that he was able to play Paris and get a few matches there, even though he ended up having to withdraw from the tournament because he wanted to focus on the grass. So, he's done everything he can to be as healthy as possible in this event, but as I say, a tricky one today.
Whirly and Rachel and I were having a hot chocolate. We were discussing why it is and how it is that certain players have lasted so long. So Venus Williams, 41 years old. As Rach said, Roger Federer turning 40 in September, Serena in August. How long do you think players can keep going right at the very top?
It's weird because I think if you'd asked any of them 10 years ago if they'd still be playing, they all would have said no. And it's just because everyone at this level is so competitive, they can't quite seem to let go, and especially when they're playing so well, why would you? And we saw it with Andy last night as well. He kind of nipped everything in the bud and said, I'm going to be here because I want to be here, and he's still able to compete at such a high level. So it's, there's no reason why you can't compete into your 40s anymore. So I think sports science is so incredible these days. You see it in other sports, someone like Tom Brady who's in his 40s in the NFL. So why not? And it's just up to the players whether they still want to be out there, but someone like Serena especially is right up there with the best.
Yeah, we were saying about that, wasn't it? Kind of advances in technology as well. They're talking about the shoes. Obviously, we saw, I think, a couple of players wearing the different Lycra, again, compression. It's all kind of, I guess, coming together, isn't it, to kind of keep these athletes progressing further in their careers, which is what we're going to see. And I guess the younger kids will be like, they can go to all their 40. We're going to keep seeing that. Maybe the tennis population is going to age as we kind of continue. But we can go now, I think, to Jenny, and she has Carla Suarez Navarro, who's obviously retiring as well. I mean, she had a lovely moment, didn't she, on centre court earlier?
Well, I can't tell you how delighted I am to be standing next to Carla Suarez Navarro. Honestly, what an incredible career you've had. Your last match on Wimbledon today against the world #1, Ash Barty. Can you tell me, I'm sure so many things have been going through your mind, can you tell me a few of them?
Well, for me it was a really special day, a lot of emotions. I think Wimbledon made me a really good gift. The best I can ask for in center court, world #1. I really enjoy every moment. I'm a little bit sad because I didn't win, but I think I give everything that I had, and hopefully the crowd had enjoyed the match.
Not hopefully, the crowd definitely enjoyed the match, especially when you came back and you won that second set, that tie-break. You played unbelievable, 7-1. How did you feel at that point?
Well, I feel really good in the tiebreak, but I give everything that I had, and then I have no more energy for the last one. But well, also in front I have Ash. She also know how to play on grass, and it was tough for me, but I have no more energy. I give everything in the second set. But at the end I think was a really good match.
Well, obviously there was a lot of emotions at the end when you were walking off. For you, Ash Barty was in tears, your mum was in tears, your mum was on TV all the time. It was fantastic. Can you talk me through what it was like actually walking off the court and saying goodbye?
Well, the most important for me was, I have in my mind to say thank you to everyone who was on center court, thank you to everyone who watched on TV at home. I know Ash was there also clapping, or I don't know how to say, but yes, for me it was so emotional, so special. I know my mom filmed everything, everything.
Is it going to be a documentary?
Yeah, and I don't know, but she takes photos for everything, to everyone. I think she really enjoy, and for us, this is the most important.
With everything you've been through health-wise in the last year, has it made it even more special?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. We have tough moments this month, and that's why I think we really enjoy even more, no? Also because it's the last time, but also because everything I have passed, and Well, I really enjoy my last match, my last event here in Wimbledon, and I really miss. I think I'm gonna miss Wimbledon for sure.
Absolutely. Well, finally, Carla, what has been, if you can tell me, your favourite memory or one of them here at Wimbledon over the many years that you've played here?
Well, every time that I go on court, I really enjoy the crowd. In 2019, I play against Serena Williams, but every time that I play against the Williams sisters, for me, are the best memories. But everything, I mean, everything. This tournament is so beautiful. Every time we have to wear in white, all green, all beautiful. I think it's a really special tournament, and yeah, I want to say thank you to everyone who support me every day that I spend here in Wimbledon.
Well, Carla, thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure to watch you over these many, many years. I tell you what, we will miss that gorgeous single-handed backhand and of course your wonderful personality. You've been so great to have on the tour. Thank you and good luck for the future.
Thank you so much.
You undoubtedly miss that forehand, as you said, but that moment there as she walked off centre court for the very last time was so much more than tennis, so much more than sport, and just listen to the ovation. And I have to say, Laura, just from a story standpoint, what she has overcome is truly incredible. That's her mother there, former gymnast herself, but what a fantastic story and what a woman she is.
Oh, and I just love that image of her mum shedding a tear as well, watching her daughter walk off centre court. And I love that she had the opportunity to finish her Wimbledon on centre as well. I think myself and a lot of other players thought she got stitched up a bit with the curfew in Paris a couple of weeks ago, where she ended up playing her last match at Roland Garros in front of no crowd. And for her to have that moment, and the fact that it seemed like centre court kind of were a bit clued in as well, they knew it as well, and I hope they knew how much she's achieved to just be back out there. But I was really, really happy that she had that moment, and you know, fingers crossed that she does well at the Olympics as well, because I know how much she's looked forward to it, and she's just incredible, really. I can't say a bad word about her, because all the players absolutely love her. She's such a great person and has been out there on tour for so many years. But yeah, fantastic for her today.
And obviously you mentioned she's going to the Olympics. I think she's going to actually finish her career at the US Open. Laura, if you can kind of look back on her career, would you have a moment that you kind of think stands out in terms of Carla?
I think she's just one of those players who's been so steadily consistent over the last 10, 15 years, and has always been a contender at any tournament she enters, because you know how hard she works week in, week out, how other than the last kind of year and a half is able to stay pretty healthy in terms of injuries and things like that. So she's just been a proper sort of, I don't want to say still, I don't know even the word I'm looking for here, but just one of those players that's always in the top 20, always does well, always competes, gives it everything they've got week in, week out. And yeah, she's just one of the most liked players on tour as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love the fact that she's controlled that retirement. She's controlled the fact that she wants to go out how she wants to go out, and that's very much on her shield. Well, we can see here, we're joining the action on court number 2. Coco Gauff, what a player she is, and somebody who's very much looking forward to achieving great things. And Laura, when you see a player like Coco Gauff, is there anything she's missing from her game to take her possibly from a player that we think is absolutely incredible to really that sort of legendary status?
No, to be honest. When I watch her, every single time I see her out there, it seems like she's improved a certain part of her game, whether that's her movement. I think she's added a bit of pace, in particular on the serve, and she's gaining that experience as well. She just looks so comfortable out there in the tight moments, and she's winning tournaments I've never seen before someone her age do, and it's absolutely incredible. But I'm very, very happy for Fran Jones to be out on court too as well, having overcome so much in her young career as well, just to be able to play tennis. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one, because I think it's two very competitive young ladies and it should be a good one.
Yeah, tell us a bit more about Fran Jones from a British point of view as well. This is a pretty big deal for her, surely.
It is, and she plays a lot on the challenger level at the moment, but has a career high earlier this year of 185 and qualified for the Australian Open, but has a condition where she's got 2 less fingers on each hand and 3 missing toes, I believe. I hope I got that right. But yeah, she's dealt with so much in her life already, and just the fact that she's able to compete at this level is just incredible.
She's almost, essentially, as far as the Olympics would be concerned, a friend of mine, JJ, who's actually a presenter, he's got missing digits himself, and that would, if you like, categorise him as, if you like, disabled. But here she is, not only just competing or playing tennis for fun, at the very highest level, which is truly admirable. But can I just ask, as somebody like Fran, when you see a name like Coco Gauff, do you think, yes, I get to take on one of the best in the world, or do you think, I'd have liked someone a little bit easier? What's your attitude when you see a big name?
Well, I would want someone easier for sure, but I think Fran really relishes that opportunity. She's so competitive and she loves to soak up as much information as possible. She's one of those people that just asks questions after questions because she wants to know more about you, but also about what she can improve in her own game. She's always asking pretty much everyone that she comes across, what do you think I can work on? And I think she'll take so much from this match, win or lose, and take it forward into her training over the next couple of months.
I think we had Anne Tiafoe on yesterday, and she said, yeah, she's not shy at coming forward
no.
at all. So I think you'll be able to see that when she's out playing today. Laura, you just said you kind of shied away from the big names. You didn't want to play them early on. Who was it always on the kind of order of play? You went, oh, drats, I've got that person first.
Well, it's like an ongoing saying when the draw comes out, and if you draw a top seed, the other players try and make you feel better by saying, oh, well, if you play them, you want to play them early on when they're a bit rusty. And it's sort of like, no, I don't think you want to play them at all, really. I want to play them never, especially someone as good as Coco Gauff is and how well she's been playing over the last few months. But, you know, maybe the saying might be right today. It might be closer than perhaps we think. And if Fran can get an early lead, she's one of those players that is so competitive, so outgoing, and will absolutely relish today's match.
And how do you measure success in a match like this? You're expected to go out, you're not expected to win this. Is it a case of if I break once, that would be success? Is it about holding all of your service games? How would you assess it afterwards?
Well, there was actually a really great quote that Coco Gauff said a couple of weeks ago, where she said, usually for someone my age, just to make quarterfinals feels like good enough. And she didn't want to be part of that behaviour. She thinks she's right up there and should be winning semi-finals, finals. And it's sort of the same for someone like Fran, I think, has a similar personality where she's always looking to get better, and just breaking someone's serve or kind of losing 3-3. And it's, you know, it's an okay result, but I think they want to do better.
If you were Fran, though, going into this match, how would you approach it going up against someone like Coco?
I think you've got to be aggressive from the very beginning. Coco's such a great mover that you just need to try and take the time away from her, but Gauff has the ability to kind of slice on the outside shots when she's pushed wide. So, yeah, I think Fran just needs to kind of play her game, not get too wrapped up in tactics, but really just go for it.
Her statistics, it has to be said, are absolutely bonkers. 17 years of age. I was struggling to drive at that age, and yet here she is playing right at the highest level.
It's mental, isn't it? And the fact that she broke out a couple of years ago already just seems ridiculous because she was so young when we saw her beat Venus Williams in this tournament, and all of my friends were absolutely obsessed with her and thought, I can't believe that I was wasting my time at 15 and here she is winning on centre court against such great champions. So yeah, she's putting us all to shame.
Do you think Coco, though, coming back here will feel like she's coming home? We mentioned that with the likes of Serena and Venus. Now that she did so well 2 years ago, she'll feel like this is kind of her tournament, this is her Grand Slam.
In a way, yeah, and she's got that attitude where she loves playing in front of a crowd. She loves, you know, these Grand Slam opportunities, and in the past she had a bit of a dip after that first breakthrough where she finally started to feel nerves, because we did not see her feel any sort of nerves when she was 15, 16, and I mean, it's ridiculous. Now that she's all the age of 17, she's figured it out and she's got enough experience to work through these matches. So yeah, it's just crazy to even talk about.
also maturity and composure. She comes out there, she's not overawed by the occasion at all, or if she is, she's got a very good poker face.
An incredible poker face, but I think she knows that she's nervous sometimes and just has that inner belief and confidence to accept the situation and work through it and still try play aggressive tennis. She's in a way got a good backup because she's such an incredible mover, so if her game's not there on any particular day, she does have that to fall back on. But yeah, she's just so much more mature than most of us, really. It's not fair.
Well, the jackets are coming off, which means they're about to start this match. I think we can stay here now for the first game, so we're going to hand over to the commentary team.
Boarding the court coverers as they went busily about their work. Lots of folk here for the first time, I suspect. The new way of distributing the tickets over the last couple of weeks meant that it's just a little bit democratic's probably the wrong word, but those who would never normally get the opportunity to get themselves a seat have got themselves one today. Lots of people here at Wimbledon for the first time, about to watch a young American who's made her own stories here in years gone by, and a young Briton who's
Francesca
about to play here
Ready?
thrillingly for the first time.
Play.
Bit of a slip already for Gauff.
15 love.
That's nice from her opponent, asking if she's okay. Always makes your heart sort of jump. Those first few days on the grass, especially when it's been a bit drizzly. It is slippery.
long.
And of course, Gauff relies on her movement. So she feels, you know, slightly sort of ginger about moving on the court.
That's a lovely angle on the forehand.
30-15.
Copes so well with those kind of moves and manages to produce a shot that's right. Just a bit of spin.
And Jones awarded one of the 7 wild cards that is allowing her to make her debut here in the main draw for the first time. Plenty of attitude from Fran Jones. Yeah, she's a powerful player as well, Joe. She's got that grit and determination on the court, but she backs it up with a really powerful game, particularly behind that forehand when it gets going.
Yeah, she really loves to use that forehand. I think she'll need to in this match.
Advantage Gauff.
Always takes an extra quality to move around these courts at whatever stage of the championship, but certainly in the first couple of days I watched Stefanos Tsitsipas struggle totally in the end, falling to defeat yesterday.
It does, because it makes you unsure with your footing, and then that kind of sort of goes through your whole body, so you don't move as well, and you can get a little bit stiff and jerky with your shots.
Left. Second serve.
Yes, a nice body serve. It swerved right into Gauff.
Advantage Jones.
Look, Jones, but umpire not overruling. It's a tough first game to start. Well, at least it gets the legs going, run out some of those nerves.
Another slip from Gauff.
That was nasty, actually, and let's see. Oh, you can really hurt your knee if you're not careful, and it happens like that. She's young and flexible enough.
And Jones. First game.
Well, that's set up to be a fascinating match, but on court number one earlier today, the 2018 Wimbledon champion Angelique Kerber safely navigated round one, in so beating Nina Stojanovic 6-4 and 6-3. And after that, she spoke to Jenny.
Angie, congrats. This is Rima Boulil from Wimbledon.com.
Hi.
It was the first time you were playing Nina. I'm wondering, and she had a good start as well, went up 3-love. I'm wondering, what do you think made the difference, and what did you make of her game?
You know, I think, I didn't know what to expect, actually. I just know a few things, but she starts really well, especially the first few games, and she's really playing really hard and fast, especially the first and second serve. So I was trying to stay in the match, focusing on my chances, and and also the last few games, especially the last few points, I was a little bit nervous, but she plays well, so she was going for it, and I just tried to take the match in my hand and going forward, and I think it was again a solid first round and first match, it's great to being through.
Thank you.
Chris.
Angie, this is Chris Otto with Tennis Now. Congrats on your win today.
Thanks.
Regarding your title last week and your performance today, I'm curious. the way that you feel emotionally now, you seem to really be in a positive mindset. And I wonder, when was the last time you felt this good about your game and about yourself on the tennis court?
You know, I'm feeling really good, especially, of course, with the win on my belt last week coming here to Wimbledon. That gives me for sure a lot of confidence. And also playing on grass again, which I love to play, and it fits my game. But, you know, I think the last few months I was practicing really hard.
In progress.
And, you know, the last few matches, or like the last matches on clay, I mean, I'm not really confident on clay, so I'm happy that the clay court season is over. And now I was just trying, you know, to stay positive, thinking about the next few weeks, playing on grass and, you know, going forward. So, you know, I think now always when you're working hard, one day it pays off. So, yeah, I was feeling it last week, and now I just try to continue this and looking forward to playing every single match, match by match, and yeah, playing better and better, I will try.
Reem.
Hi, Angie. Did it feel like it had been that long since you won a title, or it didn't feel that way?
You know, I think it's so special to playing again in front of the fans and, you know, playing on this amazing courts with the crowd. This is for what we are doing this, especially after the last months, which are really tough for all of us. So I think for these emotions, for these feelings to being on court one, center court, whatever, with the crowd, that's the motivation which I had the last few months. And, you know, for this, we are doing that. And it feels like it was yesterday. So I always feeling great here. It's a magic place. And yeah, I'm really happy that I won my first round.
Willie.
Can I have a follow-up? Okay.
Sorry, yes, follow-up question. Yes, that's fine.
Is that okay? Okay. Angie, obviously you're 33 years old, and now in tennis we're seeing so many players well into the 30s and late 30s playing. I'm curious, do you find inspiration from the likes of Venus and Serena playing this long, and did you imagine you would be playing this long?
You know, I never told myself how long I want to play or like a deadline, because I always said to myself, if I feel one day it's over or I have to finish, I will do this. I just follow my heart and follow the passion I have for the sport. So of course, I mean, you see a lot of players, they are getting older and they are still playing. I think the tennis changed also in the last few months, and for me it's more like I enjoy to play, and I think especially the last few weeks I really love to play, compete, and you know, when the time will come I will know that for sure. But right now I'm here again in Wimbledon, and I will just try to do my best this next days and this 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Willie.
Hi, Willie from ESPN. In what ways does your final victory over Serena on this court, center court at Wimbledon, stay in your mind? And when does it pop into your mind and in your visions?
You know, I think this match will be always the most special one in my career, because of course to playing against Serena, I played her twice in the finals. The first one I lost, and then I get the chance to play another final against her, which I won. And you know, always when I'm coming back, I have the pictures in my mind, the memories, and always when somebody is asking me which one was, like, you know, your special moment, or this one which you will always remember, it's for sure yeah, the final on the center court here against Serena. So it will never go away in my mind.
To what degree do you think about it when you're out on the court for another match, even in an early round, or maybe when you're just walking into the grounds here at Wimbledon?
You know, of course you have this in your mind, but I mean, this year we are starting from zero again. There are new opponents, new matches. So, you know, it's just like a memory right now, because I try to stay here in the moment, and I have to play every single round again. And I'm not really looking back when I started tournament, how I played like a few years ago. It's just more the feeling that I won the tournament. I played amazing matches here, and now it's like a new tournament with new opponents, and you have to be ready for every single round.
So Angelique Kerber, very happy with her performance today. A straight sets victory over Nina Stojanovic. And I think all the fans around the grounds much happier now. The rain has stopped, the covers are off, and play is continuing. And we can say hello to Daniela Hantuchova, who's joined us once again here on day 2 at the Championships. Daniela, hello. What have you made of the play so far today? The weather, this is probably a good thing that you're not here at the Championships today, because you haven't had to brave the rain like we have.
I know you're not a big fan of the rain, Daniela.
You haven't had to brave it like we have.
I will try to send you the Slovakian sun over there.
Yeah, send us as much sun as we can get, because we need it tomorrow over the next few days. I think we've about had our fill of the rain. We've seen some really entertaining matches so far. What have you enjoyed watching on Central Court 1?
I have to say, actually, I was so impressed by Angie, and it's so cool to see her doing so well, winning the title just a couple of days ago and continuing with that form. Also, Sasha Zverev, another German, playing right before her. I have to say, I'm expecting something really special from Sasha because he's been able to bounce so well after the US Open final loss and has played incredible tennis in Roland Garros. And he has that confidence when he walks on the court now that I believe he can really go deep, not only here, but, you know, looking ahead for the rest of the season. So I was very impressed the way he's played as well.
Daniela, one of the matches that might not have been as prominent as the centre court and court number 1 matches was Venus Williams, who was over on court number 3. And she won in 3 sets, and it was quite a tough 3 sets against Buzarnescu. What did you think of that result, her getting through? It's 20, what did I say? It's 21 years since she won her first title here.
Yeah, Cartin, it's, I think, 23rd Wimbledon that she's playing, if I have the stats correct. And I was watching that match, and, you know, just so impressive to see her at her age still being out there with the same passion, with the same love for the game, and, you know, playing almost for 3 hours. And she looked like the one with more energy towards the end of the match. So it's really such an inspiring story. And, you know, we always talk about whether Venus or Andy, when should they stop, retire, but you know, these great champions, they know better than anyone when the time will come. And as long as we still have them on the court, we better appreciate it. So it's really cool to see Venus still giving her best out there. And it's for moments like this, you know, that they are able to still travel, make all the sacrifices. And we saw that with Andy last night. It's those few seconds after they win matches that they are able to put anything online to be able to still compete and do what they love doing.
It was great to see her on the singles court, but she's got the mixed doubles to look forward to as well, playing with Nick Kyrgios. That could be an interesting partnership. How do you think they're going to get on?
Yeah, that's such a cool partnership, and I'm sure the fans will enjoy that big time. Obviously, 2 big servers. I actually got to play with Nick Kyrgios when we played the IPTL exhibition, and to play mixed doubles with him. Literally, when he served, I just had to walk across from one side to another. I don't think I ever touched one ball because I didn't really have to do much. So my mission kind of was put few returns in, hit a couple of serves, and he was doing the rest. So obviously this is going to be a very entertaining couple to follow, and really great for the tournament to have them in the mixed doubles as well.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. Daniela, stay there for a moment. We just want to have a look at what's happening on centre court at the moment. Roger Federer, the 8-time champion here, took the first set 6-4, but Adrian Mannarino came back and took the second set 7-6. He's now serving to try and take the 3rd set. Let's join the commentary on centre court.
quite a good angle to see what Federer's up against.
30.
Still looks on the outside so calm.
Sergio.
Set point. What a way to finish. And the classic lefty play. The last time Federer lost first round here was 19 years ago.
6 games to 3. Mannarino leads by 2 sets to 1.
Well, we were saying before the match just how tough a record Adrian Mannarino had against Roger Federer. Never beaten him in his 6 previous meetings, but he's closing in on a huge upset on centre court. Having lost that first set, he's won the next 2, and don't forget you can continue watching that great match on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. Daniela Hantuchova is still with us. Daniela, no one really expected Adrian Mannarino even to win a set, let alone 2 in that match so far. And Roger Federer is really, really up against it. We weren't quite sure what we were going to see from Federer coming into the championships this year. So many question marks over his form and his fitness as well, and he just doesn't look particularly comfortable out there on centre court. We've almost never said that before in his career.
Yeah, he doesn't, Adam. And actually, when I saw his draw and I saw a lefty, I thought, that's trouble, because when you're looking for a rhythm, when you are not that confident, even if you're Roger Federer, to play lefty on grass, you don't want that, especially in the first round. So I actually was thinking, Mannarino will be able to take at least 1 set from Roger. Now he's 2 sets to 1 up, and like you said, Roger is not looking happy out there. He makes some unforced errors, which is understandable, being away from the game for such a long time, coming back after surgery. And I guess it just shows that even Roger is human, and even though it's center court at Wimbledon, you still have to go through the process, go through the match play, and just be patient. And probably maybe he's asking way too much from himself, because it has been such a short time since he had the surgery and not having played enough matches.
Mannarino has just disappeared for a moment off centre court to have a quick break. Do you think that Roger Federer is sitting there saying what to himself? Because he's now got to take this to 5 sets in order to just get through to the second round at Wimbledon.
I'm actually surprised that Mannarino is the one going off the court, because normally you would expect the one that loses the sets to kind of go and take the time away from the court. So I'm sure this is where Roger's gotta maybe dig deep in his memory and kind of recreate those feelings that he has had on the center court in the past, trying to bring those memories back, and maybe that can kick in into his body system and somehow make him move a little bit faster, because I feel like he's half step slower, also with the forehand, not very decisive. I feel like sometimes he's questioning himself whether he should go for the shot or stay in the rally. And, this is normal, because that's where, when you don't play enough matches, you kind of question everything. You think about things much more. And I think that's where he's a little bit slower, not because he's not fit. I feel like already in Paris, he was super fresh and more explosive than I would have expected him. But just because he has to think about everything so much more, that's what's making him a little bit slower. And it will be fascinating to see how he's going to start now the 4th set. I think the first few games are huge, that he holds his serve and maybe look for those few little opportunities. Also, we must not forget, when you Mannarino and you're playing against Roger on center court at Wimbledon, probably there will be a stage in the 4th set where he will start to think about the win. And that's where Roger's got to use that opportunity in case Mannarino gets a little bit tired, and try to maybe break him and get to the 5th set.
Danny, you mentioned when you saw the draw, you thought it might be tough for Federer playing against a lefty. What is it specifically about left-handers that makes them difficult to play for a right-hander?
Well, it's the serve, especially. I remember when I had to play Martina Navratilova, I think, like I told you guys yesterday, you know, it's just so tricky to be able to return well, especially in the edge side, because they can create such angles that we are not used to when you play against the right-handed players. And the ball just comes from a different angle, and especially on grass, where it requires so much footwork anyways. There is an extra thing that you have to deal with, and especially in Roger's case, where there is so much on his mind right now, having to adjust, you know, it's your returning position. It's the way normally Roger would run around the forehand much more, but because it's a lefty forehand coming to him, he can't do that as often because he would have to do one extra step. So when you play lefty, you have to think much more out there, and with everything that Roger has to take care of at the moment, that's not much fun. So yeah, that's why when I saw the draw, I thought this is not going to be easy for him.
What do you think Mannarino is saying to himself at the moment?
Not to think that he's playing Roger on center court, and just, you know, take it to one point at a time. This is where it gets really tricky against the top players. We saw it with Stefanos Tsitsipas in Paris, 2 sets to love up against Novak. This is where these 3 guys, Rafa, Roger, Novak, has been so good that whenever they are in trouble, they are able to step it up and also just keep the consistency, hoping that their opponent's going to get tight. And let's see if that's Mannarino's case today.
Danny, stay there. Let's head out and see some live action. This is court 12. Really entertaining encounter. The man in your picture there, the German veteran, Philipp Kohlschreiber, who's had some good results on a grass court over the years, against the number 10 seed, Denis Shapovalov. They're in a 5th set now, but Shapovalov, who won the first set 6-4, then Kohlschreiber fought back in the second, 6-4 to him, 6-3 to Shapovalov in the third, and then Kohlschreiber won a really, really tight, as you can see there, 4th set, 7-5, to take it to the 5th. And they're on court 12, a real treat for those with the ground pass today, and it's the lefty Shapovalov to serve.
Led for service. Led, second serve.
Little lucky there. Shapovalov missed it and it fell plumb on the line. Serve beginning to build in speed, 123 miles an hour with that first serve. That's the 15th double fault from the Canadian today.
He's got a major hitch with his ball toss. You watch it, he lets his arm drop and then it's still. And that totally ruins his momentum, which is why it's such an erratic ball toss.
48-15.
Oh, such a beautiful shot when he connects in the heart of the racket.
3 games all, final set.
Denis Shapovalov making sure it is 3-all in the fifth set there against Philip Kohlschreiber. Daniela Hadkova still with us. Denis Shapovalov, I find a fascinating character because he's a really lively, outgoing personality, and he's hired Mikhail Yuzny over the last sort of 18 months, who has suggested that he needs to spend more time thinking about his mental health and about sports psychology. So he has done that, and that Denis Shapovalov says is what's changed him into a much better player. So he's hit the top 10, he's getting to semi-finals and finals and taking it one step further. Do you agree that that was the side of his game that needed some help?
Yeah, absolutely so, Carty. I think Michael Yuzny has done such an incredible job with Denis, just, putting the mind into the tennis and, just making sure that he doesn't waste energy too much being on the social media and all the off-court stuff, and really, getting the most out of his game, out of his potential, because there is so much in it. So it feels like he has become so much more disciplined on and off the court. And obviously the mental health has been such a big topic the last couple of weeks. And we see it with so many players, how much of a positive effect it has on their game when they kind of get rid of things that are wasting their energy. We saw it with Francis Tiafoe as well, Wayne Ferreira doing the same, taking the mobile away during the practice sessions, and suddenly they are so much more able to be focused during the matches. I strongly believe that, the new generation, the way they live their lives, they like to be always online and not being able to have too much of a longer conversations with other people. Then the same thing happens on the court. After half an hour, 45 minutes, they kind of lose their focus, because off the court, that's when after half an hour they need to go online and check the social media and not being able to be in the present moment. So I strongly believe, how you are off the court, that you're going to transfer that on the court. So I think just, being aware of those things and getting rid of things that don't really help your tennis, it's a huge part of every player's game at the moment.
Do you think social media, it's such a distraction for youngsters in general these days, but particularly young sports stars, young tennis players? It can be difficult for them to find a balance between, connecting with their fans, which we all love. We want to be able to see what they're up to, but also it becoming a distraction that's affecting their games.
Yeah, I think, Adam, it's about finding the balance. We saw it big time last year with Iga Swiatek. Her psychologist took her mobile away. She wins slam. It's not a rocket science. It's you are where you put your energy and focus into. And yes, like you said, the fans want to kind of feel close to their players, but it's better if they feel closer to them, watching their matches than what's going on off the court. So I think the right way to go about it is maybe give the fans what they want during their training weeks and when they're on holidays, whatever, but not when you are playing slams, not when you are in the big tournaments at the big stage. I think this is where either the agent takes care of it or someone else, but have the player just focus on what they need to do on the court, because otherwise I think it can get too much, and then they are not able to play their best tennis.
OK, Daniela, we'll come back to you in a moment. We want to go across to court number 1 because the second seed, Daniil Medvedev, is playing there. A couple of members of the crowd finding something very amusing. Medvedev has taken the first set 6-4, and now Jan Struff is serving to try and stay in the second set at 1-5 down. Let's join the commentary team there.
This player came through qualifying.
We lost in the qualifying.
Yes, a lucky loser.
So, that's a good draw for him, that's for sure.
Allowed 15.
Love 30.
Serve volley fills them, and Medvedev closing in on the set.
Well, when he lost that serve for the second time, that just mentally, he's just really dipped. He's struggling to keep positive here at the moment.
Yeah, that's the serve.
15-30.
Oh dear. Only his second double fault of the match, and brings up 2 set points for Daniil Medvedev. Oh, and there it is.
Game in second set. Medvedev.
Relatively plain sailing for the number 2 seed, Daniil Medvedev, the Russian, 6-4, 6-1 against Jan-Lennard Struff. Many people thought that might be the potential for an upset. Struff's got a great record against top 10 players in the past, but yet to find his best game so far on court number 1. Over to court 18, some more live action for you, a real treat for those with a ground pass. The number 17 seed, Kiki Bertens, who's had some good results at Wimbledon in past years against Marta Kostyuk, the Ukraine. It's Bertens who's struggling, as you can see in the first set. Kostyuk, here she is serving at 5-3 to take it.
That's where I really like this young lady. It kind of, you can take away the score and it doesn't matter. She approaches it the same way.
Well, talk about a dominant service game so far, and gives her 3 set points.
So Marta Kostyuk takes that opening set against Kiki Bertens, vastly experienced Dutch player, the number 17 seed. Daniela's still with us. What can you tell us about Kostyuk? Because she's only 19 years of age. She's won a junior Grand Slam title. Is she one of this perhaps next crop of players who could, you know, push towards a Grand Slam title at the senior level? And what can we look out for her? She's been really good in this first set so far.
Yeah, Adam, she's one of those next-gen girls, I would say, that really is not afraid to play against anyone. Just like Rybakina, Anisimova, pretty much anything with over that's, you know, around the age of 20 has the potential to go all the way and win slams. Except, well, Sabalenka, she's not over. But, yeah, it's the next generation of girls that really don't give too much credit to who is on the other side of the court, and they just think about themselves. They are super aggressive, physically incredibly fit already. You know, big serves, they move incredibly well, and she's one of those. So I think a great future ahead of her as well.
Yeah, plenty to watch out from her in the future. You mentioned Aryna Sabalenka there. You know, she's the number 2 seed, but she's gone a little bit under the radar. Not many people have been talking about her as a potential champion here at Wimbledon. She's looking to win, you know, she's looking to win her first Grand Slam title. Sorry, Danny, I thought we were struggling with the connection there, but we've got you back. How do you rate her chances, Aryna Sabalenka? Because actually yesterday she looked pretty good. She played well, didn't she?
I think you preempted that by saying that.
It was me who jinxed the Wi-Fi. What did we say? When you're broadcasting from home, you need plenty of coffee and good Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
I'm sure Danny's got the coffee on hold, but not quite the Wi-Fi. So this is the scene here at the All England Club. The roofs are still on the two show courts there, you can see. Centre court at the north of ends of the grounds and court number 1 below. I'm being told Daniela's back. The Wi-Fi's cooperating now. You were saying about Sabalenka, Danny.
Yeah, we were talking with Carty about her in Eastbourne that, she has so much in her game. And yesterday, hitting more than 40 winners. She gets away with playing well on grass, even though she's not a grass court player, because she has so much power behind her shots. It's a huge serve, big forehand, big backhand. I love the fact that she was actually serve and bowling a couple of times yesterday. And to me, she's got everything in her game to win actually any slam on any surface, because, she hits the ball probably harder than anyone out there. Also, she has matured a little bit. What I'm missing, though, is a little bit of a plan B sometimes. When the plan A is not working, she goes from hitting the ball hard to the hardest. And sometimes maybe a slice backhand, a short angle, a drop shot. She will need that if she wants to win a slam trophy. And if she can adjust that, also being a little bit more disciplined tactically, with her shots, she doesn't need to go too much to the lines because there's so much power behind them. She can pretty much hit winners, even though it's 1 meter away from any line because the ball travels so quickly. So definitely, Arena is a potential Grand Slam winner, potential #1 in the world.
Yeah, it's interesting you're talking about the different styles of game and how they transfer to the grass when it comes to Sabalenka, because somebody who did think that their game was very good on grass was Daniil Medvedev, and then he had such fantastic results on the hard courts that he started saying that was his best surface and that he really enjoyed playing on the hard courts. But actually, he is a very good grass court player, isn't he? We saw him win the title in Mallorca. We're seeing him at the moment in his first round match, 6-4, 6-1 against Jan-Lennard Struff, coming through much more easily than we thought. His game is actually very suited to this surface, isn't it?
He is, but yet he hasn't passed the 3rd round in Wimbledon. So I think, it's something on his mind that he needs to prove himself and everyone else that he can go deep at Wimbledon. Obviously, there is further along the potential that he can become #1 in the world if he wins the title. So there is a lot on the line for him. And that's why I've been very impressed with the first 2 sets because, just a couple of days ago, he actually lost to the German. So it's never easy when you lose to someone in such a recent time to be able to bounce back, even though their head-to-head is 3-1 for Daniil. It's that last match that really always matters and it's on your mind. So very impressive from Daniil, the first 2 sets so far.
Because Jan-Lennard Struff, we were saying, weren't we, yesterday, that this was, when you look through the men's draw, this was the potential for an upset. Big player, big serve. He's got a great record against top players in the past. I think he had a stunning record against top 10 players. He's really good when the pressure's on, but hasn't really quite managed to bring his best game so far today.
Yeah, and I'm just going to point out, are they watching tennis or soccer?
I think they might be looking at the football there, but I don't think they'll be very happy, is all I'll say right now.
They've got one phone on the football and one on the tennis, I think.
No, but going back to Struff, especially, being this match played under the roof, that's where you would think his serve would be even more effective. And I agree with you guys that I thought this had a potential to be a big upset. And that's why I've been very impressed how well Daniil has been able to return and kind of absorb the big hitting of the German.
And Medvedev was the 2nd seed as well at the French Open. Obviously, that didn't go particularly well for him. Do you think this is slightly somewhere where he can go a bit more under the radar? Because we've been at the US Open where he was a big deal because of all the crowd attention he had from booing at the beginning and then changing that into cheering and the antics that he had with the crowd there. Whereas I'm not sure that the British crowd know him too well at the moment. So he could go under the radar a bit through the first few rounds, couldn't he?
Yeah, I think so. He has the potential to go deeper than Roland Garros just because of the fact that he actually doesn't say he hates grass, just like he used to say he hates clay. And, by 2nd week of Roland Garros, he kind of started to change that attitude where, to me, it was a big surprise that he would come up with, such a mentality because I think he's got a perfect game for clay as well. But it was too late for him to change that mentality. So, I'm glad that he's not saying any of that on the grass and that you know, he's just going under the radar, like you said, Barty, and not having too much attention on his shoulder. I think that can be a good thing for him.
For young players who haven't played too much on grass because they've grown up in a country where they don't have many grass courts, you know, they've played more on hard or clay, it does take a bit of a mindset change, doesn't it, to accept that, you know, for a part of the year, every year, and one of the Grand Slams here at Wimbledon, you are going to play on a grass court. And if you want to have success at the highest level, you have to embrace what it's going to take to play well on the surface. And sometimes that mindset, it can take a few years to change, can't it?
Absolutely. So, Adam, you're so right that it does take sometimes few years, because also me personally, I'm coming from a country that we have, I think, maybe 2 grass courts, not even then. And I felt like every year I would become better and better just, you know, playing matches on the surface. I believe strongly that with grass, there is nothing like the match play. So even the practice sessions are so different when you come from clay to grass. It's much more about just, you know, playing points, playing sets, playing matches, even in practice, because you have to kind of understand how to deal with different situations, and nothing else is going to give you that. No matter, you know, whether you're practicing on a fast carpet indoors or fast hardcourt or synthetic grass, there's nothing like, you know, what we get at Wimbledon. And I think that's the reason also why Roger is struggling today a little bit, just because it's the match play, and you can become much better player over the years because you kind of remember what you did well the year before, even though the season on grass is so short, and you can develop your game on grass the longer you are on the tour.
Can I ask you about Barbora Krejcikova, who you know very well, French Open champion, who has been on the tour for a long time, has won 5 doubles titles before winning the French Open singles title. She is somebody who can change her game to play on all the different surfaces, but with the attention that she had after winning the French Open, which she found quite overwhelming, how do you think she will cope with these couple of weeks here at another Grand Slam?
Well, it will be really fascinating to follow not how she gets used to the grass, but how she's going to be able to deal with all those expectations and the attention that suddenly she's a Grand Slam champion. We see with Dominic Thiem how much that has affected him, and that he hasn't really been able to play the same ever since he won the US Open title. And this is such a quick round for Krejcikova to, you know, not even be able to enjoy the victory as much, and already having to think about the grass court is always tricky. Novak said it himself that, you know, he only had 4 days before he was heading to Mallorca. So this is the busiest time of the year for all the players making the transition from clay to grass. And, you know, if you ending up going all the way in Paris, you kind of have to accept that maybe you're not going to play your best in the first few rounds, but that confidence that you have from Paris hopefully will help her to get herself through, you know, this match and eventually, you know, through the first week.
And as you can see there, she's on a 12-match winning streak. Her form, arguably the in-form player coming into Wimbledon this year. She's been playing absolutely beautifully, and we can join the commentators here on court 3 towards the end of this first set.
15 love.
Hitting from Towson.
Great court coverage here. It's the area that Krejcikova is trying to put her under pressure outside that tram line. Great power move.
14-15.
Second serve is the pressure from the other end, isn't it? Just trying to get the depth on that second serve, not draw it short for a short ball. Oh, beautifully judged. Just drifting over the racket of Krejcikova, dropping just inside the baseline.
Krejcikova leads 5 games to 3 first set.
It's a lovely game there by Clara Toussaint, but it is Krejcikova who will be coming out to serve for the first set on court number 3. We are now looking at centre court, which is where Adrian Mannarino had a 2-1 lead against Roger Federer. Federer has come back in the 4th set. He is 5-2 up, but Mannarino has had a fall. You just saw him at the start of those pictures there talking to a doctor. He has had a bit of an injury, a bit of a fall. He is struggling a little bit, but he is now coming out to serve to make sure that Roger Federer doesn't level this up at 2 sets all.
Yeah, he's walking fairly gingerly there. Daniela Hantuchova is still with us. Danny, when you've taken a bit of a fall on a court like centre court, grass is not, you know, the surface where you want to be a little bit ginger with your movement, do you? It can be very, very difficult on those lower legs.
Yeah, absolutely. So especially on days like today when it's humid, it's a little bit slippery, it's wet, and that's where, you know, those little steps are sometimes better than, you know, we see especially with the next gen guys, that so many of them are sliding big time, and it can just be so tricky and dangerous. And yeah, let's just hope that Mannarino can continue, because this would be such a shame. He's played so well during the entire match, and yeah, you never want to see a player getting out of the tournament this way. You can see he's almost confused that he doesn't know where to even serve, and yeah, not pushing.
On the other side of the net, sorry, Daniela, on the other side of the net, you've got somebody like Roger Federer who knows exactly what to do in the situation. Sometimes players get distracted by their opponents when they're injured and they're not quite sure what to do, and they try and play a bit differently. Federer's been in this sort of position so many times over a long career that he will carry on playing his own game, will he? Or will he actually try and do something to make sure that Mannarino is moving around if he has to? He can't serve at the moment at this rate.
Yeah, this is where Roger is so smart, and he will adjust his game to just not do too much. You know, obviously try to bring Mannarino in, few drop shots, use that slice of Roger big time, I think, now, and just making Mannarino play any extra ball. And yeah, if there is someone that deals with this kind of situation better than anyone, is definitely Roger, because he just got so much in his game and repertoire. But you can see that yeah, this summer.
Yeah, you wonder here, Danny, whether Mannarino is going to continue, or whether perhaps you know, he's just going to get to the end of this 4th set and then perhaps call the trainer and take a moment just to get some treatment on that leg and see if he can recover slightly. But he's certainly not moving well at all. Well, I mean, he didn't need to move there, good background winner. But I suppose if you were giving him his advice, would, rather than, you know, call it a day now, it's perhaps a good idea to, you know, just take a moment and call the trainer and see if it gets any better with some treatment?
Yeah, for sure. You want to give yourself all the possible options that you have, and especially when you are that close to it. Federer on court. Maybe we call the trainer one more time if they can work some magic. Oh, good, he's sitting down, so that means he's gonna continue. Hopefully, he didn't call the trainer though. So yeah, will be interesting. He also did, I believe it was some medicine.
Yeah, we can see the replay of exactly what happened. So it looks like it's perhaps his groin or the ankle.
You can tell from his face that he knows something's pretty wrong straight away, can't you, Daniela?
Yeah, that's what, you know, as an athlete, you kind of learn so much about your body that you can tell right away. You kind of become your own physio. whether it's muscle, whether it's whatever it is, you are able to kind of tell right away whether it's serious or not. But just from the fact that he's touching that knee again. But it's interesting he hasn't called the trainer one more time. I guess there is nothing more they can do, and maybe he's just waiting for the medicine to kick in, and hopefully that will take some of the pain away. But yeah, I mean, in his situation, if against Roger Federer, probably he wants to try anything he can, but if he will be not able to push from the leg the first couple of points, there is no way he can go the distance.
OK, we'll leave centre court now. It looks like Adrian Mannarino, despite those problems, is going to continue. And Roger Federer working his way back into that match. We can take you down to court 12. Match point for Denis Shapovalov, an epic encounter against Philipp Kohlschreiber. And he has won it 6-4 in the fifth, and you can see just what that means to the young Canadian. Delighted with his performance, and he had to work really hard, didn't he, against Philipp Kohlschreiber, who is an experienced campaigner, Danny.
Yeah, he had to work really hard for that. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like, well, actually, it's the truth. They've been on the court literally from the beginning of the day because they were on. And you know, this kind of days when you have to be out there for such a long time, it just mentally it takes so much out of you. I remember once I played against Serena. We started the first match on, and we ended up around 9:30 at night, and you're just so exhausted by the end of the day. So having to play 5 sets, you know, this is where the recovery becomes such a huge part, and Denis will have to do all the right things to make sure he can be ready for the next match, because on grass, playing this long, with the wet, heavy conditions, that's just really extremely hard.
Yeah, and it will take quite a lot out of Shapovalov, that match, won't it? He's had big matches, 5-set matches at Grand Slams before, and then struggled a little bit in his next round match. I'm thinking of the one against Jannik Sinner in particular, I think, which was the Australian Open, if I remember correctly. But he then has to build on that momentum, doesn't he, rather than having such a big victory and getting so exhausted from it, particularly when it's so early in the tournament.
Well, the only good news for Denis is that he's still young, so he can get away with it. It's not like he's 30 years old. So it's more, I think, mentally that this is where it becomes so huge that, you know, he doesn't waste any extra energy, that he really listens to his coach, Michael Yuzhny, and, you know, just uses the phone to maybe text the family, friends, and start to think already now about the next match. Because, you know, this is where actually the next couple of hours, it's how much it's going to affect your next match. It's not really what you do on your day off. But as soon as you finish the match, it's what really counts. The recovery, how well you eat, how well you're going to cool down, massage, ice bath, or anything that you can use. But it's literally the next 2-3 hours that are the most important for your next match.
Well, Danny, you can see from the pictures here, we wondered what was going to happen on centre court, whether Adrian Mannarino was going to be able to continue. It looked like he was wanting to try, at least. But in the end, I think that injury that he sustained when he slipped on the grass means that he has had to call it a day, shake hands with Roger Federer, and it's Federer through to the second round, but far from easy. Just to confirm, Federer won that first set 6-4. It looked fairly plain sailing in the first, but then the Frenchman fought back, produced some lovely tennis to win that second set tie-break 7-3. Then he won the third set 6-3, and then Federer took that fourth 6-2, and then Mannarino's decided to call it a day, and that's the end of his championships, and Federer is through to the second round. But certainly plenty for him to work on and try to improve for his second round match, because he's going to have to try to improve his level as he moves through the tournament here at Wimbledon, if he wants to try to go later on in the first week and then push into the second week. Daniela, thanks very much for joining us here at the Wimbledon Channel today. We'll leave it there, and we will speak to you, I'm sure, tomorrow. So enjoy your evening, and we can hear from Roger Federer now speaking about his victory against Adrian Mannarino there on centre. He's speaking to Rishi.
Roger, I know it's not the way that you wanted to have won this match, and I'm sure you'd like to start with a word about your opponent, first of all.
Yeah, I mean, it's awful. It shows that one shot can change the outcome of a match, a season, a career. So I wish him all the best, and I hope he recovers quickly so we see him back on the courts, because, look, he could have won the match at the end. Obviously, he was the better player, so I definitely got a bit lucky, but who cares about that? So I wish him all the best.
As always, a very honest appraisal from you. So with that in mind, how pleased are you to end up with the victory today?
I mean, not like this, please, you know, but I don't know, that's how it goes sometimes. You know, you don't get many walkovers throughout a career, and you try also not to have it happen to yourself, and it's a reminder how quickly it goes. But of course, you know, I'm obviously happy I can get another chance for another match here. I worked very hard, and look, at the end, I enjoyed myself out here today. It was great fun until the end, obviously.
Would it be fair to say, though, that in that fourth set, that perhaps things had clicked back into gear and you'd rediscovered a bit of your touch, a bit of your timing and rhythm?
Yeah, I tried to cut down on the length of points a little bit. I thought I found a nice groove from the baseline. He's famous with that shovel backhand. He creates a lot of problems for so many players, and he did the same again today on the grass against me. And that's why I tried to maybe cut down on the length of points a little bit. It worked well, and then once I got the break, obviously, I was able to maybe loosen up a little bit, but then everything ended. So at the end, look, it was a very sort of up and down match. Overall, I thought, you know, we were both wrestling, trying to figure out who could enjoy the baseline a little bit more than the other. But, you know, I felt like I had to adjust my game more than he had to, and that was credit to him, of course.
And Roger, the final thing is it true what they say about absence making the heart grow fonder, being back here?
Sorry, I didn't understand it. I heard something absence, and then, I don't know, my mind went blank.
Is it true what they say about absence making the heart grow fonder and being back on centre court?
I don't understand that saying. My English is not good enough.
Fair enough. So, basically, having missed out last year, having been away from this place for 2 years, how special is it to be back here on centre court?
Yes, there you go. A good reminder, my English is not very good, but it's
better than mine.
No, look, I think we're all very happy, all the players, I think including all the fans and the organizers and everybody, that we get a chance to play again back on tour overall, and especially here at Wimbledon, plus with the crowd. It would have been the worst to have this tournament with no fans. This would have been the absolute killer. So it's such a privilege to play here, and look, I couldn't be more excited that I made it after a long, hard road the last year, and so forth. But I'm happy I get a chance for a second match, and we'll see how it goes. But I hope everybody else is having a great time, and even though it's raining, but that's normal. So, so I'll see you in the second round. Thank you.
Rather relieved, Roger Federer, I think, there, having come through his first round match in 4 sets, because Adrian Mannarino could not finish the match and retired when they were level at 2 sets all. Quite interesting to hear Roger Federer joking there about his English not being very good. A man who speaks about 5 different languages.
I remember
fluently.
seeing Federer once. I think it was after a match here at Wimbledon. It might have been at Roland Garros, where there was a line of reporters from all different countries, and Federer just went one after the other, switching and changing from English to French to German. You know, he's a real linguist. So
several of them are, aren't they?
Roger doesn't need to apologise for his language skills, because he speaks a lot more different languages than us. It's been a brilliant day today, hasn't it? Despite the weather, you know, the tennis has kept us going. It's been really interesting seeing some of those players that we were, you know, perhaps had question marks over their heads today on centre and court number 1. We were wondering about how Roger Federer would play. I think he would admit that he's had a bit of a reprieve over Adrian Mannarino there. We've got Serena to look forward to later. She's on coming up on centre next. On court 1 as well, Jan-Lennard Struff facing Daniil Medvedev, the number 2 seed. We thought that might be a tricky one for Medvedev. And Struff has just taken taken that third set, so there is life in that match yet.
Bit more to go on that one as well, isn't there? Number 2 court, though, we have Francesca Jones on there. Fran Jones, young British player, and she's playing Coco Gauff, who is another one that we're looking forward to seeing how far she can go in this match. And Coco Gauff has taken that first set 7-5, but it hasn't been particularly easy. Coco Gauff, the 20th seed here. And Krejcikova, Barbora Krejcikova, I was talking to Daniela Hantakova about her a little bit earlier on because she is the French Open champion. She has taken the first set 6-3 against Clara Toussaint. So it has been a very interesting day so far. There's plenty more tennis to come over on centre court, court number 1, because they at least have the roof, but it does seem quite gloomy suddenly, even though it's quite early here. That is it for day 2 at Wimbledon. We will be back tomorrow, day 3, plenty more tennis to bring to you. We'll see you then.